Boys, good morning. I hope you're all doing extremely well on this fine, beautiful day. It's warmer than I thought it was going to be today. Good news, it's still right up around 60 degrees. So we got outside again today. I did some general cleaning and tidying just in case we get good news about the new house, because we don't want to have too long of a carryover of, like, you know, being here and being there type shit. We don't want to pay on both. So, how are those balloons still afloat? I don't know. They're starting to get soft now. They are most definitely starting to get a little bit softer now, but it has been now 23 days of the balloon's life. These balloons have lived longer than some animals do. It's actually insane. Another day, another Leon first in chat. Aries, you tried. You fought so valiantly. You got so far. Strad, good day. Steen, thank you for the 45 day, and good day to you, my friend. Das, Llama, Leon, the big 420. I was indeed blazing it, my boy. Sylvanius, what up? I hope you're having a beautiful day, as well as all of the lurkers out there. How's the new update on Lawyers and Creations? Bro, let me tell you, we got some big uppies being popped. We got big uppies and nimbles being popped right now. So, counter filings and exhibits on the countersuit, not necessarily the countersuit, because it's like the defense filings, not even a countersuit, but filings on the defense side are still yet to come out in response to a lot of Steven's claims and exhibits that he put out there. So I'm very anxiously awaiting to see what the defense has to say about all of Steven's exhibits that he's submitted so far. There are a few new witness testimonials today, and a few that have submitted, I believe it's people that have already done declarations, but they're doing another declaration after the fact. And I think there is also one from Steven's lawyer. So that's going to be really interesting. Really interesting, if I say so myself. And I do believe, not me, thank God, but a content creator is once again referenced in the court case. So we're going to see some wacky shit coming out here soon, man. We might actually see content creators getting, like, subpoenaed for shit. Which, I don't think I've done anything to get subpoenaed. I don't really have anything exciting. It'd be the boringest shit in human history. But who knows, man? That's kind of crazy to think about, though. That's kind of very interesting. If they're just like, give us the DMs. Like, I don't have any. I don't have any. Is there a 1% chance this game might come back? Like, there is a chance, but it's not a high chance, if I'm being real. Like, there's not a very high chance at all that Ashes comes out of this just completely unscathed, corrects the course of the vehicle, and then gets back on track. It's very unlikely that that would be the case. It's much more likely, in my opinion, that over the course of this, somebody gets an offer for the IP, for the code, and they just end up selling it so they can pay off the employees, you know, what they're owed, get out of any legality stuff, and then just call it a day and sail off into the night and retire. I think it's a very long judicial process for all of this to be sorted out, because there are going to be multiple phases to this. Like, this is just phase 1 of the battle. All of these exhibits are coming out so Steven can try to get a receiver with more power appointed to basically safeguard the assets and prevent their sale, unless it's a very legitimate sale. And the defense side, the board, is trying to stop him from doing that and trying to keep their current receiver in, who has a more limited scope. So this is just like step 1 of that. This is to see if the assets are under less watch from the court or more watch from the court. And then after that, they're still going to have to move on to see who is in control of the IP, what happened on the back end of Intrepid Studios, if wrongdoing is established on the side of the employees being fired, where is that compensation for the employees coming from? Who is owed what money? Were the debts that were accrued by Intrepid falsely accumulated because of actions that were harmful by others? There are so many things that are still not solved that this is going like phase by phase by phase by phase. And keep in mind, we're already a couple months in at this point, and we're just now getting some meat and potatoes of it. But there's still going to be, probably at some point, a defense counterfile that comes out with a bunch of exhibits that probably is going to try to paint Steven in a light where he was, antagonizing these conversations that were very volatile. If I just had to guess, that's their most logical next move. Because essentially, the phase we're in right now is Steven going, look, they're dicks, and then they're probably going to go, no, look, Steven's a dick. And then Steven's probably going to go, no, look, they're dicks. And then they're going to go, no, Steven's a dick. And then each side is going to pay a lawyer a lot of money to effectively say that the other side is a dick until the judge decides who is more of a dick. And then the judge will decide who gets to watch over everybody's stuff while they argue. It's effectively where we're at right now, and we're paying hundreds of thousands of dollars for that. Realistically, I don't know what all this hoopla and hullabaloo about needing a court-appointed receiver is. Brother, they could have just sent this shit to me and I would have held it for 10 bucks. I wouldn't have sold it. I would have thought it was cool as shit. Imagine me, DustyWhy, owner of Ashes of Creation temporarily. I'd try to fire the servers back up myself, get that shit going. This just blows everything up all at once. Breaks the entire game for good. But this is unfortunately just a small step, man. It's just a small step. Be a Discord message away to help you launch it. See, that's what I'm saying. Out of anybody, I might have the best chance to get Ashes back up right now because I could also get volunteer devs to just do the bare ass minimum and run a server restart here and there so we could at least keep the game functional to the few hundred players that would want to play it. That'd help? Yeah, I wouldn't want you. Anyways, let's see. Planendorf could make an appeal. But, like, I'm not letting him near anything bright. Nothing bright. Maybe he can do, like, encounter design or something like that. Oh, fuck no. He'd just have a flashbang on every single mob. Has, like, the audio and everything. Okay, he can't be on encounter design. If I put him on world design with the gathering system, then he'll just make it so every hit of a pickaxe on a rock generates a giant flashbang. Where could we safely have Donger? Maybe questing narratives? He helps design the questing of the world, but then I almost wonder what happens if you turn into quest and then just flashbang. Customer service? Yeah, but then someone's gonna call to complain, and then in their ear in the phone, they're gonna hear and then flashbang. Whole phone blows up. We gotta be careful. We gotta be very careful. Chat support. Flashbang. Monitor goes all the way up in brightness as soon as he responds. It's not safe. There's too much illumination in the world for Donger to live. He must be contained. We've got to put him in one of those, like, what is it, like a Faraday cage or whatever that contains all of his power. God fucking damn it. I can do networking. Yeah, I'm pretty sure the IntrepidNet guys work for Epic now. Which, low-key, high-key, hear me out. If we have connections at Epic directly, then that would mean that we could get IntrepidNet ported into Unreal Engine just as, you know, an extension of it, so to say. Scath, what up? So I'm thinking about pleading my case to the court to become the court-appointed neutral IP holder. And we're trying to go through my credentials right now and also build up a development team, because I'd like to throw down the gauntlet that I might be able to get more of the OG Ashes of Creation team to work for me for free than the board would be able to pay the OG development team to work for them. IntrepidNet technically is already an extension on Unreal Engine, just Intrepid is the only ones that have it and can use it. So what would it require to port it over to make it public? Worth trying. Yeah, what's the worst thing they say? No. Like, I feel like I should just call the court and be like, hey, I heard you guys are having a little disagreement over who holds the IP. Let me tell you what, I played a lot of this game. I got a few good people that'll get the servers back online. We'll keep them up. We'll see how the marketability of it is. I'll dip my toes, but I'm not selling it. We're good. I hold it until the court case is done. Nothing else, but it's a plugin, so you just need the source. So theoretically, say I bought IntrepidNet. I could just release the source code and then everybody would have the IntrepidNet framework. And IntrepidNet, to my knowledge, is their baseline for all of the server worker infrastructure and the dynamic gridding infrastructure, right? So we would need IntrepidNet to get server workers and dynamic gridding and effectively have like the world resource layout that Intrepid had. Creation of Ashes. No creation of Ashes. No creation of Ashes. Unless, the other thing is, we would also need to know the back-end side or the other end of that plugin. So, what would that allow? In terms of the back-end side, what's the difference there? For my game, my back-end is completely separate. Okay, so like, what is the back end? Is that how you actually get in and like implement new changes? Without back end access, no changes can come type shit? So you would be able to access it, but you'd be completely at their will and mercy, kind of like an add-on for WoW if you don't have the back end. But then if you have the back end, you can see how the add-on's made and then you can change the add-on yourself. So on like a client side, we'd be likely to see almost like an interface menu where it's like enable IntrepidNet, and then it would give you options for how IntrepidNet was set up, and then it would give you like a default IntrepidNet template, so to say. Easiest way to explain it is you have a full library and basically separated the client aspect of that library and only put that in. Right. Right. So in add-on terms, you effectively are on the I downloaded my add-on from CurseForge, and now it gives me some functionality within the program that I'm working on. Okay. Starting about the emo team. No, I know. I don't think private servers would have enough, like, momentum in the first place. I also think private servers are notorious for getting absolutely DMCA'd to shit, or, like, copyrighted to shit. And they're typically very bad to stream anyways, just from a general standpoint. A lot of people asked if I was going to go to an Arcade private server, like, immediately after Ashes died. And I was like, nope. Nope, I'm not. Thought he visited in Sweden. Why Sweden? Can private servers be hosted in Sweden and be like exempt from being taken down? Didn't Turtle WoW get nuked? Yeah, Turtle WoW got nuked, and then another WoW private server just announced today that they were shutting down because of a cease and desist. So it would fall under their laws, not US laws. But doesn't Blizzard have effectively like shell companies everywhere, so to say? I feel like with Blizzard, Activision, Microsoft's global presence, there's probably some way that they can enforce shit outside of just the US when it comes to that. Where was Turtle WoW hosted? Because Turtle WoW got full cooked. I don't know where the other one was from that got cooked today. I can't even remember the name of what the other one was. The other one only had like 3 or 4 servers though, from what I can remember. I saw a tweet about it, but I didn't see too much. I wonder if I could find it. Probably not now because it was on Twitter. So that shit's full gone. Bro, this screenshot right now makes me very much just want to put hand on keyboard, press WASD, and then start chopping shit. I can't lie. I'm so excited for Scars. I miss my Ashes, but I'm so excited for Scars. I hope it's good. For example, the famous torrent site, Pirate Bay, moved to Sweden to protect it from copyright enforcement. Was that Edward Snowden? Because can't they, like, extradite motherfuckers and shit? Also Snowden. Right. Didn't Snowden get, like, arrested or something? Snowden was WikiLeaks. Right. Who was Pirate Bay? Fucking Jason Bourne or some shit? Either way. So, if we have a private server, if we have a private server and we bring it to Sweden, we're good. Now, only thing is, again, private servers have very little pull with niche titles, and I don't think it would be a point of success with the amount of players that would be going over to it. I think it'd be very, 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 very niche. And we're talking like niche of niche. We're talking maybe a couple hundred players. It wouldn't work with Ashes the way it does with others. Yeah, no, I agree. I agree. Especially when you're looking at like the couple of successful WoW private servers there are. Do not let confirmation bias fool you. More private servers have failed than have lived by a very large margin. It's not even close. It's genuinely not even close. A lot of private servers have failed. And the few that have lived are exceptions to the rule and not the rule. Game wasn't finished enough. I agree as well. I think we were still far from the realized gameplay loop, and because of the vision still being so far from where we were at, I think you would effectively have to extrapolate the vision, extrapolate the design of the systems, and if I tell you to draw a smiley face and I draw a smiley face, our smiley faces probably are not going to look identical. And because of that, the vision of the game would not come out identical if it had the original development team on it versus a private server team on it. It just wouldn't be the same. You would have system interactions that are completely different. You would have friction and risk-reward models being completely altered. You would have a lot of changes that would deviate you on a completely different timeline. So, most private servers fail because they have a hard time adding new content. That and the fact that they just don't have any players. But yes, adding new content is always a large one. Adding new content successfully that is well received, and even if you can add new content in the first place, and you get around the roadblocks of simply not being able to, you've got to add content that's not fucked up, not buggy, brings in players, and is good enough to get spread around through word of mouth or through sharing of the content in some way. And that just like is hard, very hard. Lack of new content equals lack of players. Exactly, because if I have a private server, and say it's a private server like a WoW server where you can find those things pretty much concurrently hosted with WoW, why not just go play actual WoW where you have a bunch of new content? Some people may want a snapshot of a certain era, but even then, WoW has most of that shit covered just in their native clients at this point. I feel like private servers are all about altering the timeline and altering the vision of where a game ended up. If I make a classic P server, that's not going to be doing the same Ragnaros fight. I'm gonna probably give the motherfucker legs and have him run around and have some actual mechanics instead of just stand there. Probably one of their best moves was adding the classic server. Yeah, classic server was such a nice bit of the community that was just waiting to be capitalized on. Is it true Riot's buying Ashes? It is true that Riot made an offer for Ashes, but discussions fell through like mid 2023, it looks like. So it seems like they were in discussions for a little over half a year. Hello, noob. How are you, my friend? It's true Ash is buying Riot. We'll see how much the winner of this lawsuit gets in terms of a payout. And then we'll talk. I mean, realistically, why buy Riot when we could just buy Tencent instead? Because, like, you get way more value buying Tencent than you would Riot because Tencent has way more. Hello, Grenade. How are you, my friend? Can private servers now sue Blizzard for stealing their idea? I don't think so. Because technically it's still, like, Blizzard's property. Like, if I take the Lord of the Rings trilogy and then I put a mustache on everybody in frame, I can't be like, hey, this is my movie, Lord of the Mustache. It's still just Lord of the Rings, but with mustaches. So technically, I feel like legally you're looking at it's still WoW's IP, just kind of with a mustache. 7-day streak, Bo. Awful. More drama or some Scars of Honor deep dive stuff? A little drama today, but we'll be able to transition to deep dive for probably the second half of stream. I really want to get into the gathering system and see what's going on there and talk a little bit about Scars a little later in the night. Because we have 4 shorter filings today. I think 4 shorter filings. No, 3 filings and then 1 exhibit. So we'll be going through these bad boys, but I definitely don't see us getting caught up the entire day. Scared for Scars about the gathering minigame? Yeah, I haven't really watched a full breakdown on it yet. I've heard about it from people, but this is also the advantage of us being able to test right now, you know? Think it's gonna have the opposite effect with bots than intended? Yeah, no, I agree. I think expecting bots to not be able to detect a variable bar is kind of silly when we have bots that have such advanced logic nowadays. That gathering minigame will prevent bots because there's things like OpenCV and Python. Yeah, I don't know what that means, but I definitely don't think that it'll prevent bots. Just from like a stupid standpoint, I think it is very within the realm of botting nowadays to be able to detect an interact timer on a bar to perfectly time it. There is a reason why shit like Cronuses exist, and that's not even a full bot. Like a Zen Cronus is just something that you plug in and then you can use them in shooters. You use those bitches in 2K to time up your shots and always be green bean in 2K. You can use a Cronus for, unfortunately, or a Zen for a lot. And when you look into the advanced botting, oh my god, think it'll be easy to bot and tedious enough that players don't want to do it. I have a feeling there's going to be more bot sold wood on AH than player sold. I mean, that'll probably be the case regardless, in all fairness. I think bots regulate economies, and I almost have this mixed take on bots, because bots are obviously bad, but I grew up playing Diablo 2, and every ladder launch, we knew what prices were going to be. Ladder launches were like full wipes and resets, basically. We knew what prices of goods would be in their regulated state because bots were so active that, you know, you knew a Shaco was a pull and a P Shaco could maybe get you an ist. You knew the going rate of all of the runes eventually and which runes, which were the currency, translated to which items. So what we would do early is we'd farm up a ton and we would just trade everything away at very high prices early on. And then we would wait for things to come down and regulate because we knew what the bots were going to have, you know, in terms of the supply for the server, a lot. And we knew that things were eventually going to come down to their floor. So the bad part about bots is bots. Very simply put, fucking dirty clankers. The good news about bots on the other side of the coin is that your economy is a lot more resilient in-game to player manipulation and inflation in terms of goods, because yes, bots are still going to go in there, they're going to account for inflation, but they're going to put such a sustained supply into the economy all the time, depending on the friction and availability that there is to actually kill the bots. Now, one thing that's interesting is the faction standpoint of Scars of Honor. If it is truly faction on-site PvP everywhere, then what if I am Sacred Order and I see a domination bot and we know where all the domination bots farm and we go over and we just kill the bots because it's PvP? Depends on how many safe places they have in the world and how many areas that people can farm without getting conned. But then again, if people are in a spot where they can farm without getting conned, then you know where to look for most of the bots. And then you have a place to patrol it. So, kind of interested. Tashi, what up, my friend? I'm out of the loop, but I see there's some updates on AOC. Can I get a TLDR? In court, Steven alleges Board Big Bad. Board alleges Steven Big Dumb. So, basically, right now, they're in a battle to see who can safeguard or control the IP. And then there will be a subsequent battle to see who is owed what money. And then there will be a subsequent battle to see who should be the majority shareholders of Intrepid Studios and if the equity was wrongfully acquired. And then there will likely be another battle for damages and compensation for employees and, you know, allocating the debt post shuffling of investors. So we are still many battles away from this being done one way or the other. And I think it's likely going to be a multi-year process instead of a multi-month process. Keep in mind, we are about 2 months in at this point. And we are just now starting to hit the discovery phase where everything's ramping up and getting kind of beefy. So, in terms of the peak, I think we're still far from the crescendo. I think we're still far from the big boom of what can actually be brought up in this case. Yo, D-Son. I don't know how to say that, but thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate you. So, I don't know, but I think we are still very, 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 very far from any resolution. I think we are far from the peak of the drama as well. I think there are going to be some absolutely heinous exhibits that come out in the future comparatively to what we've seen. But so far, it has not looked like a very good situation on either side. It seems like no matter where you look, there are things that could have been done better, things that could have been handled better. And it seems like there was just a very large disconnect in the goals of people that were at the top of this. From, you know, some wanting to make an MMO happen however possible to some wanting to only care about their clams when not even really having an idea of what they were investing in and not having any research allegedly into what they were investing in and just kind of investing. Now, is it also on the person who sought out people who didn't know about the shit? Yeah, I think there's a lot of fault on both sides. But I think realistically, it's important to reserve judgment of who is evil, who is terrible, until the end of this case. I think it's perfectly fair to say everybody at this point in time could have done many things differently, but I also implore people to reserve the, I guess, the very scandalous, not scandalous, but like the very, how do I say it properly? Very accusatory takes, maybe, would be the way to put it. Like, so many people are coming in and they're like, this side needs to be arrested, this side needs to be arrested. And it's not even just one side at this point. People are coming over the course of the day, and some people are like, Steven needs to be put behind bars, and some people come in and they're like, the board needs to be arrested, they're inhuman. And it's interesting. As someone that's just trying to cover it and stay intrigued in the case, no one was murdered yet, and I hope they aren't. But at this point in time, no murders, no actual, like, felonial assault or anything being clocked yet. We'll see what happens in the future, but hoping it all stays relatively chill, all things considered. Thank you, Mr. Yapper, for helping me stay informed. Much appreciated. Yeah, of course, Doc. Of course, that's what I'm here for, brother. So we got some updates today, some new testimonials that came out. Effectively on the 14th, Steven dropped a massive filing that included a ton of declarations on record from people involved in Intrepid, early creditors and investors, former employees, personal exhibits submitted by him, over 40 exhibits submitted by him and his side. It was just a crazy filing. So something tells me this was worked on for a while, and we are likely going to see another filing as it goes. And I was here for the scars. I know, I'm sorry to disappoint. Let's say the 180 day. What happened 180 days ago? 181. Half a year ago. Where was I? Vegas? Might have been Vegas. If someone gets murdered, you are no longer allowed to speak in a foreshadowing way. That's fair. That's extremely fair. I will agree. If somebody gets murdered, I am no longer allowed to speak in any sort of a future-looking way because apparently I have the death note. This whole thing has been nuts. This whole thing seems made up to cover. Like, I feel like I'm reading lore about this, I don't know, this just crazy hypothetical situation where the drama is as high as it could be. It's legitimately the largest names. It's like this small, independent, long shot of a project was secretly being looked at by Riot, was involved with Valve, and Valve got brought into this because of the alleged diversion of funds, and Gaben himself has potentially been referenced in some of these declarations. Like, this is a massive drama. This is effectively if somebody started building a rocket in their backyard, investors came in and stole their rocket technology, but that rocket builder from their backyard was working with NASA and SpaceX and shit on their rocket. And nobody knew until all of these filings came out. And then out there's one crazy neighbor that's looking at that guy with the rocket, and we're like, what do you want to bet that guy's working with NASA and SpaceX and shit? That's me, apparently. It's fucking crazy. The element of, I was in stream and chat when you went live, but it didn't refresh. Oh no, so chat was thumbing. That's okay. You didn't miss much. We just been doing our daily little warm up, our layup lines, so to say, for the apps. Other than that, what have the cats been up to lately? Floating, to say the least. After Ashes, I found myself checking out WoW TBC because TBC Anniversary had rolled around. Found myself having a little bit of fun with that temporarily, and then it hit a wall where it was the raid prog and stuff like that. And raid prog was just so simple over there because it'd been so heavily nerfed. It wasn't the most enjoyable thing, right? So I burned out on TBC. Just didn't see myself playing it for a very long time. Tried to go over to retail, and retail held me longer than TBC did, but I also hit a big mental wall with retail recently, where it's been like, I don't know, just the repetitive nature of it has been really getting to me. And I know there's not much that's ever going to change that up with WoW, where like my day-to-day is always going to be just the same exact thing, especially if I'm trying to mythic raid. It's get as much gear as I can, do the set rotation to try to get my gear, and then run keys, and then wait for raid prog. And that's always what it's going to be. So I just don't know, man. WoW hasn't hit for me. It hasn't. I tried to give it a lot of time to see where we'd end up with it. But I'm just not... I'm not vibing with WoW as much as I thought I would be. So in terms of the longevity there, it's probably a little bit shorter than anticipated. Which is fine, because we have some other prospects coming out with scars and all that shit. So, no walking into the world, you see a guy and go, oh, no, fuck that guy. Exactly, there's no reputation. There's no anything, right, that goes along with your interaction with WoW. Getting ganked on a mule was the largest rush I've had in a year or two. Yeah, shit's nice. As much as people complained about it, at that point in time, it brought life to the world, man. The Halcyon Pass, when people blockaded it with caravans and were charging, like, bypass fees. Like, the emergent gameplay in that shit was so good. It was so good. And they truly gave us the systems to cook our own adventure within that world. You had people that were known as PvEers, PvPers, nice PvPers, mean PvPers, mean PvEers. So sometimes when the mean PvEers were acting up and trying to hold down Halcyon Pass, the PvPers would come through and then just blast the people over there. The San Albion's Creator event started today. If I wanted to play a MOBA, I'd just play a MOBA. It's because you played retail, TBC's where it's at. Unfortunately, it's not. I played TBC before I played retail. And TBC was even worse, unfortunately. Like, TBC still has all of the same problems that retail has, with fewer systems and a slower combat system. And then on top of that, TBC also is post-nerf, completely solved, never any unsolved content coming out. Everything's gonna have a guide. Everything's gonna be completely solved. I really enjoy that, you know? Is the game Scars on Steam? Yeah, Scars of Honor is the full name of it. We need sandbox, not ARPG or theme park, just sandbox MMO. Yeah, I agree. A sandbox MMO is really unique at this point in time in today's like day and age in gaming. I just don't necessarily see many small developers going into a sandbox community-driven MMO because it's not a very investable thing right now for a lot of people. Okay, hold on. I downed 2 liquid IVs before stream, and I have to piss. Give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. Alright, Papa's back. Holy. Oh my god, Corsev. Thank you for the 2 gifties, brother. I appreciate you. Much love. Holy, I appreciate you. I was just playing PoE 2, last epic, and other ARPGs until the new MMO comes out. That catches my eye. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The ARPG side doesn't really interest me that much. Go and get in the house up and goes, well, I appreciate you, dog. We'll hear more this week. So on Monday we have another meeting with the bank. Hopefully we get some updates then. We gotta feel out some things, wait for underwriting. So it's all the big scare at that point in time, but all we can do is keep moving forward and prepping. Now, the good news, we don't need to buy anything for the house because we have everything here, like at the apartment. I've fully furnished this. And so we'll have to, like, you know, shape up some stuff, but it's not like we have to fully furnish anything. So instead of freaking out and going around and buying stuff, we're going to move in with everything we have and then see what we need to switch out and go from there slowly, you know, sell off some stuff, get some stuff secondhand or Facebook Marketplace, whatever it may be. But right now, my biggest motivation has been like, all right, I got to start cleaning shit. I've been a little lazy, especially with the post-Ashes depression. So originally, I thought that this was kind of like a curse, that it happened when, you know, the Ashes happened when I was in the house hunting process. But realistically, I think the house hunting process, albeit stressful, has given me something to keep my mind open along the way. Build a sauna, you won't regret it. I have a steam room currently downstairs in the apartment. It's a lot less cool than it sounds. I promise. It's not that crazy. And like a steam room's really cool. I would consider a little steam room, but I also don't really know where I'd put it. I could do a little mini outdoor sauna type shit, but then I would worry about people breaking into my fucking sauna and using it. I'd be really not excited about the prospect of that. But like I was at Sam's Club recently. I know, crazy. And I saw these like cylindrical barrel type saunas that are like a barrel type shit, and you go in like the top of the barrel and then there's a backside barrel. And that was like $3K. And realistically, what we were thinking about doing is putting up a big privacy fence, and you know, just have a nice size fence there, and then just have a nice chill little sauna. Build an outdoor sauna really cheap. Just use wood to heat it up. Yeah, that's fair. Now, would you have to worry about like smoke and terrible quality air if you're using wood to heat it up? Because theoretically, I could also just hotbox the shit out of a small room and turn the heat on, and then I'd be fine. I don't play Hypixel Mega Walls like 10 years ago. It should have been in my head forever. That game's awesome. Nope. I can't say I did, brother. Can't say I did. Tried Quinfall, all of WoW, and now back to ESO. Yeah, RIP Quinfall, huh? It ain't dead yet. It ain't dead yet, but it ain't looking great. Jeez. Jeez. Like, it's definitely not looking the greatest. I keep checking on it just out of, like, general curiosity for it and hope that something does well, but Ashes server's still up? Nope. Nope, they're gone. They're gone. We could go play New World for a couple of months. I think New World just dropped the patch that made it really easy for people to gear and basically, like, jailbroke the entire game and unlocked a bunch of shit. So, I mean, we could go hit New World for some reps, get some wars in over there type shit. You know the retail? Not like done, but I have definitely hit a rather large wall with retail, you know? I hit the point where I had great gear. I was in the pushing Mythic Plus dungeons and doing Mythic Raid prog. And I was like, okay, this is kind of boring. Kind of boring. Classic over retail. Classic lost me even faster, though, because the combat in Classic is so bad. Like, the Classic combat is truly just sleeper. Catch play Albion group PvP is so good. Every time I look at Albion, I don't really get too hyped up about it. I don't know how the top-down-y combat would translate for a lot of people. It's very MOBA-y in the combat. And I'm not necessarily sure how much it would translate to myself, as I used to play a lot of MOBAs and left for a reason, right? But also a lot of people in the comm. Jefferson, thank you for the hydrate, my boy. Cancel my WoW subs already. Yeah, I mean, there are definitely going to be people that continue playing WoW, and one direction that we're starting to take stuff with the community is almost like a multi-game community and have the community itself just be a social hub type shit. And we've started to change around the community Discord, and games that we go into as our main game, we may honestly even end up making like a separate Discord server for it if it becomes that large of a standalone. But right now, where there's not really that one main game that's drawing everyone in the community over there, where it's like, hey, we're focusing on this, it's kind of hard. Because if I'm being completely real, like, I don't see myself continuing to play WoW forever. Just straight up. The second something more fun came along, I would likely hit the dip set. Just, WoW hasn't been the largest connect for me. It's been fun in certain aspects, but most of the time it feels very empty and repetitive, and I don't really feel connected. Wasn't able to game during New World, tied up for a few years with no time to use a PC. Was it good? Were you in jail? What'd you do? Nah. Somebody came into chat like last week. It was when I was covering Ash's stuff, so it was pretty recent. And they were like, Dusty, I just got out of jail. What the fuck happened to Ash's? Oh, fuck. I was like, wait, brother, is this cap? And he's like, nope. What happened? So that was unfortunate. So the story with New World is that New World was like LeBron James, Victor Wembanyama, Cooper Flag levels of hype in the basketball world, right? And if you don't follow basketball, it was essentially incredibly hyped up. It was this action combat system. It was player world building. It was these towns that you could battle over, and you could grow the towns as a result of your actions, and you would fight for your faction. There's a 3-faction system, basically. So wars were all like, yes, my company, my guild, but also my faction. We wanted our faction to do well. And early on, New World had a lot of promise, primarily because of the action combat system, and it broke into a younger community very heavily compared to other MMOs of recent time. And I think that was partially because of the stylization of the graphics. It wasn't overly fantasy, and partly because of the combat system. The combat system was exquisite. So effectively, the problem with New World was that it didn't have questing in a state that was viable. It didn't have leveling in a state that it was viable. Dungeons were incredibly inaccessible because they had you make these incredibly expensive tuning orbs to get into dungeons, and you could only make a certain amount, and they effectively gated the shit out of dungeons. The PvP was rough at the time. There were a lot of bugs. Let's see, what else was it? Oh, the gearing was absolutely atrocious early on because of the watermarking system. As Roxy said, it was laggy and buggy as well. Honestly, even through its existence. New World effectively launched, in my opinion, 2 years too early. And if New World had been able to just continue dev for 2 years and then launch in like the Rise of the Angry Earth state with questing and with an MSQ and with everything there, oh, it would have been great. Would have been great. World PvP quests were optimized to ignore PvP. Yeah, I mean, everyone kind of came to an agreement for the PvP quest to ignore PvP and just get those shits done. The implications of them losing so much population early on also made them heavily change their systems. So the early influence push to actually be able to declare a war it was like an any time of the day these quests were available and you could push them and you could gain influence, and then if you got enough influence, your faction would be able to declare war. And it was meant to be like a multiple hundred quest thing to be able to declare war. As the population died down, fewer people were willing to run these PvP missions, and as a result, PvP guilds would pay people like in-game gold to just run hundreds upon hundreds of missions to be able to get a war declaration for the guild. And AGS saw that and they were just like, hey, we're just gonna make it so it's a set event, right? So you have a set time that starts the influence race, and then during the influence race you push the missions, and during that time, you know, you get to declare a war at the end of the race. They took it from the dynamic 24-hour-a-day push to a set 1-hour push time, and immediately everybody stopped defending their pushes, because it was no longer a state of you can defend so well that nobody can declare. It was at the end of every influence race, somebody gets to declare war on your territory. So people just stopped defending it. And the open world friction of that died, where then influence races, since they weren't fought over, became an autopilot where everybody would just group up in a Zerg flagged up for PvP, and then they just run the PvP missions over and over and over and over and over again, and there was never anything that came of it. There was never anything exciting. There was never any open world PvP, never any combat, never any anything. It was just over and over and over and over and over again, autopilot running loops as a big ball. So, New World cooked a lot of their friction, really. But I think a lot of the reason New World had to do that was their population died down extremely quickly. Why'd their population die down? New World pivoted extremely heavily during its launch. Well, right before its launch. It was originally going to be like an open world survival-y game, where it was going to be more of like a survival-y, control your plot area and expand off of that type shit. And it just pivoted so heavily to the full MMO. And the MMO systems were not fleshed out. The MMO progression was not fleshed out. Nothing was fleshed out because it didn't have enough time. You played BDO. BDO has open world PvP similar to AOC, way less punishing. Yeah, I mean, BDO combat never really held me much. Really. Like, it didn't, unfortunately. The world started heavy, leaked people during the 1-year dry period when they focused on console release. I mean, the console release was very far throughout New World's lifespan. Like, the console release was a couple years in, realistically. Hold on. I'll pull up their Steam charts. They're up players this month. But realistically, when New World launched, like, there was nothing console in mind. This launched as one of the most played games on Steam of all time in terms of peak concurrent users. You had almost 1 million concurrent players on this bitch. And they had server capacity at the time of launch of what, like 1,500? This shit had people in queues for days because their server capacity wasn't high enough. Now, big problem with that is that they had to make so many servers that eventually, since the game didn't retain anybody, they had to merge their servers like absolute mad. So you had these massive waves of servers created, servers merged, servers deleted, and nobody could really grow attached to their server early on. Right off rip, you lose 62% of your player base, month 1, followed by 46, followed by 21, followed by a remaining 50, and then another 35. You get a 3% jump, and then it's just hemorrhaging. From nearly 1 million concurrent to a peak of 26k concurrent. In less than a year. Dude, it was so unfortunate to live through. The death of New World happened very quickly. And if I'm being honest, if this was any modern game right now, this probably would have been killed off right here. I don't even think they would have let it get to a content update. I don't think Brimstone Sands ever would have dropped if this was in 2026. If it dropped and had this large of a player base fall off, I think they'd take it out back and shoot it and cut their losses. You need to check out Legend of California. Seems kind of interesting. It seems very rusty to me. And I've never been huge on the rusty type beat and kind of like not the most MMO-y sided thing, but student world unplayable first, bug quests, bot fishing messing up market, dupes, etc. Game was not truly growable until the last patch. Yeah, exactly. It very much needed, I think, 2 more years to develop. And the curse of New World was that with every one of their patches, they couldn't follow through on the patches because, in my opinion, what I saw when I was there, especially early, wasn't major update, minor update, minor update, major update. It was major update, radio silence, major update, radio silence, major update, radio silence for a year cadence. So you'll notice every year around August, September, October, November, that was when New World got an update. Only problem is not all of the updates hit. So you have 4 consecutive months of growth here. And then again, fall off. And then you have an update that hits in October 2023, large growth, and then fall off. And then you have an update that hits October 2024, and then large fall off. And then you have an update that hits October 2025, and then the death of the game. They could never put together more than 4 months of consecutive growth over the 3 years that the game existed. Actually, more than 3 years, fucking almost 4 years plus. Jesus Christ, it was so old. 4 years plus, Jesus. So they had so much time to attempt to put it together, but they just couldn't manage the content cadence. They couldn't get it out. They couldn't get the technical debt caught up while also bringing in new people. No, it's 100% a game that the players wanted to work more than the company did. Yeah, I agree. I think that there were very much developers that wanted to make New World work, but a lot of developers that worked for Amazon Games on New World in particular, after leaving, cited that they felt creatively handcuffed and that they couldn't actually perform their role because Amazon Games had so much. No one's keeping 1 million concurrent on an MMO. No one's keeping 1 million concurrent, but it's also not normal to have 900,000 concurrent and then immediately go down to 34K concurrent within 6 months. That is not normal for any game whatsoever. That is generational fall off and will absolutely be studied. This shit was bad. The original team had no MMO experience and hardly any experience overall. Yeah, it was supposed to be a survival open world game. They pivoted them so late into development that through public testing phases, it was a survival open world. And then it pivoted into full MMO, and they were just like, hey, can you guys figure this shit out real quick? Because we're trying to launch the game. Well, at the same time, create an all-new engine using an engine that wasn't the best in the first place. Now, their modifications to O3D did already exist through prior games, and they had launched things before New World on that engine, but they weren't good projects. They did not do well. That engine was effectively cursed. It was like giving a painter fucking rough tree bark instead of a canvas. They might be able to work with it a little bit, but it's definitely not going to provide the consistency of a very good canvas. The exploits are wild? Oh, yeah. You mean exploits, emergent gameplay, emergent behavior, everything was a little bit cooked with New World, and their response time to it was nowhere near fast enough. And on top of that, they also didn't necessarily plug the holes in a meaningful way. They would let these things exist, fix one thing, and break 2 other things. So the accumulation of technical debt for New World over the years was so steep. They just, every update, more shit was broken than they fixed. And when you're working at that deficit, right, and you're creating more problems than you're solving, that's going to lead to a very slippery slope where you're not able to actually grow the game. I've always talked about how, as a consumer, I see two different forms of content. There is preventative content and there is progressive content. Preventative content is when you are spending time making sure that shit's not broken, right? You're going back and fixing things. You're putting in bug fixes, you're patching, you're hot fixing, whatever it may be. Progressive content is when you're adding new systems into the game itself and you're growing the depth of the game. That is what you want to see your game in. And with New World, you never saw it shift from preventative to progressive in any way, shape, and form until later in its life. And even when it tried to go progressive, there was still so much that needed to be fixed on the preventative side of things. It was undoable. There's someone purchased New World today and re-release game in the current state when they announced close, the game would blow up so fast, even if they did a sub. I wouldn't say that it would blow up so fast because, again, you have the cursed IP. And with New World, it's not like the game was on a 200,000 concurrent player rebound. Statistically, this was actually one of the worst updates player base improvement wise that they had. I don't mean to like squash the dreams of the New World community, right? But Brimstone Sands, when the update hit, brought in 95% new players. And then in October 2023, you had 166.6% new players. And then in October, you had 374% 2024. And then October of 2025, you had 134.88%. So realistically, this was from peak players achieved and from percentage gain, not their most successful update, which is probably why they axed it. Amazon Games probably gave them a measure of, you have a couple of weeks post-expansion launch to hit this amount of players. If you don't hit 100K peak and 50K average, you're cooked, is what I would guess. Now, again, that's just my guess, but this statistically just wasn't necessarily their hottest update. I know a lot of people were like, oh, is Nighthaven actually good? But once the damage is done, the damage is done. You have to convince so many people that the ship is righted, that you're back on course, and that there are no holes in the boat before they will get back on the boat after they've left the boat. If they left for a reason, then it's going to take a lot more for them to come back. So in terms of this, like, yeah, it was a good step. They had Shroud. They didn't. I don't know if Shroud went back. They had Summit. I know that. They had like Sequisha. They had a lot of very large content creators that were going back over. They had so many people that were checking it out. It's really good for New World standards. Yeah, and I mean, it was enough for people to go, oh, wait, is New World actually doing it? And they checked it out, right? But even then, it was still going to take likely 3 months, in my opinion, for New World to actually convince people that it was worth playing. And again, New World was cursed by not being able to string together more than 4 months of consecutive player growth. Most people I know left because of AGS. If Blizzard Ride, etc. purchase it, then people would be more confident to play again. I mean, yeah, that's a little bit of a cheat code, so to say, though. Like, if Blizzard or Riot purchased my stream, then people would be more likely to watch it. That's just the Blizzard effect. Blizzard or Riot could buy a pile of poop and people would be like, oh, is shit the play now? Like, oh shit, I kicked my desk. God damn. They can move mountains, man. That's a different level of IP recognition, right? When you have that level of development clout and motion, you can put anything out there. Also, Janji, good day, brother. Hope you're having an absolutely beautiful one. That's part of why I look at the Riot MMO, and I'm thinking to myself, why would they want to compete with WoW and Blizzard instead of trying to say, I am Riot, I can bring people wherever I want to, and then building in a different, building in a different subgenre of MMOs. I feel like that's just another big thing. What about the Blizzard has name on some of the largest failures as well? Yes, but their successes will always outweigh their failures in a lot of people's minds, especially in the MMO scene. Blizzard is a very, 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 very simped after development studio. And you also have the Blizzard Activision Microsoft collaboration of a company now. So there's unlimited funding. And yes, they have some failures, but they also have some of the most well-loved titles of all time and one of the best reputations of all time in multiple genres. They've got StarCraft, they've got Warcraft, they've got WoW, they've got fucking Diablo, they've got Overwatch, which Overwatch has its own controversies and shit, right? They've got Hearthstone, just kidding. But they've got so many Leviathans in so many different genres. Riot also has failures, but people still love Riot as well because of that overall reputation of their successes. It's like, yeah, LeBron James had some bad games over the course of his career, but because he has had so many high points and so many absolutely masterful games, most people choose to remember the masterful performances, right? Those massive games. So, thoughts on no DPS meter for Scars? I'd prefer none because it'll become a meter game instead of a sandbox. Yeah, I mean, I personally would prefer no DPS meter. I do think that when you bring in a DPS meter, it very much becomes about which class does the most individual damage, and people oftentimes stop evaluating group performance. And one thing that has, again, I think killed WoW's mentality is that players no longer have to test anything for themselves. It's all sim, it's all meters, it's all tiered out. Always will be a DPS meter. Plenty of games that don't have a meter. But I think it's very likely that there will be meters. My personal preference would be avoiding the meters, but I do agree that a lot of games have meters in them. Now, I will say damage meters also are much less useful in PvP and much more of a PvE thing, in my opinion. Yes, like, burst is something that's very important, and keeping track of how much you can burst, but it's also a lot more than that in PvP. There are so many small situationals in PvP that matter. So as somebody that would like to find, you know, the PvP side of Scars very fun, I don't really think that meters apply in PvP nearly as heavily as in PvE. Now, PvE is a different story, and I also kind of care a little bit less there, but I just think once meters come in, silly players will also only look at meter damage and, again, won't look at any other complement that classes bring to groups. So in a scenario like with WoW, where you have Aug Evokers are really liked in a lot of high-tier groups because they bring so much cumulative buffing and damage. But if you try to get into a low-tier group as an Aug Evoker, you're not going to be bringing enough. People don't see the value in it because the DPS you're playing with are fucking buns. Never enough understood following? Exactly, Munch. Exactly. You must be following. Balance all classes to be within 5% of each other. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really think that's possible because there are so many, again, variables. Some classes will be more melee-oriented, ranged-oriented, so you may have DPS differences and lapses based on the mechanics of the fight. Some may be AoE, some may be single target, some may be burst, some may be throughput. So it's like, do you want classes balanced within 5% of the damage output over 3 minutes? Or do you want everybody's cooldown burst to be within 5% of each other? Okay, well, outside of cooldowns, then where do we go there? There's so much. I'm a classless and balanced around weapons. I've had both, personally. I think, again, Ashes really took a peculiar route with it, with the class balancing and the weapon balancing on top of that. But there's also a matter of, I have to sneeze. Never mind, I'm a strong man. There's also the matter of when you're trying to balance around too many things, you bring in a lot of moving wheels, a lot of cogs to the, you know, to the total engine. And that can be hard to maintain balance of, especially if it's different teams and different changes come in. So something changes on the weapon side that wasn't coordinated to a class designer, and then the class designer goes to make a change, and out of nowhere you have anti-heal getting double nerfed, and then this class just gets absolutely throttled because, you know, class designer thought that anti-heal was too strong. Weapon designer was told the anti-heal is too strong. Anti-heal gets a double nerf, and then class gets dumpstered, and then healing balance is crazy. It's a very fickle approach. And the more moving pieces you have, the harder it is to maintain every piece of balance. Totally agree there. But I think class design versus weapon-based design, it's effectively the same thing. With weapons, you still end up having your classes, and people still end up maining the same thing. Does it give you the freedom to switch? Yeah, but also, does a class having multi-spec give you freedom to switch your roles effectively? Yeah. If you're playing something that's, you know, say a paladin that has more of a trinity structure with a tank, a healer, or DPS, then that is going to give you the freedom to effectively play different roles and switch as you would with weapons along the way, just a little bit more restrictive than the, you know, pick any weapon type shit. So, with the customizations for the game, probably not gonna be rock, paper, scissors for classes, more rock, paper, scissors, lizard, Spock with how you do your skill tree. Yeah, there'll be so many situationals. Again, that's what I like about PvP, is it's so many situationals. If I am, say I'm a frontline, right? And I'm fighting a Zerg versus Zerg against another big ball that is primarily ranged. I may need a little bit more safety so I can actually get in. I can then operate and I can pursue people. If it's melee versus melee, I may want to just have get it and go crazy, so I spec into more damage and a little bit more just glass cannony, because I don't have to worry about chasing the ranged. Something small like that can bring in a whole lot of change. If I am in smaller scale and I don't have a huge healer in my group, so I want to bring in a little bit more self-healing to play my life, there's a lot of potential. A lot of potential. Then in duels, it's always a matter of what abilities are best against which class. If I need a ranged stun, or if I need another movement ability, or if I need to improve that movement ability or that ranged stun. It's all variables. That's also why I don't really like the rigidity of WoW. And not even that WoW has 0 variable situations, but the rigidity of WoW, in my opinion, is presented by the availability of guides, where somebody will just look up a guide because somebody says, go to this website, look up a guide, and shut the fuck up, instead of actually discussing abilities and shit nowadays. And then bad players will go and look up a guide of a good player and play the build without knowing how to actually handle the build. And then they do 40% of that good player's output, and they're like, why am I still fucking up? And then they're a detriment more so than they would be if they just took 3 days to learn their actual build themselves. And then you have people that don't understand situationality, they don't understand how their build works, they don't understand any part of it, so they can't even change it to alter anything. It's really sad to see, honestly. Wondering what class is going to be more pet, Necromancer or the Druid? I would say Necromancer, personally. In my experience, Necromancer has always been more of like an undead army, and a Druid has always been like a few zoo type shit. But I mean, who knows? It could be either one, depending on how the build goes. They could also have, one thing that Scars has mentioned, is that they have pieces of equipment that also can enable other builds. So if I'm playing just hypothetically, say a Necromancer's built around summoning skeletons, and I find a Necro weapon that says your summoned skeletons now have half the, you know, maximum amount, but you summon a skeleton that's much stronger and has a charge ability that they use to the target that stuns them upon arrival. So then you can have, instead of 10 skeletons, you have 5 skeletons that are stronger and have the charge. So then you can use that charge ability 5 times to chain stun stuff, or stun 5 different targets. Something like that seems really up the wheelhouse of possibility for Scars based on how they've discussed their balancing so far. And it's almost like, I don't know, you know, in ARPGs, kind of, how there's the build enablers, so to say. That's what seems really interesting to me. I didn't know that. Yeah, so I'm hoping that a lot of that shit is going to come from extremely difficult content and be competed over for those big pinnacle items. So say it's like, in Ash's terms, right? Tumok Wand. With Tumok Wand, instead of just having it be like Tumok Wand and Wand of Briarhome, have a special on there where it's like, you know, you put this on a cleric. And on a cleric, when you cast Divine Flare, the second you cast Divine Flare, any enemies that are within your flare are then rooted for X amount of seconds and take nature damage. Something like that could be a build definer where then you're playing your Divine Flare completely differently than somebody doesn't have that wand. And it's also something, like, that's something small that I always talked about wanting with Ash's World Boss stuff, like with Firebrand gear. Make it so some of the pieces modify abilities and bring more of a fire element. So like the shield for a tank. Your charge now leaves a fiery trail behind you, and any enemies that you collide with are stunned for half a second and take fire damage. Such low-hanging fruit. Such low-hanging fruit. Ugh. Bullets tried Windrose, by the way. The pirate survival. Heard the rumor that Dusty's starting a pirate crew. I don't like the water very much. Even visual changes would be cool. Realistically, anything. But yeah, it doesn't even have to be like a super OP functionality. Just something small within the functionality, right? Your summoned minions now move 20% faster. For a summoner build, that's going to be nice. You get boots that are like skeleton boots. And the skeleton boots allow all of your summoned skeletons as a necromancer to move X% faster. Or share a percentage of your movement modifiers. So if you pop a movement ability that makes you faster for X amount of time and gives you phasing, then your summons would also move X% faster and get phasing. Something like that could be such a cool modifier when you talk about items. And it all just depends on what they have within the kit, what they have within the ability kits, the talent kits, whatever we want to call it, and then how deep they want to go with the power augmentations. They could also have lower tier items that are, you know, barely impactful, where it's a weapon that's like, your summons deal X% additional damage on hit is this type of damage. Or the big pinnacle item from a world boss is like, your summons now have a chance to, I don't know, replicate their damage in an AoE around the target and leave a damage over time on the target. So now you're stacking dots and you have an AoE cleave because of it. They could have so many different realms of it, man. That's why I like ARPGs. They have all that. I think it'd be intriguing to take that specificity of gearing in ARPGs and combine it with MMOs. Because then the build isn't just like, these are the skills that I like running the most because they're the strongest. It's like, these are the skills with the augments complemented by these items that I also like running because of this reason. If you're a healing class and you have the ability for your heals to heal more, or you have the ability for your heals to potentially damage people around the target that you're healing, that can functionally change how you gear. Maybe you want to go a pseudo support where you're buffing instead of healing a lot, so you throw out buffs and then any of your heals take a percentage of that and just do damage instead. Who the fuck knows, man? Who the fuck knows? But there's so much depth to it. Now, downside is when you add in specificity like that, unless the item dynamically changes depending on which class has it, or grants a completely new ability, then you almost have this restrictive gearing where it's like, this wand is a necro wand, this sword is a paladin sword, right? And that can be a little hard with the dynamicism of your gearing, but it can also bring in so much customization to the end build product. You know, also Outdoors Color, what up, my boys? More updates? Yes, more updates! More updates! We have more filings to go over on this fine day. And it will surely be a treat. Surely be a treat. I believe we've got 3 new filings and then an exhibit. So, really hope they don't make the scars themselves too generic. That's the selling idea to me. My build can be unique from someone with the exact same talent tree setup. Possibly unique on the server and game. They have a cool opportunity to make our characters feel really special. My counter to that is if they make the scars too impactful, that people will brick their characters and be at a disadvantage because they didn't hit on RNG. And part of the separation of skill would then be the scars and the RNG associated with the scars. That's my worry with the scars. Because people would... They said you can reroll scars though. Right, but if the rerolls are currency based like they showed in the preview, and you don't have the currency to reroll those infinitely, then you're still at the will and testament of the RNG. Personally, what I would kind of like to see is instead of the scars, you have a chance to get a currency. And I know I need to shut the fuck up until I play it, but what I've thought, you do the event again for a new rig, I think, to get a new star, new RNG to get a new scar. I saw in their mock-up that they had a reroll for currency option as well. But one thing that I think I would really love to see, just, you know, as a potential, I've thought about it a little bit, so it might still have flaws to it, of course, as anything I say does. But instead of just a complete RNG of the scars, you complete the events, and those events give you a currency where you have 3 different types of currencies: offensive, defensive, and utility coins. And then those coins or tokens can then be replaced, can be turned in to claim a scar from that category. But then you have your different tiers of scars. You have your 1, 3, and your 5 coin scars. So the 5 coin scars are more impactful, unique scars. The 1 coin scars are more complementary stat boosts and stuff like that. So if you don't really need or feel you need any of the super high impact expensive ones that are going to be more recognizable, more high power, then you can go a bunch of small complementary scars. If you feel like you want to have fewer, more high impact ones and you don't worry about the complementaries, then you invest the high amount of currency into those big scars. I feel like if the RNG is too much, that could be a cool alternative to give players a little bit more control over the system while also presenting the wide bounty of scars out there, which would be kind of cool. Real news of the day: unsupervised robotaxi with no drivers launched in Houston and Dallas today, essentially doubling robotaxi service area. I feel like they should just slap those bitches up in Maine right now, realistically. We got a lot of room for them to work up here too. Not a lot of traffic, some deer and shit to train them. So we'd be good there. But yeah, Scars has a lot that we must keep in mind. Just feel the Scars are going to be hard to be able to get balanced. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Definitely gonna be different. I was hoping they'd base Scars off your character, like the RNG of what options you get, or if you sold to the boss or did an event that was really hard. And it was applied to your class, but it's probably too much to ask. Yeah, especially where they're planning on making everything require more than one person. Like, I think more achievements and cosmetics could be cool for that, but is Riot taking over on Ashes? No. No, Riot backed out of these negotiations long ago. This was in 2022. So Riot backed out of these bad boys long ago. Steven alleges that Riot backed out because during the negotiations... Yo, DG, thank you for the 50-day. I appreciate you, dog. During the negotiations, Steven alleges that Riot, was in, and then the majority shareholder, Rob Dawson, effectively coerced Steven into not taking the Riot deal by countering with a very ludicrous offer, which then Riot basically saw and was just like, deuces. So that is Steven's allegation on it. The board will surely counter with something when they submit their filing, but can Riot please take over and finish the game? I don't think they'd want to at this point, realistically. I don't know how much interest Riot would have, considering they've been making their own MMO for a little bit. Now, we have no idea of knowing where Riot's MMO actually is in terms of development. Only SFan knows, but I would have to guess the Riot MMO probably has a solid baseline. But there is always a chance that maybe, just maybe, Ashes is more progressed of a baseline and a better canvas to paint on than the Riot MMO. But I'm not quite sure. Not quite sure. Doubt their MMO is behind enough that they'd benefit taking on Intrepid Debt just for the bones. They wouldn't have to take on Intrepid Debt at this point, though. So, like, they would just buy the IP. They wouldn't take on Intrepid. They would probably buy Ashes at this point in time. Knowing the financials and knowing how down bad Intrepid is, they would likely ask Intrepid to release all of the IP for very cheap. They canceled their planned MMO. Riot? No, that's not true at all. You haven't stayed up to date. Riot has had very many talented people working on the MMO for a decent amount of time. They went dark on it and restructured a lot of their teams, but they have full teams with leads already set up. So Fabrice is an executive producer leading the charge on the MMO. Orlando is another one that I really like to follow tweets from because Orlando is their senior engineering manager on the MMO. And then he's also a former WoW cutting edge raid lead and GM. Worked on WoW and Call of Duty. Like, Orlando is a fucking gamer. Orlando is a gamer. So they've been hiring for the League MMO for a while and working on this. So what game is that? That is the Riot MMO. So Riot has been working on an MMO in the League lore for some time, and they've gone dark on it before, restructured it. They also had another Valorant MMO at one point that was canceled, from what we have gathered. So the hard canceled one, I believe, was the one that was in the Valorant universe. And then the League-sided one went dark, went through restructuring, and then came back. So, if they bought Ashes, they wouldn't need to take on Intrepid's debt. The money made from the sale on Intrepid's sale would be used to pay off their debts, especially in the case of foreclosure and Article 9 sale. Yeah, Intrepid's debt is Intrepid's problem right now. So, if I'm having a lawn sale because my landlord needs rent from me and I haven't paid rent, and you buy stuff from my lawn sale, you're not taking on my debt for rent. You're just buying the stuff. That's what Riot would be doing at this point. So wouldn't TFE and Intrepid try to recoup that debt in the sale, though? I mean, anything from the sale would go to the debt, but they're probably not going to be able to sell a cursed IP that's not finished for enough to pay off that full debt. Like, any money in theory from sales would go towards the debt. But that's also part of what the court case is about right now, is alleging that through the Steam sales, they were supposed to be able to pay off part of one of their secured senior lender loans, which is like the highest priority lender. And there was a diversion of Steam funds to take them from Steam and not pay off the senior lender, but pay off a junior lender or give the money to them, and not even pay off the lender, but allegedly allocate the funds to the TFE Holdings bank account instead. So, you know, it's interesting. Depends if Steven wins and how much money he wants from Dawson. This will probably be sold before the court case is done, if I had to guess. If I had to wager a guess. In other words, if their creditors decided to foreclose on Intrepid, then their assets would be sold. People in charge of selling the assets would allocate the funds from that sale to the creditors. I mean, you could even sell something with shareholder approval even outside of the foreclosure. Realistically. Talking with Jose, hope the 17 people who are from Ashes in the Scars Discord can sort of influence more of the PvP open world consequential loops. Honestly, like, I agree to a certain extent, but I also kind of hope the opposite. Not the opposite where there's no consequential PvP open world loops, but I worry that if you let the community design the game, then your game's going to be dog shit because the community is not game designers. And none of us are paid to be game designers. I think realistically speaking, game devs need to have a very clear and concise friction idea. They need to have a very clear and concise gameplay idea before they start the game. And I feel like the game developers need to give us the path that they want to go down, and then we provide feedback on that path. I know that's kind of what we're saying, right? But I also, if they decide that they want their game to be, you know, instance for PvE reward scaling, and then you PvP out in the open world to build the world, and we're like, I want more gear in PvE, and then it completely flips the script where nobody does instance PvE, and it kills out the instancing, and a portion of their design game dies because of that, then I think that's bad. I think, personally, I want to see holistic loops, and I selfishly would like to see friction, but I also don't want to see a developer that just goes, hey guys, what do I do next? And if they drop a system and part of the community is like, well, I want this to be more like Ashes, they need to be able to say, well, I'm sorry, this isn't Ashes. This is Scars, this is whatever it may be. That's my biggest worry right now. And I also feel like a lot of community members immediately feel like influence isn't providing feedback and having feedback make it up the ladder. I feel like a lot of people think influence is the community saying something and the developers instantly going, yes, daddy, and then implementing it. But that's not influence. That's us creating a game, and that's not how it should be. So I hope we have say, and I hope we have influence, and the ability to give feedback as players. But I also hope that, you know, Venolin and the people at Beastburst are able to say, this is the vision of our game. Please help us achieve this vision, you know? See them out there like the dueling PvP, just hope the world has a purpose for that PvP. Yeah, and I mean, that all depends on the systems of the game itself, depends on where the reward scaling comes in, where the econ comes into play, how much of it is gathering based, how much of it actually has incentivization to be in the open world versus disappearing into instances. And I can already tell you, based on the procedurally generated dungeons that scale up every 10 levels with your character to bring in new mechanics, that scale up in difficulty. If you complete them on, you know, complete them on a run through, your next time through will be slightly more difficult. And they also have the procedurally generated layouts where those are just new mobs, new layouts. I can already tell that instance content is supposed to be a pretty large premise of the prog, or at least it seems like it, because they've said that they want 0 wasted content, dungeons that get new mechanics every 10 levels, so every part of the world is playable. And it seems to me like we are definitely going to be progressing through a lot of instancing, gearing through a lot of instancing, and then coming out of the instancing to fight for objectives in the open world, where it's like, we want to control this town for whatever reason, so we try to make this one Dustopolis, right? And then that may be our reason for PvP. I almost see it maybe like a high fantasy new worldy type structure, if that makes sense, where a lot of it is like, let me get to max level, let me go through this dungeon, gear out, get the gear that I need to, all that shit, get my scars and all that. But again, if scars are in the open world and we gotta farm those bad boys, then that could be enough to bring people in the open world. I hope we have open world incentivization. Bro, after hearing so many people in the community with Ashes and with New World that are like, well, if the devs would just do this, it'd save the game. And I'm like, brother, you are on fucking fent. I almost worry when you ask the community too many things. It's almost like, should we not let them speak? Should we just muzzle everybody? Yeah, like Sandwich, what up, my boy? What game are you talking about? Scars of Honor. It's coming to its first playtest on Steam on the 30th. And it's from the 30th to the 11th. So we'll have kind of a multi-phase approach with it, where they're going to give us a few different, like, sections of testing. And we'll be testing some different things along the way. I will be right back. I want to get into some of this shit. I'm down, free to play on Steam. Search it up on the Steam store, request access, and then wishlist it. And they're sending out access in waves, so not everybody's guaranteed to get in with the immediate, like, first wave of updates. or of invites, but if you request access, you might get it. All right, I'll be right back. Un momento. Hold time. Good day. Hope you're all having a beautiful one. I peed. I smoked. I conquered. I missed my 420 smoke, so I had to double it down. I had to give my wish list for a month now. Make sure you request access as well. They are two separate buttons. So if you have it in your wish list but you haven't requested access, then you won't get access. And even if you request access, might not get it the first time around. But it's going to be free to play. And from what we've heard from the development team, they are planning near monthly playtests. So thoughts and prayers that we get frequent Scars of Honor to look forward to. Because if so, we'll stay entertained for quite some time, I hope. But again, yeah, like I think Bog and I were saying the same thing. Like, having a developer that gives us a clear and concise call to action, right? Where it's like, I want you guys to test the incentivization of gear. I want feedback on where you are getting your gear from. How many people are getting their gear from instancing versus the open world? How rewarding do you feel the open world gearing is versus the instancing? And from there, if people are deeming that the instancing is too strong, bring the instancing gearing down a little bit, bring the open world gearing up a little bit, and try to bring in just more than one route. Because I think a commonality and something that Ashes did so incredibly well, and honestly early New World did well too, was having an interaction with other players. And that was incredibly nice. What was cool about early New World, you know, all things considered, when they added Outpost Rush in, Outpost Rush was only on your server before it was cross server, before all the servers started to die out and you got bad queues. So with Outpost Rush, you would find yourself queuing only against other people on your server. Therefore, you'd run into other people on your server. You'd have this interaction where it's like, oh, this guy's fucking cracked. I've run into him in OPR 10 times now and he kills me every single time. Brother, what build are you playing? What are you doing? What guild is this? And that led to a lot of interaction. Led to a lot of people getting picked up for warring companies that were not warring. And I think leaning into the server infrastructure, regardless of however it is, right? If you are instancing, then you're gonna go. Your voice is so annoying. Your mom's annoying. Why are you here, pussy? It's not even your first time chat. You've heard my voice before and you still come back. Brother, I got terrible news for you. It ain't going away, baby, and you're just listening to it for free. I feel like I used AI to create ideas for the house. Oh no. Why? How far have you fallen? I'm telling Zine that you're not feeding the artists and you're not gonna get to go to the castle. He has a castle now. I get to go to the castle. Sorry, no, don't apologize to me. Apologize to God. Apologize to God. He's the one that sees everything. I sent you a pic on Discord. Not looking. Can't condone it. Can't condone it. Absolute fucking sin. Terrible. We should commission an artist. Paid them $500 to maybe do some sketches for us. Who knows if we even go with them. It would have been the human thing to do. We're fucking despicable. How dare we? How dare we? What do we got on the menu today? What are the new filings? The new filings consist of 3 statements from people that have already done declarations and sworn their declarations on record. And they are back for more. They are here again to talk some shit. And apparently, a lot of it is about what was being said by a certain loud individual on some streams. I have been told by my sources that many streams are referenced. So as I've always been asking this entire time, it's like, what is the legal ramification of just going on to streams publicly and like talking mad shit about somebody nonstop? And I guess we'll see. I guess we'll see. Jason T, I didn't name names. I didn't name names. How do you know Steven didn't go on a stream and just start spouting off? Good golly. Good golly. I didn't name names. I did. All right, well, I hope you have a lawyer because I'm suing you now. Just kidding. Just kidding. I could never. Not even for slander. Because you could never say anything wrong. It's all true. Yeah, that quote is crazy. Goodness gracious. Also, pair, what up, brother? What I miss? General yaps. General yaps. We call it layup lines. You missed layup lines. Nothing too crazy, brother. So we about to start yapping about the new filings. And then for the second half of stream after these filings, because I don't think it's going to take all day to get through these bad boys, if I'm being honest, we can actually get into Scars of Honor coverage. We can actually get to it. Brother, I cannot wait. I cannot wait. Oh, really? All right, well, maybe not. Maybe not now that you're here. Maybe a couple side tracks. See if anybody's been using a bidet or just normal toilet paper. Alchemist, what up, brother? Hope you're having a beautiful one. Been enjoying the mouthpieces and people making videos from watching the same videos and never looking at the documents. My king moist critical fell victim to it. For those that haven't heard about Ashes of Creation, talked about how it had like $3.2 million in debt that it had raised in Kickstarter funds. And he was talking about how Steven spent Kickstarter funds on Magic the Gathering cards. And I was like, first of all, the company was $173 million in debt. And the Kickstarter funds were long gone by the time Steven was buying Magic cards. Steven was spending investor funds on Magic cards. Let's at least get it right. Let's at least get it right. We were paying for Portillo's and Pat Kraken. There was... Charlie's video was cringe. It's cool to see him talking about the situation and bringing light to it. But the lack of correct information that people know and are willing to seek out. I mean, it's just the modern day and age of video game journalism, right? It's unfortunately a very low verification point in time where, like, the world's deadliest game of telephone can happen very quickly. Now, who knows? Maybe the public perception will be that Intrepid was only $3.2 million in debt. And they get off $169 million easier. Maybe if enough misinformation goes out, the situation looks better and then people play Ashes if it gets started back up. But I think that's my big thing with modern gaming journalism. And part of me almost thinks, like, how fun would it be to be a specific, like, MMO journalist and get looks at all of these upcoming MMOs and then provide thought pieces about them in terms of the structure, in terms of the, you know, the weighting of different systems. Be kind of fun. And it shocks me that reporters will have a game to review and they'll be like, I played 4 hours of this video game. And I'm like, bro, I'll put in 70 in a week if you want me to, and then write a thought piece if you give me one thought piece at a time type shit. I'll put out high quality stuff. You just got to give me the time to cook. But then I kind of consider myself to be doing, be able to do that as a streamer. It's just, when you're not talking about the exciting headlines and you're digging into it, people don't necessarily get too excited to see it. And when it's not coming from a very well-known source already, things don't exactly get the hype. If I cover a car chase, then it might get 100 views. If Charlie covers a car chase, it might get a milli. Differences. Company spends at least $30K a month on food and entertainment. Oh yeah. Yeah, people freaked out about, from a business standpoint, incredibly low spending on very weird things. Like, not very weird things, but just like very normal things, in my opinion. But it was very weird things to freak out about. It really wasn't that much for a studio that size. Also, considering the total burn, if you're looking at $220K a year on DoorDash for a startup company over 10 years as the primary food spend, it's really not that terrible. It's $20K a year. That's what, less than $1,000 a week on employee food for a studio of that size. If you have 75 people in San Diego that you're buying food for, you could probably very easily drop $500. Like it's fucking nothing. Like it's nothing. Honestly, I'd probably drop $1,500 on that. Now that I do math, like Bro, you could drop a lot on one meal. And when we're looking at it as a weekly spending of less than $1,000 a year by far, it's like $350 a week. Or sorry, less than $1,000 a week. Like, wonder what any other studios crunch food costs are gonna feed people if they're working 10 to 14 hours a day. I mean, you don't have to. Technically, we can let them die. It's expensive to onboard new employees, though. So it's typically no chain. What if I chain the developers to their desks? And then the ones that survive the longest become the senior developers and get paid with more food. And then the ones that die along the way are weak and feeble and they're not meant to survive in the first place. Technically, no, you could let them leave for lunch, but that's at least 2 hours of time. Oh, they're not leaving. Nobody's leaving. Believe me, it is cheaper for me to hire a sniper than it is for me to allow every employee to take a 2-hour lunch, even a 1-hour lunch. You're not hungry when you're scared for your life. You try to walk out, laser hits you, you're going back in. You're finishing your task list for the day. I didn't get a lunch. I mean, do you work hard enough for one? I take 1-hour lunches. Yeah, if AT&T hired a sniper and constantly had the sniper pointed at you, you'd probably hit your 4 customers an hour ballpark. Off topic, but KFC is doing a $4.20 deal on pot pie and a drink for $4.20. I wonder what sales the Dispo is going to have for $4.20. Should probably check into that. Maybe stock up, because I feel like $4.20 sales usually go crazy in the stoner world. $4.20 pot pies and drinks, though, that's still like $3 a pot pie. I don't know how worth it that is. What if I just make pot pies? Because we got the 99-cent a pound chicken, and I also have a 25-pound turkey. I could pull the 25-pound turkey out. Do you want... Yes, please. All right. Should I start thawing the turkey then? Because the turkey is realistically going to have to thaw for multiple days. Like, I'm not even gonna lie. Yes. Okay, hold the fuck on. I gotta go pull a 25-pound turkey out of the fucking freezer and put it in the sink. 1 sec. Good thing I did all the dishes today. Hold on. Okay, just kidding. It was a small turkey. It's only 15 pounds. We're fine. It is a small turkey. Hiya! What the fuck? I know, we're gonna go through it in like a day. What are we about to do? Everything's bad. Everything's absolutely fucked. Okay, but yeah, as we were saying, like, I don't know why. Actually, I do know why. People are just freaking out about the headline of, like, game developer that's accused of spending a lot of money bought magic cards. And quite honestly, it's because people are stupid and don't look into anything. Like, it sounds really crazy until you think about every single business that hosts a team building activity. What's the difference between him buying magic cards or buying his studio tickets to go see a movie or a comedian, or go to the San Diego Zoo, or bring them out on a lunch? There's really no difference in terms of the spending. It's all just around employee retention and morale, which is a very important thing, especially if you're asking people to work extremely long hours. And if anybody's ever seen a P&L report, you will see that nearly every business has allocations, budgets, and spending on team building activities, on food, on things that you're like, damn, why is that so expensive, right? Why are you spending so much on that? You'd be shocked at how much every storefront spends on cleaning items in a year. Last studio I worked at literally bought me games for team building activities. Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. A lot of spending happens for, very simply put, just team building. That's the baseline of it. It's cheaper to invest in retaining members than it is to train new players. No matter what you're in. When I was at Starbucks, we had spending for food and drink because I had to account for product loss anytime I hosted an event where we decorated my lobby or anything like that, you know? When we were decorating the cafe, I would let everybody, you know, cook food products. I'd let everybody make themselves drinks. I just had to have them ring it in and comp it so that way I could take care of it. I would easily go through retail price, having a 20-person team in, decorating a storefront, not accounting for buying the decorations and shit. I would easily have 2 to 3 drinks per person on average, so 50 to 60 drinks at Starbucks menu prices, and then probably 2 food items per person, so like 40 to 50 food items at Starbucks prices. So you're looking at immediately, what, $1,000 roughly? Just in terms of one night to decorate my lobby. And that's just in food costs. That's not in like additional labor. Granted, mine's hourly, not salary. That's not in like the decorations. That's not in anything. That's just in straight food costs. I love Starbucks grilled cheese and truck and drink. The grilled cheeses were so fucking crazy, bro. Those shits literally just have a full butter side. Rob burnt myself on so many of those. It's a rage bait tactic. Show the normies a number like $30,000 because to us that's crazy and most of us are not business owners. The millionaires tossing that rage bait out. No, it was always part of the budget. They just want us mad at whomever they point those dollars at. Based as fuck. Rage bait gets so many people by the dick nowadays because so many people just want to be mad about something. It's the same way that during the first 2 months of this multi-year court case, likely multi-year court case, you hear a lot of people that are like, arrest Steven, arrest the board. And I'm like, what if we just let this shit play out a little bit more before we go calling for arrests and like heads on sticks and stuff? Let's chill out a little bit before we get fucking scandalous out here. And people are just like, no, I gotta be mad at somebody. What if we don't? What if we don't physically have to be mad at anything and we can all just go play whatever we want to? Summer's rolling around, we can go the fuck outside. Like, what if life goes on and we don't need to be angry? But everybody just wants to be angry. And as you said, rage bait, man. The thing about YouTube in particular, when you go to YouTube content creators over Twitch content creators as their main, is that YouTube content creators are built to get a click and not built to get retention. The algorithm on YouTube favors a click and does not favor retention because it is a view-driven and impression-driven algorithm. So if I'm putting out a YouTube video, I want to have a crazy catchy thumbnail, crazy catchy title, where it's like, failed video game CEO spent studio funds on Italian beef and gravies? And then it's going to be like, wait, what the fuck? You know, failed MMO designer spent insane amounts of money at Portillo's. Hashtag ad, sponsored by Portillo's. Video starts up, I'm taking a bite of an Italian beef, you know, super easy, super easy. That's going to get way more of an immediate shock value than a content creator that's thoroughly covering every step of the way. And that's going to be the scandalous take that's recognized and known for people, right? And saying that we know it's Italian beef and gravy, and you have to dip the sandwich all the way in the gravy. Like, the entire sandwich needs to be coated. It's not just like a corner dunk. It is like P&V, like full insertion into the gravy, is what I've been told. So probably should watch the hand gestures. Beef deep. I need to see that shit up to the thumb, baby. Okay, here's the deal. They're asking me if I want food. Well, that's ridiculous spending. That is absolutely insane. What the fuck do you mean? AT&T is destined to fail. Buying food for their employees? Do you want KFC? Yeah, I'll take KFC. Get me whatever. Honestly. All right. What are they doing? Buying you fucking magic cards too? What is this? Next thing you know, they're going to give you a fucking cell phone for free that they could have sold to somebody on the street for an additional $250. AT&T is going to fail. I hate it here. They bought me a camera a while back. Yeah. What's the balloon behind you all about? They're from day 1000 a stream, which was now almost a month ago, but the balloons refuse to die. I don't know why, but they just refuse to die. They won't go out. We're on day like 1023 now. So it's literally been like 3 weeks plus since those balloons made their first appearance. I just accept them as an entity, but like behind me now. It's when you first move into a haunted house, right? The ghost scares the shit out of you. And then it's like 3 weeks in a haunted house. The ghost is just kind of like your roommate type shit. Congrats on 1K. I appreciate you, dog. Room's full of hot air so balloons can survive. Yeah, I'll be putting out a lot of that shit. This room runs on average like 4 degrees hotter than the rest of the house. I swear to God. You walk in the stream room at any point and it is actually warmer than any other room. A, because I have 2 PCs. B, because I'm actually out here putting out a lot of fucking hot air, brother. I'm out here putting a whole lot of hot air out. But yeah, I would eat KFC. Just get me whatever. Realistically, I'll fuck with KFC. I might not feel good after, but like, I'll fuck with KFC. I have no reason to oppose. I will just take whatever pleasant surprise there is. I'm gonna get you, Sammy. I have no opposition to this. How much room is in the budget? Because like their mashed potatoes go hard as well. But if that's not in the budget, sandwich goes crazy too. Thank you, I love you. 10 buckaroos? Oh yeah, just get me a Sammy then. That's fine. Gonna try the one piece meal so you know if it's any good. What is a one piece meal like? What is it supposed to have? What differentiates it from just like normal product? Because one thing I'm really sick of is restaurants being like, this is the fucking LeBron James, Michael Jordan astronauts walking on the moon Space Jam meal. And it's like a McDouble with a medium fry and a Coke. And I'm like, all right, well, I guess that didn't necessarily need to be highlighted, but do you want to try vanilla cream Dr. Pepper? Yeah, fuck it. I have no reason not to. I'm fine with it. Are we talking about nuggets being called boneless wings? I think nuggets are fundamentally different than boneless wings. I still think boneless wings should not be called boneless wings. I think nuggets are preformed like patty shapes. That's like, you know, the chicken paste formed into patties and then breaded. I think boneless wings have evolved off of their original term, popcorn chicken. I know, crazy. Crazy. Boneless wings are just popcorn chicken. I used to like boneless till I tried bone-in wings. You know, bone-in wings used to be like scrap, and then there was like a wingification of America where, much like lobster previously being prison food, they just descended in price and now they're more expensive than like normal chicken. Holy shit, they are popcorn chicken. Yeah, people have never put that together. People just stopped saying popcorn chicken and everybody just started saying boneless wing out of nowhere. I don't think popcorn chicken was selling when the bone-in wing epidemic hit. So effectively, it was popcorn chicken, and then the bone-in wing epidemic hit, and it was the wingification of America. And after the bone-in wing epidemic hit, everybody wanted wings. So then boneless wings came back, tossed as boneless wings because popcorn chicken was traditionally a dunk, not a toss. So they started giving popcorn chicken a thicker breading, and then they started tossing it in sauce and marketing it as an easy-to-eat boneless wing. And then we had boneless wings. It's your entire evolution of chicken right there. I love myself some chicken. I'm not going to lie. OG popcorn chicken pre-2010 really hit different. Oh, yeah. Yeah, the little tiny boys. Yup. Ever had boneless pizza? I feel like technically a lot. Wasn't popcorn chicken just called that a KFC in the Shakeable Cup? Nah, popcorn chicken's a way of life. Like, I have popcorn chicken in my freezer right now. Popcorn chicken was like revolutionized by KFC, but it was a style of it, right? It was a style of the chicken. It was like, it was the little chunks of actual chicken meat, right? And that was taken, breaded, and then fried instead of like the nugget paste. This is the evolution of chicken. Just put a peep in the microwave for 30 seconds. Yeah, that's less than ideal. I don't like peeps very much. I think those shits are gross. It's just like it's a bad quality mushroom with even more sugar. Why are dino nuggies the best version of chicken? Well, because they're extinct. So we're basically playing off of the nostalgia of what could be. Dino nuggies are effectively like before Dream showed us his face. And everybody was like, man, what does it look like? Everybody wonders, what does dinosaur taste like? And we assume that it might just be the dino nuggies. I made popcorn chicken tonight. Was debating between that and homemade Chick-fil-A. I mean, realistically, you could just do both. Just take some of the chicken and do homemade Chick-fil-A and do the like patties with it, and then, or the fillets, and then take other chicken and just cut it smaller and then do popcorn chicken. That's kind of the glory of chicken. You can just do a million different things with it. I can add a $1 large side. I'll take mash and gravy. Thank you. Love you. Absolute tech. Why does my auto mod block the word chick? Why does that happen? Chickens are just evolved and domesticated raptors. Changed my mind. Where'd the wings come from then? Oh, I guess velociraptors, huh? Because they had wings? So do you think we just like caged a velociraptor and then just kept putting it in a smaller cage so it couldn't grow? What would happen if you confined the really large animal to a really small cage, like a dinosaur level animal to like a dog-sized cage? Would we instantly have dog-sized dinosaurs? Or would it continue growing until it was uncomfortable in the cage and then died? I don't really know how that works. I'd say they devolved rather than evolved. I don't know. Chickens are able to survive now. I don't think velociraptors would have been able to survive. I would say, as much as we think things devolved, I think becoming less of a threat to humans and becoming domesticated by humans may have been a genetic advantage to some things because it offered them consistency in their demand. Therefore, the species was able to continue on. And then species that we can't use for food, we don't really give a fuck about. And a lot of the time it goes endangered, goes extinct, and we don't really care. But imagine if chickens were endangered, how much of a push there would be to reproduce with chickens. Well, not like that. To have like chickens reproducing. The size followed bugs as their food changed in size. How large did bugs used to be? Isn't it like teacup dogs? You just keep breeding the smaller and smaller ones? Yeah, it's almost like the antithesis to Project LeBron. Where like teacup dogs, you want to breed the smaller and smaller ones. Project LeBron, you want to find somebody really tall and athletic and good at basketball, and then you want to have a baby with them. And then if that baby's good at basketball because you start them from month 1 with a basketball in their hands, have them dribbling by year 2, then you have a chance of having a LeBron. Otherwise, you have to keep sending it down the bloodline and reiterate the Project LeBron. How far on the docks have you actually gotten today? I haven't pulled up. A baby dribbling? You don't know the evolution of NBA babies now, huh? All right, hold on. I'm gonna show you just a small side tangent real quick. Hold on. This is... This is an NBA player with his, like, infant kid, right? Watch the goddamn kid. Ready? This isn't even, like, the crazy part. Hold on. Not only is the kid hitting crossovers, but look, dribbling without looking at the fucking ball. And then when he goes back, watch the fucking ball handling. Look. Both hands moving while dribbling without looking at the ball. This kid is a better dribbler than Jaylen Brown is. We saw the left hand. It's actually insane. This kid is better with a basketball than a few adults would be in this chat. And this is a literal baby. Look, he just ran with the goddamn ball and dribbled. The kid's literally better at basketball than a lot of people in chat would be. It's fucking insane. I don't understand the evolution of this shit. I don't understand. Yo, Voltic, what up, brother? I love Scars. Did I miss a video segment? No, Scars will be coming soon to a Dusty stream near you. We have a couple important things to cover. A couple very important things to cover, if I do say so myself. We have 3 declarations to get through today on the Ashes side. And then after that, we have 1 exhibit that has been submitted. Oh, wait, that's the exhibit. 3 declarations. Is it 3 or is it 4? That's the ex parte motion. Okay. 3 declarations. Thank God it's only 3 pages. Yeah, it's not that much. So Ashes released soon. Like, soon is relative. So, like, soon comparatively to the heat death of the universe, possibly. Soon comparatively to, like, the next 4 or 5 years, probably no. Probably no. So, I used to get asked, like, Dusty, what happens first, World War III or Ashes? And I used to be like, well, honestly, I'm not sure. It's kind of a 50-50. But every day I lean closer to World War III. So, you know, we'll see how that shapes up. But let me tell you, if Ashes survives COVID, a legal struggle, an attempted coup, and then also World War III, and then launches successfully, that shit will be a testament of resiliency. Let me tell you what, truly a phoenix born from the ashes at that point. That shit'd be remarkable. So, declaration of Tom Alkazin. I, Tom Alkazin, declare as follows. I am an investor in Intrepid Studios, Inc. I make this declaration voluntarily based on my personal knowledge, and if called as a witness, I could and would testify competently to the facts stated herein. On April 14th, 2026, Ashes survives and you get drafted. Oh, no, I couldn't get drafted. I have very bad wrists with arthritis in them, so I wouldn't be capable of doing much with my hands consistently, and that disqualifies me from a lot. Also, I have some other shit going on that would also disqualify me. I got asthma and stuff. I got some, he has ligma. Indeed. Unfortunately. I got ligma from my BOFA. Carrier driver. Can't drive. Can't carry anything. It's very sad. Because I can't carry shit because of my wrists. So, yeah, you really hate to see that. But, on top of that, there's some other shit you guys don't need to know about. It was a wood chipper incident when I was a kid. I learned that day about teabagging. Always gotta watch your balls. You really hate to see it, but some lessons are learned through difficulty. They tried to enlist my legally blind friend. They don't care. Yeah, that's fine. Draft ain't gonna happen anyways. We'll be chilling. You can draft dodge so easily. Just look at politics. You got me with asthma for backpacking, but you are drive. I can't drive. I have very bad eyesight, terrible eyesight all of a sudden, and I've had multiple concussions, so I get frequent migraines and possibly have CTE. So realistically, I might drive us all off a cliff if I have a manic break. Also, the ADHD doesn't really help with that stuff either. You really hate to see it. Really hate to see it. Oh god, I just fell and broke my ankle. Oh shit. Oh, it's all bad. Oh god. I got a sub-goal solution for that. For which part? The ADHD? Or the CTE? The driving? A sub-goal to buy a Tesla? Isn't it like another $10,000 after buying a Tesla? Because then you need FSD and then you also need like chargers put in? I have been thinking though, like high key. I will be completely transparent. Carla and I have been discussing the next vehicle we get being a Tesla. But it is also not an urgent thing because the Civic is in such great shape and has low miles and it's paid off. So we don't necessarily want to take on like another payment for anything, especially with the house. But we're using one car right now. So if Carla's ever at work, then I want to have a car. If I got to get somewhere, I'm kind of cooked. Now, we're fine with it because I can always just like call somebody for a ride or some bullshit. But in the event that we got another car, we would want to buy something outright, and we have been thinking about an EV just for like the daily drive. Too soon for a used one anyway. Yeah. So I mean, who knows? Maybe like another year or so down the road, perhaps. You can escape the computer we're chaining you to with a sufficiently low number of chain links. Yeah, but I can't use computers. I forgot how. Sorry. No, but you can no longer buy it outright. So they made everybody go to the sub base? Because that sounds extortion-y. It sounds very extortion-y. What already got yours? No, I can't use computers. I don't know how to read, sorry. What's a Windows? Robotaxi moved to sub? So I would effectively need money for Tesla, money for charger for Tesla to be installed, and then I would need money for ongoing Tesla costs, which realistically is FSD. Charger you could do yourself, I'm sure. What do we have to do? Just put it on a pole and then put the pole in the ground and then hook it up to like... Hook it up to that shit? Where's the goal for BlizzCon? BlizzCon is unfortunately no longer viable. In a tragic turn of events, like, if BlizzCon were completely free, then like it would be viable, but like realistically, Carla and I can't spend any money on extra cons this year. We talked about it a little bit, and it's not like, I don't think it's realistic. Unless they were just to be like, hey, Dusty, free tickets, free flight, free lodging, free food, like, and at that point, I would rather put it towards TwitchCon, which is the one I'd rather go to, instead of trying to, like, go to 2 cons or trying to spend a lot of money. It's kind of cooked. Yo, Opal, what up? How you doing, my friend? I'll use standard outlet to charge my Tesla. If you commute less than, like, 50 miles a day, it's more than enough. So what are the options? Just a regular outlet to charge your Tesla, which is crazy. Then you have like the actual wall mount options, right? And the wall mount options are faster. Because I mean, most days, yeah, probably less than 50 miles. But also some days might be more than that. Regardless, why does everybody in chat have Teslas? And which one of y'all are looking to upgrade your Tesla soon? Because like, I'll take it when you're done. Regular outlet will charge you from full to full from 0 in 24 to 36 hours. It's a trickle charge. And then you get the faster charges and it just like zips your shit up in a few hours. Dealership near me was giving away a T2 charger with new Teslas. Is everybody just getting Teslas? There's a travel charger that comes with the car. It charges like 5 miles per hour. That does not seem very fast. That does not seem very fast. So who will we put on the gallows? Nobody, because it's going to be multiple years until the court case is done. Like, this is just step one of like 10 steps throughout this entire legal battle. And this is just simply the battle over how the IP should or shouldn't be protected from sales over the course of this. This is unfortunately just like a very tiny baby step along the way. And it will be a grand amount of time before it's truly determined who's good, who's bad, before anybody knows actually what happened. And almost like, I don't know, man. I see so many people that are trying to speculate on who was right and who was wrong and who's good and who's bad just based on what we know so far. And I'm like, man, I guess y'all have never filed or never followed a court proceeding before, because we are going to see very likely hundreds of filings over the course of this entire proceeding. When we talk about the battle for the IP, then we talk about the battle for control of Intrepid. Then once the control of Intrepid is established, we talk about the battle for money. So effectively, we have the battle for the IP right now. Does the IP go into a spot where it can get sold to other people? And if it does, who would be the beneficiary of the money from the IP sale? Would it be used to Intrepid? Would it be under TFE's control at that point, right? So Steven's trying to get a neutral IP handler in that has more scope, that can verify the integrity of everything with the IP's movement, make sure that it's protected. The board is trying to establish that it needs less protection and that it should effectively be opened up for sale, and that there doesn't need to be a lot of investigation into it because everybody knows what's going on with it already, is more or less how I've understood it. Then after this, it's likely going to be who controls Intrepid Studios. Is it rightfully Steven? Was Steven, shanghaied off of his stock? Was he forced to sign papers under duress as allegations state? Was he effectively strong-armed and borderline, allegedly extorted out of his stuff? Or is he just, falsely filing all this stuff, right? There's not really a way to tell until everything comes out. And I think maintaining neutrality until we have more information, right, is big, one way or the other. I don't like people playing sports teams. Now, false filings would be absolutely ridiculous. I don't really think that's the case. But it's like, on the other side of it, what if the board comes back and in the text exchange where Jason Karamenis is like, you're a motherfucker, what if Steven messaged him and was like, hey, I just got done fucking your mother? What if? That could be a big game changer in the scope of the messages, right? So something like that could be a huge bomb that's yet to be dropped. Now, I don't necessarily think that that's, again, popping up. That's just an example. But you get the idea. It's just, there can be so many things all along. There could be delays. I believe the next major hearing is like a month from now, if I'm not tripping. So we're likely going to have filings going back and forth over the course of roughly that month. And it's going to be a little bit interesting to try to follow. So in terms of what we're looking at right now, again, battle over where the IP sits, who protects it, blah, blah, blah. If it can be sold, what needs to happen for it to be sold. Then it's who controls Intrepid. Is it the investors? Is it Steven? Is the foreclosure valid? Are the layoffs of the employees valid? Do they need to actually pay the employees? Do they not need to pay the employees? Then after that's settled, it comes into where does the funding come from for all of this? Does it need to come from Steven? Does he need to sell every asset that he's ever owned to pay this off? Does, Robert Dawson get on the hook for it, where his bank is then held liable, or his money is then held liable, or the investors are held liable? Where is the funding coming from? Is it ruled that a lot of the debt accumulated was actually false debt, so that debt itself is just wiped out in the first place? There's effectively an infinite number of possibilities that can pop up. We're going to pull to see what chat thinks. No, because I don't play into people establishing which side they're on when there isn't a side to be on at this point. My honest to God thought is anybody that is picking a side at this point is presumptuous and is likely going to be wrong no matter what they think. And anybody that is one side or the other in terms of this person is right, this person is wrong, you're immediately wrong, because both sides are probably going to have some validity in the core of what they're saying, and both sides are going to have some things that are wrong in what happened over the course of this. And I think there will be like mismanagement on both sides in terms of the situation and how everything was handled and could have been handled. I think hindsight will be able to show us a lot of instances where maybe a conversation or communication broke down. Maybe an early on communication led to this feeling of resentment or something, right? I think it's far too early for anybody to even have a side other than the side of, I want more information to come out. We should be on the side of, like, you know, inquisitors, so to say. Just curious what most people think at this point. Right, but I also don't think it's keeping score. That's the thing, right? I know it's not like you don't want to form a judgment or anything, but also asking people which side do you pick is creating the sports team mentality. So I'm on the side of Ashes, the game's innocent and all this. Yeah, very simply put, I'm on the side of the developers in the title right now. I want to see the entities that are at war continue their war, and hopefully one side is proven to be, you know, legally capable of taking on the IP in the entity. And I think, realistically speaking, there were a lot of employees that were done very dastardly that have still yet to see any form of reverence for what they went through, for having their careers uprooted. I saw a figure today that was something along the lines of 40% of game developers are actively looking to transition out of the field of game development because of all of the recent layoffs, because of all of the uncertainty around game development at this point in time. And then when we look at layoffs statistically in game dev, North America and specifically California have had more layoffs than anything else, you know? Didn't think Global just was like, what do you guys think? Yeah, no, you're good. You're good. I know you didn't mean any harm. I try to remain so neutral in this, right? And it's sometimes hard to put aside biases and familiarity to try to keep the mentality of like, I really just want to see more information come out. But that is entirely what I have to advocate for at this point in time, is trying to keep people in a mindset of, we take the, you know, the facts as they're given to us and then wait for the court to rule on those facts, and we're not the interpreters of them. We simply follow along and understand how they're interpreted by the ones who handle the legal stuff, you know? Scams, all shit happens. Yeah, I wish more people had the mentality of shit happens, right? Like, my honest to God question to a lot of people that have been really mad about it, and they're like, oh, I fucking hate Steven, I fucking hate the board. I'm like, what are you gonna do about it? Nothing. You're gonna sit there and stew and make yourself angry and stressed out with cortisol spikes, and you're gonna go all wrinkly and gray hair for nothing. Cortisol spikes are bad. Don't be angry at things. Don't be stressed about things, especially things you can't control. Control what you can. Something I always say. And we can't control this. Shit happens. Sometimes you just gotta throw your hands up and say, well, at least I had fun. Paid 150 for the late early access and had fun. Yeah, same thing, man. Like, if you had fun, then is what it is, in my opinion. I don't really have a part of me that is genuinely filled with hatred because I am not directly involved in this situation, right? I'm adjacently involved because the game that I was playing and, like, you know, my income and my community was impacted by this. But I'm not the person who's out here on the front lines dealing with the allegations of threats, dealing with the allegations of, you know, someone's taking my money and spending it like crazy. I just simply existed in a world that was built. And it's almost like this is so far above me that I am simply following, right? Smart man said, don't invest if you're afraid to lose investment. Never invest with money that you're not comfortable losing, baby. Absolutely. The second you let somebody borrow money, the second you invest money, that shit's gone. If you ever get it back, that's a bonus. That shit is not a bank. If you want to hold your money and watch it slowly go up over time, you talk to your local bank about an interest-bearing account, you slap it into the highest interest-bearing account that you can, and then you get a few bucks for it. You buy government I-bonds if you want a really safe play. You put it into a Roth IRA or a 401k. You do many responsible things. I assume it's a loss as soon as I blow it. Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Give a short conclusion. I mean, there's not really a conclusion right now. Is the short conclusion. Like, we're 2 months into a 5-year court case. There's no conclusion to be had. As of right now, the conclusion is that Steven has filed more recent filings with exhibits than the board side. So, like, the thing I showed you, I added basic combat into it. Interesting. So we just get to smack the shit out of each other? Is it full action combat? Opal. Minus 599 USD. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. But yeah, Robert over on YouTube, I think it's too early for people to form conclusions, and I think anybody that is forming conclusions is just doing so to try to, like, clickbait you. But the case is nowhere near done. We're just gathering information at this point in time. Want to get back? Don't worry, don't worry. At some point. At some point. I definitely got you. I definitely got you. Okay, let's get through this. On April 14th, 2026, I submitted a signed declaration in support of plaintiff's motion to appoint a receiver. That evening, I received 4 text messages from Jason Karamanis. So the night of April 14th. In these text messages, Mr. Karamanis referred to my declaration as piece of shit lies. He also called me a piece of shit, liar, and Coach Roach. No, I love Tom. Coach Roach is crazy. Fuck. Oh my god, this is so good. Why are these people so bad at texting? God damn it. Caravan Bug? Apparently, man, this is the head roach that's coaching all of the other roaches. It's a roach with a whistle and a goddamn sports visor. God damn it, Karamanis. Ay, ay, ay. He threatened to prove that I was lying through discovery and depositions of me and my wife. He said, threatening that I will depose you and sue you is not a threat, it's the truth. A true and correct screenshot of these messages is attached here too as Exhibit A. This is one that I have. Exhibit A. Just trash. I don't know what this says. Yes, PM. Read your piece of shit lies in your declaration, you piece of shit. Can't wait to get you and your wife in depositions, liar and cockroach as you are. What a piece of work you are. I begged you for help so many times and you lied. Can't wait to prove all of this in your discovery and depositions. What a liar you are. Threatening that I will depose you and sue you is not a threat. It's the truth. It's all good. I see what scumbag I am dealing with. Hold on. Wait. Was the Coach Roach a typo on Tom's side? Because this says cockroach. And then Tom's side says Coach Roach. Uh-oh, wait. Which side was it a typo on? Because that might be... Wait, was it this one? Wait a minute. Oh, Tom. This one. Let's see. Because, I mean, I think the typo might be here. I think Tom might have typoed the Coach Roach. He also double thatted in the quote. Calling someone a cockroach in private messages against the law? No. But following up on potential threats and allegations of threatening with more alleged harassment of somebody in an aggressive way in a court of law, if proven true, can be used as basically a long-term behavioral indicator that can help corroborate other claims and allegations from one party. So if somebody claims that I'm a volatile individual and there are a bunch of exhibits where I'm calling people bitch, motherfucker, piece of shit and saying I'm gonna uppercut them to the moon and snap their head so far back it goes up their ass, and that's happening over years consistently with many people, then the court will see that as me being a very potentially violent individual, and claims of intimidation have a little bit more weight with the correspondence of that behavioral indicator, right? So behavioral history is everything. And over the course of years and years and years, if it's been shown that the only way you interacted with people is you bitch, I'm gonna rock your shit if you don't do what I say. You're my fucking dog. Get in the kennel and eat out of your dish, you fucking pussy. Then that's going to really devalue what you're saying in the sense of this person did wrong. I was in the right. They were not working with me. Because then it's gonna be like, okay, well, why would they work with you if you're allegedly threatening them? If you're allegedly, threatening to bring personal harm on them? If you're allegedly threatening to do this, that, the other? Which is why I want to see the other side of the filings right now. So, we can use your stream when the viewers take you to court. No. Hello, darling. Are you at no? I have to go. Okay. Okay, hold on. I'll say hello to Carla real quick and then we'll follow through on this. Un momento. Boys, we got the KFC. I've returned. It's no Portillo's, but it'll do. Oi. Hiya. Okay. Oh, hey. Look who it is. Look who it is. Working on exhibits, you say? More work? More work? Why is he obsessed about ashes? I like ashes a lot. And there's also not much else to do right now. Fuck am I gonna do? Play Quinfall? No. Go outside? I did that before stream. Gotta get my 8 hours. Gotta get my reps in, dog. If you don't get your reps in, what will you do? Jason Duff has behavioral pattern? I mean, there are two certainties in life. DustyWhy streaming and Jason Karamanis yelling at somebody in a text message. That is definitely what it seems like. Yes. Yes. 1000%. I'm not quite certain if every text is like that, but I'm definitely noticing, even from my humble perspective as man who streams, that there is some rather aggressive communication coming out. Now, I personally have never fought for millions of dollars, but I have fought for some very expensive and important objectives in worlds where death was on the line. And I think death is more important than millions of dollars. And I can say even then, I managed diplomatic communications among multiple groups of individuals, many individuals, and many different interests along the way. It's doable to communicate in a way where we're not threatening to use our hands. But everybody always wants to use their hands nowadays. And I feel like hands are for eating chicken Sammies, not for violence. I was in the wrong chat. You multitasking? We've had so many people that posted things that was meant for like a work chat in our chat. Nin one time was in a meeting for work and it carried over to like his actual brain. And his boss asked him a question and we were doing Forge and his first word to his boss was Forge Lord. And he said his boss looked at him like he was absolutely fucking insane. Also, what is the vanilla cream Dr. Pepper supposed to be? Is this just like Dr. Pepper with vanilla cream in it? Yeah. It's just Dr. Pepper with vanilla cream in it. It's like a vanilla cream soda with some Dr. Pepper stuff. That's kind of solid. That's not bad. He looked at me like I had two heads. I mean, as he probably should. As he probably fucking should. Brother's just out here dropping the Forge Lord. Did you even remember what the question was? I have no idea what you told me the question was. But the fact that it consumed you to that degree, my God. No, but you remember saying Forge Lord. Still get good fights in Ashes. Are you looking for like in-game fights or are you looking for legal fights? Cause like in-game fights, no, the servers are down. Legal fights. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. We got top tier fights. We're in court PvP zone now. We added a new system to the game. It's called the judicial system. Very unexpected update. Yeah, the follow-up to the December deployment was fucking huge. Massive expansion. Massive expansion. So, Ashes of Litigation will continue. I need to cover the rest of this declaration. But I can't stop eating the KFC. Fubo! How are you, my friend? Happy Saturday? Oh, the best Saturday. The best Saturday, my friend. Only a couple more days until we have a meeting with the bank about a house. Soon. Soon. We shall hear something good. Hopefully. Or we hear something bad and then I get depressed again. But all in all, feeling pretty good. He's done with Johnny. Yeah, well, isn't Johnny Somali in prison for like ever over there? Isn't he gonna like effectively just live the rest of his life there? Bank is gonna meet you about a house? That is true. That is true. I know where the house is. The bank people don't necessarily know where the house is. Actually, they do. They have the address. But I've been there before. 6 months, but it got appealed recently. That's tragic. I feel like 6 months from now, it's recoverable. I feel like a few years would have been solid. 5 years as a sexual offender. Yeah, but isn't he just gonna leave and then that has no like prevalence? Who? Johnny Somali. He's essentially the Jason Karamannis of content creators. Sorry, I didn't say that. He's very annoying though. Just overall, his entire thing is that he bothers people in public and is a general nuisance. I don't know if you know like Jack Doherty, but like kind of like Jack Doherty but weirder and like more out of pocket type shit instead of just like general annoyances. So Johnny Somali guy got sent to a labor prison. I thought just a few days ago. Yeah, but they're appealing everything because apparently the Court of Appeals over there allows you to appeal labor prison. Honestly, if he knew game development, I have just a startup for him. What if we take all of the very, very, very dangerous game developers and we chain them to their desks and then force them to develop an MMO? It's a bong bong appealing because she doesn't think the sentence is harsh enough. Oh, okay. So there's an appeal trying to get him more of a sentence? Instead of him appealing for like a lesser sentence? Oh, that's good. That's good. I'm cheering for them. Okay. As we proceed, we just got through another lovely communication from Jason Karamannis. Disgusting human being, just trash. I don't know what this says behind Jason. It says, yes. Something, something PM. I don't understand. This looks like a time. So maybe it's like, yes. At 10, that wouldn't be large enough. Yesterday? Ah. Okay, hold on. Yesterday would go to like here-ish, maybe? At, and then maybe like time? Oh, I thought this was a response. Nope, you're so right. You're so right. I wonder what time this was at. Okay, yep. See, this is why we're not lawyers. I would have spent so much time on this. Bruh, listen, I thought he responded. I didn't realize that this was 17 texts without a fucking response. Goodness fucking gracious. Bro's never reviewed a text? I just got an iPhone a couple months ago. I've always had a Samsung. I don't know, this is new to me. Oh my god, excuse me. That's new to you. Goodness gracious. USA not use Messenger? USA not use iPhone. What? You leaving? Love you. No, I'm good on sauces. Love you. Have a good day. Do you get Blue Bubble bullied by Carla? No, we got the iPhones for free from her work. So we were just like, easy upgrade. Advantage of working in cell sales. You just get free shit. We gave my dad a new Galaxy watch. And he was like, I'm gonna break it. And we're like, who cares? It's free. So I think he broke it. I'm pretty sure. He was doing some shit on a tractor and smashed the screen. So is what it is. Samsung text is being shut down anyhow, so I'd have to get used to this style anyhow. Wait, is it? I haven't followed. I've been using my iPhone as like my texting phone for the last few months and stuff, but from East Europe, we live in different worlds. What do you guys use? Don't you guys use like WhatsApp and shit? They're getting rid of their app. What are they using instead? iMessage? Or like, where is that going? Because that seems kind of strange to get rid of their app. Or are they trying to push people more into like WhatsApp, Telegram type shit? Because I feel like a lot of the world uses WhatsApp and Telegram, right? And then in NA, we still just use like the messaging apps. Did they change KFC sauce? Doing use Samsung for text communication. That'll go through my iPhones. Yeah, I have no idea now. Messenger mostly? Wait, really? Like Facebook Messenger? Interesting. I don't even use Facebook anymore. Facebook Messenger. Is it because you can video call and everything? Right through there? Hey, Facebook always have. Yeah, I kind of get the heebie-jeebies from Facebook, I'm not gonna lie. Kind of very much get the heebie-jeebies. But that's a different topic of discussion. Sorry, I'm fucking chowing. It was an unexpected meal delivery. So I'm trying to stuff my face so we can get back to it. Have always thought Facebook was cringe. Like, the concept of Facebook or how people choose to use it. Because I think Facebook on paper and like social media on paper is such a revolutionary tool. And I think we choose to use it heinously. How it's used? Yeah. Yeah. Believe you me, I hate social media, which is surprising to hear from a content creator. But I don't really use Twitter much. I don't use Instagram. I don't go on Facebook. I don't check Snapchat. I want to get the fuck off the internet. I just want to get the hell out of there. Ash is dead forever? We don't know forever. For the time being, though, I'd say it's in like a medically induced coma until a later state. And at some point during that coma, it might die. But as of right now, it's in a medically induced coma. It's stable, but it's sleeping. Like you can look at it in all of its beauty, but you can't talk to it, right? So, as of right now, you know, is what it is, but not really medically. Moore was hit with a bat a few times. And then put in a little bit of a medically induced coma. But yes, also might have had a bat accidentally thrown at it a few times. Or maybe intentionally thrown at it a few times. And then the bat was picked up. And then it smacked the fuck out of it a few more times. And then after it smacked the fuck out, got the shit smacked out of it, they also started kicking it in the kidneys. But it's at the hospital now. And some very, 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 very important people are trying to save it. Allegedly. Allegedly. All I know is that I just finished an OPR on New World with 0 kills. I am shocked Outpost Rush still fires. I ate so fast I think I'm gonna have a hear attack. Take off your headphones immediately. And then lay on your side. You need to flush out the ears. Real question is, will you play Ashes if it does ever come back? Oh yeah, it'd be stupid not to. Just from, okay, hear me out. I'm gonna answer as a content creator first. then I'm going to answer as an enthusiast of MMOs. Content creator side, imagine how much money I'd make. Dusty, you stuck with Ashes through all this? You're fucking crazy. I can't believe you'd back this scammer. Believe this scam. But a lot of people had come through. A lot of people had asked questions. I'd make a lot of money off that. I'd be stupid not to from a content standpoint. The other side of it is from a gamer standpoint. I really like Ashes. I have tried to find other MMOs that pull my interest. And despite all of the problems that Ashes had, Ashes as a game to me is separate than Intrepid the business to me. I very much enjoy Ashes of Creation. I do not enjoy business. There's a reason why I'm not a businessman. When people would ask me about Intrepid backend stuff and funding and shit like that, I'm like, honestly, brother, I can't tell you. I can tell you about gameplay. Check this sick movement tech out. That's what I had. For me, that hasn't changed. The gameplay of Ashes of Creation, if it were brought back up in reasonable time, would still be the gameplay of Ashes of Creation until a later date. Therefore, if I enjoyed it before, and I were able to bring my community back over and play, and there were other communities present, the game itself is completely separated from the business for me, right? Which is, to some people, a really stupid way of looking at it, because without the business, you don't have the game. But it's almost like, as long as one thing exists, the other can exist. And if both exist peacefully, then I don't need to worry about shit. So I would look at the game as a game that I've enjoyed, a very fun game, in my opinion, with a lot of community drive and a lot of community impact. And I would go back and play that in a heartbeat. I have been looking for those same things from another MMO, and other MMOs have not come along and been able to replicate that for me yet. So, trying to figure that out. Trying to figure it out. TLDR, do we play Ashes in this decade, or we just enjoy the drama from court? Nobody knows. Anybody that pretends to know is lying to you. Nobody knows. It's not the exciting answer. It's not the answer you're going to want to hear. And you could probably go to another content creator and ask them what the TLDR on the decision is going to be, and they would come up with a story about who's right and who's wrong. We don't know. Just simply put. So, I think it's the latter. Enjoy the drama from court. Listen to everything as it's filed, as it's declared, and remember that allegations are allegations until proven on both sides, and that we're here for the story. We are not the judges, the juries, or the executioners, which is probably a good thing, because I don't even know how to read a text message. I probably would have fucked up by now if I was the judge. So be glad I'm not. But I can definitely follow along with every filing, and I can definitely try to provide honest information to people that are wondering about it. Buddies were like, why didn't you refund? Bro, I had like 3K plus hours. No, that's what I'm saying. Like, I had 3,500 hours. We had people that had thousands in the community right alongside me. At what point can people just accept that they got more than their money's worth out of a game? And also, like, for everybody that's bitching about get a refund, get a refund, get a refund. How many games do we have in our Steam library right now that we aren't playing? How many old games did we buy for consoles when we were kids that we no longer play? You don't need a refund. Genuinely. I feel like people are so dramatic now. Everybody wants to be hurt. And everybody wants to act like a small inconvenience to them is the end of their world. when realistically is just like a small bump. I don't know, man. I think Steven needed to be benched to gain trust for a lot of people. Depends on the outcome of the court case. Distrust only exists if there is reason for distrust from logical people. And if the court rules that a lot of the shit that happened was effectively forced to happen, and someone was set up to look as the bad person, then that alone could garner a lot of instant second chance. Logical people? Well, the good news is logical people are typically the ones making the decisions on lots of money. And gamers are typically highly illogical anyways, but gamers will go where there is a good game. So, you know, say in the event that Steven wins, say Riot swoops back in and they're like, we'll pick it up, we'll cover the funding, we want you to just be a creative director. No stress, no worrying about funding, no running a book. Whoops, thank you for following much love. No running a book, no worrying about stress. You interact with the team, you walk through the studio, smack hands, make sure people are vibing, attend meetings, and then have time to yourself. I think that would not only be the best role, but would also, like, best role functionally. Of course, I don't speak for anybody, but, you know, I played Ashes a decent amount. I feel like I got a pretty good feel for where some people's enthusiasm lied. And I definitely feel as though Steven is a people person. I feel as though he wants to interact with people, be a part of the community, and want to, you know, be out there. So, Steven sold off the company. What exactly does it even look like for him? The allegation is that he was forced to sell off the company, and not necessarily sell off the company, but the execution and the transfer of equity is under examination. So that's why there are going to be 1,000 steps to this, where it's effectively like, this is just control over the IP itself. Then it becomes who controls Intrepid. Then it becomes who's owed funding or not owed funding, and where is all of this. Now, all that's coming to light right now, between the allegations of strong-arming, the allegations of forcing people under duress to sign papers that may have transferred equity, that is all stuff that will come through later in the case. Majority of the sale isn't in dispute. Majority of the sale isn't in dispute yet. I think you're forgetting that court cases are many years long. And as I've been saying this entire time, anybody that's acting like they know anything that's going to be an outcome has no background in legal, has no degree in anything law related, and is an armchair judge that is going to do nothing related to the court case other than improperly speculate. And we don't improperly speculate here. We look at what's being brought up, and we look at the due process of court, and we follow through on that. So, realistically, there are many routes where the court could deem, if the most drastic is found based on these allegations, that the shares and the percentage of the company, at least a large percent, of what is owned by other people is not rightfully theirs because of various unethical means of acquisition. And that can immediately void and go back and effectively correct any of these transfers of equity that were brought up into question, signing under duress, allegations of strong-arming, allegations of potential extortion from other shareholders. That could all have a very large impact. And then on the funding part, you're also looking at the potential of, if it is deemed that, you know, hypothetically, the board did rack up all of this, Steven was still on the board 150 odd mil. That's where you're incorrect again. That is where you're incorrect again. Because they would then look at the debt accumulation. Another allegation from Steven is that the board basically ran up the debt by refusing to pay vendors, by taking on a lot more spending outside of what the company normally would have, in addition to their massive labor spend. But one of Steven's allegation in the case is that the board literally ran up the debt to have more of a reason to foreclose on the company. Now, again, this is just an allegation. This is not necessarily truth at this point in time. This is speculation. But I take what is put in the court system and I read and then I wait for the court to make a ruling. If I am not a judge, if you are not a judge, and if you are not representing anybody in as legal counsel in this, then you have no right to make a judgment on this, and nor do I. Common sense, young man. Steven and his husband stole from the company. Common sense, boomer. Brother, if you want to bring age into this, learn how to use technology, you boomer-ass motherfucker, and realize that we have every single allegation in the court right here. The allegations on both sides have some pretty bad shit in them. And you need to understand that allegations are allegations on both sides. Can you elaborate what was stolen from the company and where that spending was and where in the books that was actually verified as stealing from the company? Is it the magic cards that were used for company game nights? Is it the DoorDash that was brought in to feed employees at a startup that had salaried employees working 60 to 70 hour weeks? Where's your basis? Where is it, boomer? You don't have it. Project more? Brother, I'm not projecting. I'm countering you with facts, and your old wrinkly ass is sitting there trying to figure out how to use your cell phone, and I'm giving you facts and actual testimonials that are cited in court, and you get offended because you want to come in with a young whippersnapper's got hubris, when in all actuality, you can't even figure out the fucking internet with your old ass enough to look up court filings. You, my friend, are stupid as fuck. I guarantee you have zero credentials in the legal system, no degree related to law. I have one. I studied this adjacently in college and immediately have more credentials than you to break this down. I know how to use the internet to look up these filings, and do not try to use my age as a credential against other people when they are discussing facts, and you, my friend, are trying to form judgments when you have no reason to form judgments. Maybe you should smoke a little bit of weed so you can disassociate from your anger and look at things objectively and realize that both sides probably did some shit wrong. And realistically, both people are probably going to be in some form of trouble, but one side will likely be in more trouble than the other. Which side will that be? I don't know. I don't know. But I will take your recommendation to smoke a Bolski, because I just finished some KFC, and that shit was good. I'll be right back. I'll give you some time to think about getting absolutely decimated by some young whippersnapper that doesn't have any knowledge and only hubris, while you sit there and try to hunt and peck one finger type out a response, you old fuck. Be right back. Oh, good day. I've returned. Hope you're all having a beautiful day. Odds are subject system control comes into the system, dumb parachute, can't even provide proof to their claims and says others rejecting. Yes, It is unfortunately a very common thing where nobody verifies any claims, and then they go around and they try to yell the loudest without actually having any facts to back it up. And then when presented with facts and asked to counter their side and defend their side with facts, they can't. And then they just get angry. Then they get made fun of. This is why we educate ourselves here. And this is why this stream serves a purpose, not of accusing anybody of winning or losing the case, but of bringing out education regarding the topic and allowing everybody else to understand just a little bit more. Like, that's realistically it. It's, I think, borderline ignorant for anybody that is sitting in their chair to assume that we know what is going to happen when this is likely step one of many in terms of the struggle for power and struggle for control around this title company. Hundreds of millions in funds, years of effort. Sorry to burp. This is a long thing, man. And I might be the young dude that's usually flapping my jaws, but I think this is a time for everybody to take a note from me, where if I, Mr. Yapper, is not yapping about one side or the other definitively being correct, then man, maybe it's time for us to just reserve our judgment. Also remember, whichever side loses a court case has the right to appeal decision and gives all an opportunity to learn how the legal system actually works. Also, judge can rule financial damage, can apply to both parties, not a legal analyst, just someone who can read and learn. Absolutely, tier. Agreed. Appeals, stalling tactics over the course of the case. There can be extensions to everything. Everything can be appealed over the course of it. Every exhibit can be challenged on a one-to-one basis. Long time. And the way that I've described this case, right? This is not like one sniper taking out, a pedestrian, right? This isn't someone just getting out, firing one clean shot and coming completely unscathed. This is a knife fight. This is two people in melee range, slashing, stabbing, struggling, and trying to figure out any way that they can to not die and to get the other person out of here, right? That's the biggest thing. This is a legal knife fight. Nobody comes out unscathed. Nobody comes out completely clean. There is going to be reputational damage. There is going to be no matter who wins, the board is going to have to look at everybody and be like, hey, so, crazy about those devs not getting paid, huh? We hit the wrong template on the emails, by the way. Our bad. And if Steven wins, he's going to have to address, like, the early funding. He's going to have to do, I believe, like, not have to, but I believe that it would be best to do a full, like, sit down, like, LeBron making the decision type sit down. Just alive, where he is going through answering questions, unfiltered, nothing over his head, of, where did the funding initially come from? And I mean, for a lot of people that are following the case, that's great. Not everybody's following the case. Ashes of Creation now has millions of impressions. I feel like he needs to go to the largest platform available, and he needs to do a sit down and get that on the largest platform possible. That's not mine. I think that's something that's got to be large. And that's going to be something that I think will be used to establish accountability over the situation should it go Steven's way. I think people who feel scammed, it's not about money. It's because they got in love with the game and unexpected close broke them hearts. I agree. And I think a lot of people think that it's about the money, and they're misallocating where their anger actually is. I am actually one of those old fucks. No, listen. Not every old person's bad. It's just the fucking silly ones, man. I love old people. Our home inspector for our buying process that we're in was an old dude from Maine, and he was the most grandfatherly person ever. He was like telling us stuff, and he was like, off the record, just note this. And dude, he was great. He was phenomenal. I love some old people. But there are also some old people that are like, man, today's youth is so ignorant, so dumb, and they don't look back on themselves as a youth, realizing that old people said the exact same stuff about them, and even looking back on themselves, they're just like, that wasn't that bad. Why off the record? Oh, it was just stuff like adjacent to it. It wasn't like inspection stuff. It was like design stuff. So he was giving us like little design recs and stuff like that along the way. There's this one really weird board where it's like slanted, and we're like, do we need this? And he was like looking at it, and he's like, off the record, what the fuck is that? There's no shaking that. Even if everything Stephen claims is technically correct and he wins a case, still meaningfully lied to the player base about the funding, even if not technically. I think you underestimate how many people overlook that shit and would just play the game if the game came back up. I think in any game, we may think that Ashes was super transparent to a lot of the player base, but to some people, they just wanted to log on one day and Ashes was down and they still don't know what the fuck happened to it. People don't follow Twitch, YouTube, court cases, Discord. So many people just play the games to play the games. And if the game that they liked came back, they would play it. They would stream it. They'd make YouTube content about it. And realistically, I think most people in the event that it's, you know, back on track, so to say, would just say game's up, I play game. People will still play it, but a lot of people will be permanently burned. My counter to that is that most people would not be affected at all. So if we go Ashes of Creation, Steam, DB. How the fuck? Steven? Steven, somebody broke in. Steven, call the police. The board is in the game. What the fuck is this? Dude, what are they doing? Are they farming Steel Bloom? Are they actually 1v1ing for the court case? This would be insane. Steven, Rob Dawson, Jason Karamanis, Tom Alkazin, Linda Lopez. 2v2s. Steven and Tom versus Rob and Jason. Linda picks the comps. Mirror match. We run it. Court case is done today. Winner gets Ashes. I'd fucking do it. Karen on heels. Yo, Karen, I just want to say, Karen has been like the WWE like character evolution. At the start, Karen came out as this mysterious investor, and everybody was like, that bitch Karen. And everybody thought she was the bad person. Turns out, she might be one of the people who actually just wanted to invest in the company and see it do well. And her and Tom might just be these investors that wanted to put money in and let people cook and are unproblematic as fuck. And then you have like the other side that's involved. Like Tom and Karen have seemed so wholesome where they're just like, well, I just wanted to help a little bit. And now somebody's messaging me all angry. Like, I feel so bad for both of them, bro. Everybody was mad at Karen at first, too, because her name came out early. Poor Karen. Poor Karen. Everybody was like, of course it was a Karen. If I remember correctly, Karen is the representative of the senior lender of the bank. Commerce West. Tom and Karen are the casual raiders and the board of the exploiters trying to parse. Oh, no. No, honestly, Tom and Karen are the Gathering Guild, and the board is Timalope. Oh no. Those poor guys. Those poor guys. 5 players who? I don't know, really. I feel like they're 1v1ing for it. I want to get in. That 5 is probably a bot VM that never got shut down. When did we hit 14 players? What? 24, 29? What is this? I almost wonder if it was people that like launched the game that didn't know that Ashes shut down, that just never like left the launcher because they were waiting for it to come back up. And then at a certain point, they were just like, oh man, I guess it's gone. Forgotten bots? Could also be that. Could also be that. They were doing Forge. Jesus Christ. Goodness gracious me, oh my. So anyways, what I was bringing this up to establish. Oh God. Wait. What directory are we in? Chat, are we in the Ashes directory? We're in the right place, right? Or did I fuck up? I feel like we're in the right place. Anyways, what I was trying to establish with this. Our peak on Steam launch was just under 32,000 players, right? That may have within that a few 100,000 total active users, maybe 500,000 total active users in terms of individuals over the course of it. In terms of a peak, I'm not quite sure that it would be many more than that. I also don't know what their scaling is on it. I'm just going off of like metrics that I know for other situations. I don't exactly know what their numbers were, but I don't really think they're going over 500,000 people that like bought and looked at the game and played the game, right? Maybe, but I'm not sure. Regardless, that when you look at the total active users just in MMOs still, even with it being a very pillaged genre as a whole, there are still millions more players that are still around where if a game manages to have a form of recovery, it can be done. Like, games have literally come back from the dead. Now, I always say the exception to the rule is not the rule, and Ashes of Creation would be an exception to the rule. Is the game even still live? No, I don't know how there are 5 motherfuckers playing. I'm trying to get in and get me some duels. I don't really know what's going on. But it's just court case at this point. The servers went down when the Warn Act notices were filed shortly after. The servers started to lock up and performance went to shit. And then once performance went to shit, it all just cascaded from there. Server providers, unpaid. Everything's just completely gone at this point with this. Game was so fun, such a shame it crashed like this. I agree. I very much agree. I'm hoping that, you know, regardless of the court case outcome, both sides have iterated that their plans are to continue with development after the court case has concluded. We shall see. We shall see. I can tell everybody that if you give me 1 million subs, then I will give $1,000 back to chat. We'd see if I actually did. Just not for Unreal Engine 7. Oh no, not like this. Not like this. Just ship it on Unreal Engine 5.99999. We're chilling. No Unreal Engine 6 necessary. Goodness fucking gracious. We'll have that new DLSS that comes out. And then everything will just go like ultra realistic, but run at 2 FPS. Bro, I'd be so sad. Ay, ay, ay. I think the sad part is Steven Shooter's face. The wonderful team concept is dead now, sadly. I think realistically, it's still within court proceedings extremely heavily, right? I think both sides could have done things much differently. And with all of the court proceedings and court filings that have come out so far, the most recent filings with a lot of exhibits have come from Steven's side. So naturally on that end, you're going to see Steven coming out with exhibits that show the board side is bad. The board will come out with exhibits that try to show that Steven is bad. That's just how this is going to go as a back and forth, right? I think both sides, whoever wins, stand on both sides regardless of who wins. Yeah. Yep. 1000%. I think the situation as a whole is incredibly sad because the game separated from the business was very promising. but the foundation on which a beautiful building was being constructed was seemingly put in a swamp, and the foundation just cracked and broke apart and sunk. And the foundation was always one of those, like, we'll patch it as we need to, just fill the cracks, and eventually the cracks became too large to fill, and then everything just... So, you know, if it went back in a time machine, you could go back to probably many points in the timeline of Ashes of Creation and stop all of this from happening just from choosing to go down divergent paths. Whether you look at investors handling things differently, whether you look at investors, you know, potentially choosing not to invest in the first place, with the knowledge now that they're getting into video game investment, which can always go tits up very quickly and be very extended in terms of time. You know, the side of seeking out investors, choosing to go to different areas and choosing to seek funding from alternative sources instead of people that may not be the most familiar with video games. And again, this is just a couple of the small points that we've seen here in the court case filings so far that seem to be very impactful. The allegations that a lot of the board wasn't really familiar with MMOs or video games in general, so they may not have been up to par with how fucky game development is. The fact that, you know, those people were seeked out in the first place could have been something that compounded two very easy points where either side could have just said, you know what, I'm gonna seek something different, right? It's almost one of those, like, if I had jerked off before I made this decision, would it have had a different outcome? And personally, I think before most big decisions, you should probably jerk off. A lot of people say it's just before sending a dick pic. I think you should do it before most big decisions in your life. Buying a house, jerk on it. Big purchase, car, jerk on it. Groceries not on sale, jerk on it. It's very important. Post-nut clarity. It is the smartest that man has ever been. I'm convinced that the smartest people in the world just have no refractory period and just abuse post-nut clarity all day. All day. Just walking and nutting and having that clarity buff. That is the ascension of man. But that's also a different discussion. Make sure you take that pic before nutting. Otherwise, you don't get the finger. The contingency pic. God damn it. God damn it. If only everybody would have jerked off before sending $60 million. Hold on, I have to go blow my nose real quick. I'm stuffy. One sec. God damn it. Good day. Ugh. Blow my nose. Dude, I have terrible seasonal allergies. Like, you might think that I'm cool as shit. I gotta keep an inhaler on my desk in case my asthma gets too bad because of, like, pollen and shit. Like, I can run and stuff, and I'm, like, healthy lung function-wise, but my seasonal allergies can get me so stuffy and congested that sometimes I gotta hit the inhaler. It's fucking tragic. Also, my YouTube boys, what up, guys? While the Theory Forge avoiding showing Steven's recent letter and testimony, he's wanting to read Steven's end goal for restoring Ashes if he wishes. If he wins. Really? Why? I feel like there would be no reason to not cover it. I'm sure he has at some point, right? I feel like Theory Forge has usually been pretty Pretty chill, right? Although I haven't really had time to watch other people's coverage very heavily. But to be fair, that's how indie dev works. Gotta get funding somehow until release, and then you hopefully pay off the debt without too many of them cashing in for equity. Just see what ChatGPT or Grok has to say when it has access to the exhibits. Oh god. Oh god, I don't even want to fucking know. I would assume that is an entirely different route. But yeah, no, I agree. I agree, Roman. In terms of like indie dev and small cap studios, you need to have funding. And a statistic that we mentioned earlier that I saw today was like 40% of current game developers are looking to transition out of game development for a career, right? And in terms of North American development, it's much more likely in North America to have layoffs, specifically in California. And you're effectively taking the hardest genre to break into with one of the longest dev cycles and putting it in the peak of layoff territory in terms of actual, like, game dev. Starting from scraps with nothing. That is already going to be incredibly hard and against all odds. So at that point, I almost feel like indie game dev with ambition has almost turned into a, like, it's a startup now, right? And you're trying to get acquired by what I've always thought would be the dream for startups, would be being acquired by one of the giants. Something like this, to someone like me, is an immediate, like, open my arms, you run into them, I scoop you up and spin you around. But to some people, this was not all sunshine and roses for whatever reason. This is why I'm not involved in the business side. Even if I'm an investor and I get an offer for 500 million on something I've put 60 mil into, have equity, and I may end up seeing 120, 150 million hypothetically off of that, and I can just cash out on my investment and secure 120, 150 million. That's 10% plus of $1 billion. That's a substantial amount of money. If they knew what I made hourly streaming, brother, I could have talked them back into the Riot deal. I would have been like, y'all realize how many ounces of weed this can buy. You could retire on a beach, get a few pounds, set yourself up for a good amount of time, live your existence out on a beach smoking doinks, going for walks at the sunset with seagulls and shit, just waves crashing, Mai Tais if you so desire. I don't know why people put themselves in stressful positions like this. I would have just sold that bitch. Bro, I'd sell my stream for a few $100,000. Like, shit. Actually, I probably wouldn't. Actually, would I? Chat, taking bids. Just kidding, by the way, Twitch. No 3-day. No 3-day. That was a joke for comedic purposes. You cannot buy my Twitch sets against TOS. It is not for sale. 340 has been putting out short videos about the updates, but isn't streaming. What's he been putting out for shorts? Current contention essentially seems to be if it doesn't move the finish line or not. And one of the claims from the board side is that the projections, specifically from what we have theorized, because the projections were mentioned once in one of the text messages about like the projections being fraudulent. The projections that we've seen are the 2022 and 2023 cash flow projections, where there was a projection for 2023 that off of pre-order sales and post-launch sales, they would total over $700 million in proceeds from sales. And that was also considering many milestones being achieved in 2023, including NAEU launch, Russia, China, Japan, Korea launch, NAEU content expansion 1 and 2. What else? I think that was all slated for 2023 in the projections. So, from that standpoint, it's kind of like, on the investment side, do they have the ability to pull up these projections subsequent to this offer from Riot or these negotiations from Riot, which there will definitely be more receipts from, and say they're crazy? Who's to say that, because keep in mind, we have correspondence acknowledging the Riot offer up through, I believe it is July of 2023. So that confirms about 7 months of discussion here. Who's to say in that 7 months, they didn't establish that the IP in 2023 was worth $600 million through Riot? We don't know that. Maybe we will as more court filings come out, but what did the Riot number actually reach for reasonable discussions before discussions were canceled? Because then, if projections say 700 million, I looked at those and I was like, oh yeah, you're fucking crazy. And then I saw this and I was like, maybe everybody's a little crazy. Maybe we're just throwing that money around now. So I looked at this and I was like, oh damn. Okay, I understand it now. Granted, all of the milestones in 2023 were missed, but I had my joke that it was like Dusty stream projections, 2026, 150 viewers, 2027, 30,000 viewers, 2028 president. And I was like, that's essentially these projections. Lo and behold, apparently, my name was on the ballot before I knew it. And apparently, there was a up to $500 million discussion in place as early as 2022. So, it sounds like a plausible goal these days. I can probably do it. Instead of China, where it's like you can only game X amount of hours a day, it's like everybody has to smoke weed and play video games X amount of hours a day, so we all just chill the fuck out. Like, kids go outside, they play basketball, and whatever they do, ride their bikes. And then all the parents have to mandated 3 hours of weed and video games a day to chill the fuck out. If you don't, you get arrested. And then when you're in jail, double weed and video games time. Yep. But you have to smoke bad weed in jail. I'm in. Listen, Dusty, whatever year the next presidential election is. 2028, I think? Is it actually 2028? Everyone would do better if they just had mandatory exercise and financial classes, sort of like jail. Yo, hear me out. Just make every school a boarding school. Ship the kids off for 6 months, 6 on, 6 off, where they do 6 months of school, classes, and then the latter half of the year, they work. And then society contributes to itself. And then we chain the developers to their desks. Opal, thank you for the gift. Yeah, I appreciate you. Much love. Then we chain the developers to their desks. I wouldn't be poor and I'd be ripped. That's what I'm saying. It's a very good combination. Oh my god, Opal again. Opal is trying to buy my Twitch. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. A new challenger has entered the arena. Goodness gracious. Thank you, Opal. I appreciate you. The world needs more first principle discipline. I don't know what that means. But I do know child labor is cheaper than adult labor. So realistically, I think... Oh my god, Hoofsy. Speaking of expensive labor, goodness gracious, the 10 and we got a hype train on the tracks. Boys, I appreciate you guys. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Hoofsy with the 10, Opal coming in with the 2 gifties. Guys, check your primers. See if you have those bad boys. Goodness gracious, me oh my. Anyways, holy. If children are capable of 60% of the output of an adult, then we should be able to pay them 60% of the federal minimum wage and employ them for the job as well. Old people are much more likely to get hurt and be out of work for a long time. Children heal faster. I broke my wrist as a kid. I was down for like 2 weeks. Broke my wrists as a senior in high school, was down for a couple months. 80-year-old breaks their wrist. They don't have a hand anymore. Which adult are we comparing their ability to? Just average 50th percentile? Middle of the road? Not a top performer? Because keep in mind, a child will still have childlike enthusiasm. So if I tell a kid that they get to sit here and they get to grab these super cool parts off of this vroom vroom belt and then turn and put it on this vroom vroom belt, and at the end of the day they get sandwiches and goldfish, then they're actually going to be excited about it. Whereas if I tell you, hey, stand here and take this shit and put it here, and then after 8 hours you get a break, you're not gonna work for me. Kid's gonna be like, wait, I get a sandwich? I can vouch, because when I was a Starbucks store manager, I had benefits for my employees, including free Starbucks stock that you just got for working for the company, very generous 401k match, very affordable insurance opportunities. But the thing that people got most excited about, free Spotify. $5 a month with a student account, which everybody had anyways. They got excited about saving $5 a month when they were getting literal free stock just in their name. I'm telling you, you just incentivize it with the dumbest shit. Dumbest shit. You want to drop below 20 hours? Well, you're going to lose your Spotify if you drop below 20 hours. Because you have to be 20 hours to get your benefits. Okay, you want to stay above 20 hours? Oh, okay. Dope. Dope. Perfect. Save so many schedules. Save so many schedules, dog. I genuinely, I cannot iterate enough. You tell people they're getting free Spotify and they go fucking crazy. I just don't understand it. I just don't understand it. The thought going into this, maybe the lack of thought going into other people's processes are why labor is so expensive nowadays. Like, why are construction crews having 45-year-old men with beer bellies try to operate shovels at 1 shovel a minute when we could just have an army of 14 children all having their shovel enthusiastically digging a hole because they're happy to dig a hole because we tell them they get to play in the dirt? I guarantee 14 children dig a hole more efficiently than one 45-year-old man with a beer belly. It's just efficient business. Half the time it's 7 guys watching 1 guy dig. Yeah, construction's really weird. They'd quit in 15 minutes. Right, that's why you incentivize them with food. If they dig the hole down to the bottom as fast as they can, then they get food and snacks after. The 45-year-old man has a credit card. I think you underestimate how many people still do hand-done labor. I'll be real, even construction companies. Not everybody's in a backhoe and an excavator all the time. A lot of shit you have to delicately dig out and hand trench as well. If you're going around anything that is piping, anything that DigSafe has marked, a lot of the time you got to hand dig still. You want some 45-year-old man with back pain to be doing that? Or you want limber labor? There's a reason that the children yearn for the mines. It's because it's natural to them. They can fit in the mines easier. They recover quicker from the fatigue. Their lungs are going to replace the cells entirely more times over the course of their lifespan. Therefore, the asbestos they're inhaling will not be a concern. It filters out. Also, employing children means that you have to pay less to manufacture company clothing because you don't have to get adult sizes. little pickaxes for children doing mining would be cheaper than a large pickaxe for an adult doing mining. The overhead costs are also cheaper. Just think about it. A lot of the time, DigSafe doesn't market properly. Yeah, they try their best. They try their best. My dad had an excavation and construction company for a while when I was a lad. And like, I'm gonna have to call DigSafe if we win this house to do some, you know, do some marking and shit for some potential digging and renovations. Fortunately, it's free. But I know the interactions with them. I know half the time they just come out and spray paint some shit and leave. So we'll see. We'll see. They'd still quit in 15 minutes. The second you turn around, they would stop. Okay. Well, this is what the really long stick is for. Now, the trick is that if you establish enough fear, you never actually have to hit anybody. Hi, Carla. Speaking of which, what? Huge idea, stairs up the driveway. It's not going to be that steep. Because when we redo the driveway, we're going to grade it off so my Honda Civic doesn't bottom out. And we're going to, like, dig it down a little more and then, like, grade it to a more smooth up, basically. So maybe, like, on the side going up. But yeah, either way. Either way. Oy. The more of the court transcripts I read, the less certain I am that either side really won it all last week. Yeah, I don't think there are wins and losses. I think realistically, instead of securing a win or a loss at this point, people are trying to secure momentum to work towards a win or a loss. But I think we're still far from wins or losses. This is a period where a lot of people seem to think that people are popping alts. And I don't think this is people popping their alts. I think this is people throwing their Q out and just fishing for a little bit of damage and seeing what they can get for trades. This is literally the laning phase of the MOBA. We aren't even in the team fight phase yet. Once the team fight phase comes out and we see actual, like, we have declarations, right? But when we see declarations stacked with exhibits and we see true hard-hitting declarations coming out in even more of a capacity than they are, it gets to the team fights. This is just a start. I think there are going to be many more filings, many more declarations along the way. I would be shocked that there weren't. Largest thing in the projections are the fabricated in terms of evidence, because I'm sure that Riot did 100% of their own research to even give it an offer. Are the projections fabricated? Who knows, I guess? Like, the projections were submitted and then they were sealed. So, Riot didn't make an offer, to be clear. They made an initial proposal. $35 is the email. Which one is it? That's Karamanis. Where's the Riot one? Dog sign. That's Rob Dawson. Victim with pleasure. It's not that one. Which exhibit was it where Dawson literally mentions the Riot offer? Or, like, let me know what Riot says. Yes, they did make an initial proposal. But again, the initial proposal still establishes that Riot is roughly valuing this with contingencies in this ballpark. Which, even the fact that an exterior source with initial thinking, keep in mind, these discussions, Opal, Opal going crazy. Thank you, Opal. I appreciate you very much. So this is initial thinking on deal terms, right? 7 months later, 7+ months, July 31st, 2023, there was a text message that was submitted as an exhibit from Dawson to Steven that mentioned, let me know what Riot says. So this is very much so an early proposal. Could have gone up, could have gone up, could have gone down, could have been towards the 250, could have been towards 750, could have been $1 billion. Who knows? But this is all we have as an actual screenshot right now of the time. And certainly more information comes out about this. Surely. There's no way that more corroboration doesn't come regarding how much did Riot actually want to put down. Trumpet on the outside with the Ashes IP is easily worth that if they had the game they appeared to have from the Alpha 2 showcases. I mean, I also think that we are looking at it from a game standpoint because we are all not doing $100 million plus business deals. There's so much that Intrepid had that was outside of the actual game, right? That was the back end of the game that could potentially be transferred into so many other projects, right? Their server infrastructure, should it have been deemed useful for an open world survival game, like a Once Human type beat, or like a Rust, to keep super populated areas running smooth so you could have even larger player capacity in those open world survival multiplayers. Opal? Oh my god. Chat, who doesn't have a sub right now? Opal, thank you. Oh my goodness gracious. Opal's going crazy today. Holy. Golly. Had they ever mentioned meshing at that point in 2022? The meshing and gridding had been planned for quite some time, I do believe. That had been mentioned as tech for a long ass time, as something that they were aspiring to with IntrepidNet. The first mention of it, I off the top of my head don't know, but their entire world infrastructure was always planned around their server structure. That was always a big selling point for Intrepid. Now, I again don't know when that was first publicly mentioned or brought to fruition in even a testing capacity. But internally, they have so much more than we have seen that the first public mention of it is also very likely far later than the first actual implementation of it. By the time we got our hands on it to test it on the PTR, it had very likely already gone through months of rigorous internal testing at that point in time. So, let's talk about in Alpha 2 Phase 1. Can we find the earliest mention of it whatsoever? I'll see if I can do some quick researching. Ashes of Creation Wiki. Wait, the wiki's down too? No! Ashes of Creation Dynamic Gridding. Let's see. Where is the earliest? I see July 2024 for dynamic gridding. I see July 3rd for a feedback request. Motherfucker. I can't click on the forums because the forums are down. Ah! Ah! Let's see. Feel free to share anything you'd like about Ashes of Creation, server meshing, something. The first possible limitation is the architecture of dynamic gridding itself. I wish I could access anything related to fucking Ashes. Everything historical is so cooked. It seems like mid 2024 is when forums were implementing Wayback Machine. Doesn't Wayback Machine require it to be saved? Nothing in Ashes of Creation went through months of rigorous testing. What the fuck are you on? Says someone that probably didn't even play Ashes of Creation. You love to see it. You love to see it. My man does not understand that things are worked out on internal branches far before being implemented to even test branches. Dynamic gridding was tested before it was given to us. Wait. June 17th, 2022. What quality does Intrepid want regards to water / effects? Well, yes. Hold on. Well, yes, those are ARPGs while Ashes is an MMO, but still with the supposed dynamic gridding, there is also the server meshing. I don't think we can get more though because it's down. So, yeah, we can't get more. So, June 17th of 2022, we have a mention of dynamic gridding and server meshing on the forums. So, 2022, confirmed. I was able to dig through stuff back in 2020. I think it has to get, like, saved, right? What month? June. June 17th, 2022. It was... Where is it? This one. June 17th, 2022, according to the forums. Which we can't get into the forums. Nor do I have a subpoena to actually get in. But in this case, that isn't what they were for. Mohammed, can I ask what your credentials to know what the purpose of alpha and beta testing was intended to be then? Because, like, I understand you might be mad about something, but brother, this is not the place to try to be, like, just spewing shit out because you can't deal with your internal struggles. I understand you might be angry, but we're here covering facts, and we're here discovering things through the court case and discussing that. And if you're just trying to come in and be inflammatory, dog, I have terrible news for you. It's just not it's not the best idea. So I would highly encourage, if you are trying to simply come in and be like, rah, Ash is bad, I knew it was all bad. Maybe like Nephis stream when he goes live or something. But the insults always fly when there's no ground to stand. Yeah, it is what it is. It's also interesting how the people who are edgy about Ashes of Creation also typically have a very similar type of Twitch name. And it's always typically like some super edgy, like 4chan type Twitch name. You can always tell. Ragnar, hope you're having a beautiful night, brother. That pumped the value of the company if Riot thinks it was legit. Yes, agreed. Now again, we're not business people, so we don't really understand what the value is built on. To me, this is more money than I have ever seen in my life for anything, right? So an offer of 200, or even a discussion of 250 to $500 million is absolutely fucking ridiculous. Absolutely insane, just from the ground up. So, I'm not seeing anyone edgy in chat. Turns out I have them blocked already. No, that's crazy. Jesus Christ. Yeah, sometimes the story just writes itself, brother. Sometimes it just writes itself, Leon. Thank you, Loudrick. I appreciate you. So, moving on from our 2-hour discussion of Exhibit A. Hiya. Game dev couldn't spot the game dev scam. Brother, do you have anything to actually contribute to the conversation? Or are you just regurgitating what Reddit says? Because I'm gonna be completely a buck, like, I don't think you actually played Ashes at all. I don't. And again, I'm gonna ask you to be chill, but he didn't, just another parent. It's the Reddit classic, brother. It's the Discordians and the Redditoids all becoming one hive mind. They didn't play the game. They haven't read the filings. They haven't reviewed the declarations. They haven't read through anything. They haven't done shit. You mean besides all the lawsuits? Have you read any of them? Because if you're following the court proceedings, there's a lot, brother. There's a lot. But something tells me you haven't read. Something tells me you haven't attempted to educate yourself at all. And that's okay. We're here to help people understand. We're here to help people understand. So, according to Tom Alkazin's declaration, after the text message came through, I did not respond to Mr. Karamanis' message and have not responded to any messages sent to me by Mr. Karamanis since February 2026. My man's ignored Karamanis for 2 months now. If I sued you, would that mean you're a scammer? Well, only if you went on a bunch of streams after and then called him a scammer. Yes. And then he would 1000% be a scammer. You just gotta send him a message telling him that you're going to attack him and his company. Attack him and his company. And then people will believe it. Very simply put. Very simply put. Brother, I hate it here. I hate it here. Like, in what world have humans devolved to, like, this state? You haven't paid attention to the suit, then. This is the commonality. The world we are living in. Where, unfortunately, nobody can articulate anything that's actually been accused in the suit. I blame the lack of funding to public schools. I blame the lack of verification processes to allow people onto the internet. I blame social media. I blame Red 40. Blame a lot. It's like a de-evolution of humans, where we have this amazing technology directly at our fingertips. We have literally bottled lightning, and we have put it in tubes. Little strands of metal wrapped with rubber. And we told that lightning to go rock to rock. And it processes these numbers into visuals. And this code into audio. And some people use this amazing technology. Just try to be a goober. I don't get the gooberism. I don't get the gooberism. The most recent attempt to have a receiver appointed. Can you tell us the context of having this receiver appointed? Can you tell us what it would do? Vargas, what up, brother? Are we cooked, or is there a small glimmer of light for it to be Ashes of Creation? Like, there's always a chance, but it's also in a legal battle that likely has many steps along the way. where it's first establishing control of the IP, then it's trying to establish wrongdoing or right doing in terms of the acquisition of the company and the foreclosure of the company, then providing the winner of that. It's almost like an if-then statement, right? You know, if this side wins, then this is the next course of action. So a lot of it is just like, a lot of it's very contingent on many scenarios aligning for one side. And that's not even accounting for the fact that one step along the way could be seen as a victory for one side. Then 2 weeks later, you have a victory for the other side. That brings it back around and shakes up everything you know in the actual, like, in the actual court proceedings. There's so much. So much. It's hard to say at this point, but what we have is that both sides claim they would like to finish Ashes. Steven has, of course, said if he gets everything back under his control and can right the ship, he'd like to try to continue development on it. The board has said that they would like to try to launch the project should they get development control on it. It's just a matter of what would actually happen, right? The board has said we've seen figures from 12 up to $15 million so far allocated to the remainder of development of Ashes and then a launch of it, which I don't know if they realize that you need money after the launch of a game too. It's like spending all your money buying a house and not leaving any extra money for homeowner expenses. But I'm not quite certain what's going on. Play a new game and move on. You don't watch my stream, do you? Exclamation watch time. Mr. Hig streams. Hig streams and has 400 followers. Hig has been streaming since 2019. Hig comes into chat and always tries to hate on Ashes. Yet, Hig also played New World and complained about New World dying with his prior chats and acted like he didn't see it coming. Hig likes to cope about things. Except DustyWhy saw New World coming and left New World in 2024 far before it was dead. Hig doesn't know how to deal with his internal anger, so he tries to troll Twitch streams. Don't be like Hig. Don't be like Hig. I do appreciate you coming back to check on the stream, though. Much love, Higgy. It is truly a pleasure having you, dog. So anyways, and if you knew anything, you would know that I'm not even playing the game because the game's dead. For now. Feel like me, hate everything evenly? Yes, yes. An equal opportunity hater is the best type of hater to be. If you do not discriminate with your hands and everybody catches your hands, then it is fine. It is fine. He's right, though. You had to be trying not to see this coming. I think you are absolutely delusional if you think for a second anybody predicted this coming with Ashes of Creation. I think many people had their hesitancies about Ashes, but again, it was always a matter of this game's going to fail, this game's going to fail. I could pull up every critique that you had from Ashes of Creation if we'd like to go through it, but unfortunately, I don't believe that you have ever, before anything broke down, called any part of this. So, as much as you want to say you had to be trying to not see this coming, nobody really saw this coming, brother, in terms of this. I do genuinely hate to say it, but nobody thinks that you're flexing, trying to act like you're the all-seeing being. If anything, my predictions were probably more accurate than yours, because I had half-shitty jokes about where is GM John, we're the Riot MMO the entire time, and one day Steven's just gonna walk in and say, fuck it, I'm retiring on a beach, you're all fired. Turns out, I was closer than anybody else. So realistically, I saw it coming more than you bitch-ass motherfuckers. I just kept playing. Apparently, I saw it coming so much that I shot called it. God damn. I just don't understand the mentality, man. It's just it's the holier than thou, I know everything mentality. It's such a Reddit mentality. I've seen it from both sides, man. Oh, I don't know if legal documents bring out the worst in people, but bro, it's been so crazy to hear like the drastic takes from both sides where people don't even understand that this is nowhere near the end of the court case, and they're like, man, can't wait for the final punch to be delivered off of this. And I'm like, dog, this is like the fucking tee shot of the Masters. Goodness gracious me, oh my. Took a unique level of naivety or willful ignorance to not see this was a complete scam. Can you articulate how you knew it was a complete scam, brother? If by Alpha 2 release you weren't aware, you were trying to not be aware. And what is your basis for those thoughts? Can you articulate? Was it the progression of the game? Was it because you knew how much Intrepid Studios was spending on labor? Was it because you knew their internal funding? What was it, Muhammad? Because I don't think you knew, brother. I don't think anybody knew. And much like a horse with a lame hip, I'm gonna help you out with something, dog. Alpha 2 was promised to be persistent and was delayed by months despite the fact they announced the date nearly a year ahead of time. So I'm going to explain something.
They're fucking cooked. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
Projections are projections. And you say they announced the date nearly a year ahead of time. The further out a projection is, the more room for variance there is. And what you're looking at with over a year ahead of time is over a year where anything in game development can shift, can evolve. Priorities can ebb and flow. Capabilities, setbacks, changes. We can all look at roadmaps and say this was promised at this point in time, but realistically speaking, you can do that with any game. Any game, dog. It's not just Ashes. WoW has missed deadlines and had bad launches and missed timetables and had to delay content and had to reschedule content and had content come out completely broken. WoW's implemented content with many bugs. It's not just Ashes, Brody. I have terrible news. Because Magic the Gathering's a scam because my Codex bundle is delayed a month. Wizards of the Coast is scamming. Yes. And someday soon the rug will be pulled from you, Lesh. They will rip the packs themselves from your cold dead hands and sell them on Star City Games to you, the consumer. How did you not see it coming? How did you not see it coming? To be fair, MTG cards are a scam. It's literally paper. Okay, well, hold on. So is money. But here we are. But here we are. I'm playing with my cards, so no scam. I'm playing with my peen, so also no scam. Anyways, I digress. Uncompleted game being released as an alpha. That has never happened before in the history of existence. Goodness gracious me, oh my. Never ever in the existence of human history has an in development product been marketed as in development. You hate to see it. Muhammad, I'm gonna be real, dog. You are no longer bringing anything productive. I'm gonna just put you in a little chill time, my boy. You can appeal with a mod later, but it seems like you're just puffing your chest out all Jason Caramana style with no actual substance to anything that you're saying. And I'm gonna be real. That's what Nephis stream is for. If you're trying to do that, I'm trying to actually cover the facts of the legal case and not have people puffing their chest out. we're adults here, and I feel like we should act like adults here and at least try to set an example for everybody that is not acting like an adult regarding the game that we love right now. And it starts with us, and we must be the change we want to see in the world. And I want to see you shut the fuck up. Thank you. We're supposed to be productive here? At least pretend to be. We're supposed to pretend. I do my best. I started in December and I have absolutely no faith in that game being released, even though I wanted to get 400 plus hours out of my $50. Again, I don't think anybody that was a player had any indicator of whether it would be released or not realistically. I think when you look at the grand scheme of gaming, Ashes of Creation was far more progressed than many titles were that are released to the greater market. Now, I think it's very reasonable to say, and even from my side, I think Ashes full release was not going to be the grand vision, more of a minimum viable product where many systems were cut and then moved to an expansion release. But I can damn sure vouch that a lot worse products get shipped than Ashes of Creation, even in its December state. If that shit dropped as like a, hey, this is what we got, I hope you enjoy. You know, no box cost, $15 a month sub. Probably would have had 5,000 players. Which is crazy to think about. Like 5,000 concurrent, more total active users than that. They could have shipped with no box cost and a $15 a month sub. And honestly, first month, they probably would have had a lot more because people would have checked it out with no box cost, $15 a month sub. First month, just as a thing. Then you factor in that they could have run like a free-to-play weekend post-launch or something. Boost player base. Worse things have been released to the market. So, I don't know, man. I just, like, I understand when people say, like, I didn't think this would make it as far as it did, even. But when people try to... It's like LeBron when he's like, yeah, I saw this happening 3 weeks ago when I was taking a hypersonic bath. I predicted the Strait of Hormuz. Like, I just don't fucking get it. Some people act like they're like Baba Vanga with a goddamn crystal ball behind. I just don't get it. I played enough of Alpha 1, Alpha 2 that I feel like I got my money's worth. Oh, God, yeah. Oh, I spent too much time playing this goddamn game. I spent too much time. Should have just released everything and started the subscriptions to keep it going. What do you mean released everything? Like just full launched it with what they had? Or just like finished the rest of the game? Because yeah, I too think they should have just finished the rest of the game. Full release. True, with just like what they had. I know you mean it as like they should have just launched as is with the sub. Some people came in one time and like not one time, but way more than one time people have come in and they're just like, Dusty, why didn't the devs just finish the game and launch it faster? And I'm like, fuck, I bet they didn't think of that. Why didn't they just fucking have the dual classes in already? God, so stupid. They should have just done that. Like, can you imagine how much easier this would have been if they had just finished the fucking game in like, I don't know, 2017? And then everything was fine? God, Steven. Jesus, didn't think of it, man. This is why you need me consulting. Jesus Christ. Like, I won't even charge like $25,000. Like, Dusty, how do you think we could best progress with Ashes of Creation to lead to a successful launch? Just finish the game, Steve. Just take care of it, you know? Just take care of it, Steven. That's easy. Easy. We'll get Steven taking care of it, and then we're fine. And then we're good. I forgot something. He took the chicken breast. He seasoned the chicken breast. He ate the chicken breast. Something is missing here, Steven. It's the fucking cook, brother. Jesus Christ, man. And like, here I am, a man with all of the vision and none of the money. Golly, the limitations we face. It's like I'm the fastest man from the thighs up, but I got nothing from the knee down to run on. You really hate to see it. Golly, brother, golly. I'm telling you, could have done something amazing. Could have done something amazing. Wait, Prater, did you see in his personal statement how he answered that? He gave a shout out in the personal statement, and he goes, the question was like, why did you like say recently that when asked why did you say that the studio was not out of money? And the statement goes, because based on the information I was given at the time, we were not out of money. It's so simple, but it's so fucking funny. Just like, why did you say we weren't broke? I didn't know we were broke. The fucking honesty is so good. No like big political answer, just I didn't fucking know. I was not supposed to know. They didn't tell me. Forgot to turn the oven on. Oh god, I've been there before. I've been there before. I have a cast iron, and there have been times where I'm doing multiple things, and I go to put something on the cast iron, and I don't hear sizzle. And I look down, and there's no fire going up to the cast iron. I'm just like, I've definitely fucked something up here. Yo, Sleazy, what up, brother? Hope you're having a beautiful day. All right, let me top off my water real quick. Carla just got on from work, so I'm gonna say hello to Carla. And then we finish the declarations, my boys. I will be right back. That's what all those MMOs actually do. Half game complete, calling it a full release while they finish it. You want to know the thing, though. MMOs can typically get away with it because they don't reveal their full scope post-launch for a very long time. So with Ashes, we effectively got the meat and potatoes and the veggies and the dessert and breakfast the next day, and then also drinks after breakfast for mimosas, and then another good lunch, and then dinner the next day. And Ashes could have been a launch viable product without talking about religions, without talking about families, without talking about the second continent, without talking about the naval system, without talking about instancing, without talking about many things within its core system. Arenas. There could have been expansions and DLCs for so many of those things that people came to expect because of the transparency around this is our grandiose scope. And in my opinion, as a consumer, what you don't know, right? So I feel like at that point, if the scope was presented as less publicly and then behind closed doors, it was like, oh yeah, we're going to develop the religion system. We're going to develop the family systems. Tell people that it's going to be 8 primary classes, and then later on hit us with a, but wait, there's more. And then we get all of the, we get all the secondaries and stuff like that, right? Later on. I feel like that'd be large. Human knowledge, maybe say led to the situation. I don't think in terms of hard-hitting questions like that, anything on either side can legally be answered. Just, I don't want to answer for anybody or anything. But I feel like even if one does want to answer that from a legal perspective, this would neither be the place nor time, whether it were Karamanis, Dawson, anybody. Actually, Karamanis might. But Dawson, Steven, Alkazin, Karen, anybody that's under legal counsel that isn't just running on pure adrenaline right now would probably have to refrain from answering that question. So, I mean, I don't necessarily think that's something that we would hear here. Now, from my personal perspective, I think it would be almost impossible to not reflect in a hypothetical of how could everything have been handled differently. And I'm sure over the course of the months that have transpired so far, there has been heavy reflection of like, okay, yeah, I definitely could have done this a little bit different. I think when we look at human nature from my perspective as a whole, I learned to ride a bike from falling off of my bicycle. I learned to make a shot in basketball by missing many shots in basketball. And I think frequently as humans, we learn from mistakes. Some mistakes cost more than others. Some airlines learn from the mistake of a pilot running into a scenario where they take many lives away because they crash a plane. Some people learn from a mistake where they fall off a bicycle into a pile of leaves and don't get hurt at all. Some people learn from mistakes where businesses are impacted and communities are impacted. And I think human nature is to learn from mistakes. And I would like to think that many people in this learned, but that could also be my optimism. When this is all said and done, it would go a long way to take any accountability whatsoever. If you haven't read the personal statement, I would definitely recommend checking that out. There are some very, like, I mean, it's a personal statement coming from, like, Steven's desk and everything. And immediately in there, there's, I mean, very simply put, I can pull it up right now. I've downloaded this like 7 times. But realistically, if we look at the personal statement, boom. So, I mean, keep in mind, this is still going to be a personal statement, but this fight is no longer happening behind closed doors. It's now happening in a forum where evidence matters, lies are tested, and accountability can be imposed. As founder of Intrepid and the original creator of Ashes of Creation, I also personally want to say that I am sorry. I took on people who represented that they wanted to help build Ashes of Creation and support its future. I did not know they would ultimately try to destroy it to seize it for themselves. So, I mean, here in itself, this is acknowledging that things could have gone different. Of course, this is from a standpoint of, I took on bad people, but even this, I think if we are able to read this as a human, this is immediately saying, I did not, you know, make the optimal play. I read the board state wrong and I misplayed, right? I think from that standpoint, it's very apparent that people realize things could have been done differently. And I don't speak for anybody, but I really do think it's quite clear that at this point, everybody knows many things could have been done differently. I think from a standpoint of everyone's, man. Everyone's. Even from, like, my standpoint, could have been done differently. So, you know, is what it is. Is what it is. Ashes of Scamation with the thanks for the great content. That's not the first message that I expected to see from that name, but fire name, and also thank you for keeping it respectful. God damn it, we can all laugh at a good Twitch name. You hate to see it, but wait, what's the account age on this? 1 minute ago. God fucking damn it, is that Muhammad? Muhammad, is that you? Muhammad, are you gonna be good this time? Because if you're gonna be nice, I'll let your main account back in. But Twitch tells me when somebody has a very new account. Look. Look, it literally says that you're a ban evader. So just saying. Just saying. Just please be good. Please be good. This is a discussion area, and this is respectful commentary as much as it can be to both sides, with comedic relief at both sides' expense. Nobody is safe here. Nobody. And everybody knows that. But it's all respectful. We're here to bring facts. We're here to cover the facts. And we're not here to speculate and extrapolate. And we're here to just have honest, respectful discussion. I'm gonna go say hello to my girlfriend real quick. Nobody be mean to each other, please. We can ask questions, but again, please be understanding of situations. Sometimes things may not be able to be answered in full. Sometimes things may not be clear to us right now. And that is what these processes are for. I, like many other people, have a ton of questions that may very well be answered all along the way. If you're watching a movie, you don't call the director of the movie 5 minutes in and ask what the end of the plot is. You watch the damn movie, and then at the end of the movie, we all discuss. And sometimes the director comes out and he's like, hello, yes, thank you. Any questions? And then we get to answer, or have our questions answered. There is a time and a place. Are there any free links to look at the latest declarations? Yes. Are you in the Cats with Abs Discord? If you do discord.gg/catswithabs, we can get them posted in there. Watch Cars for the first time today. Really? For the first time? Really? Huh. Yeah, that's fucked up. Horrible writing. But it's got you talking. Is it terrible writing if it got people talking? That is my question. I'll be right back. Un momento. Love you. Good day. Oh. All right, I'm back. My apologies. I know you all miss me very much. So, we have returned. I watched the entire movie at the diner while eating French toast. Like the whole movie? I mean, hey, I respect it. You got that time to spend That going out to eat by yourself is so chill when you just vibe and have absolutely nothing going on. Oh, okay. Excuse me. Pardon me. Trying to Twitch chat PvP, legal dispute going on as well. I don't think anybody's Twitch chat PvPing, Prater. I think you asked a question and like actually got an answer to your question, and the answer was a very structured answer. Like, I read none of that as Twitch chat PvP from either side. I read questions, and then I read questions being answered. And I would personally, again, just keep in mind you are here, and I'm asking people to keep everything respectful with shit, right? So if it's like, if it's questions, then great. If it's answers, then great. But when anybody starts puffing out chests, then less than ideal, and please don't puff out chests. Please don't try to like poke and prod like that. Opal, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Please don't try to poke and prod. Like, we are in a spot where we're just trying to cover this, and the fact that we can even ask questions in general and have a chance to have them answered is a bonus right now. So let's just try to, despite all personal affiliations, despite all personal feelings towards the situation, try to keep it to a point of, like, if we want to ask questions, let's ask questions, but let's not go at people, please. Like, regardless of, you know, anybody else. That's my only ask. Because when it's to a point where, like, one person gets puffy, then it can change the entire vibe. So please just try to keep it respectful. Like, if you do genuinely want to address things personally, there's Discord, there's DMs, there's shit like that, but please don't have this be the place. Okay. Well, say Steven was right about the docs being uploaded within the hour last night. Was that unrespectful? No. I think pinging somebody after they've answered your question and then saying trying to Twitch chat PvP while you have a legal dispute going on is wild is kind of an extra step that you don't really need to throw out to get the last word in. I think it's just like an extra little jab that didn't need to be thrown. And I'm not picking a side right now, and Steven knows that. I think part of the reason Steven's here is because he knows I'm not glazing either side. I just want to make sure that both sides, whether it's Steven, whether it's Dawson, whether it's Karen Barreco, I want anybody to be able to come into this channel and know that there is coverage of what is going on from passionate people in the community and not personal attacks. And I don't want this to devolve to personal attacks and fuck you, no fuck you, no fuck you. I want this to be a place where when it's all said and done, we can appreciate the fact that during this entire thing, we even had someone in here that was active in the court case where we could ask for clarification, because this is, as you said, it's a literal legal proceeding. So even the fact that we can be like, hey, Steven, question, and we have a chance to get an answer, and it's, you know, albeit an answer that has to be somewhat constrained and filtered, I think is clarification for people that are seeking answers that we don't want to take for granted. That's my personal thing on it. And I know it may not have been the intent. I try to reiterate, like, he can't really speak for himself right now, nor should Dawson or Karamana's side be able to, but so just when people can't speak up for themselves and be like, man, I'm trying, I feel like there's an effort being made. And, you know, no matter how you feel towards anything like that, just try to be reasonable there. Maybe personally for saying Narc was right in the Discord. That's kind of funny. Okay, when though? Because hear me out. People have come to me about this a lot too. And they've been like, oh my God, can you believe Steven's banning people from Discord and stuff? And like, yeah, I can actually. A lot of people very much went to an excessive route with how they reacted to this. And many people got banned from my community that were regular viewers for saying some very heinous shit to me about the situation and to others about the situation just because of the entirety of it, right? It just, you know, a lot of people took it to a very steep level. And I'll personally say, like, I didn't. Hold on. Someone needs to snipe that sus Discord link in Ashes. Wait, mine? Or in the Ashes Discord? It's alright. It's alright. Probably a misclick. Well, hear me out too. What I'm gonna say is when I am public facing, sometimes constant dripping hollows a stone. And I will be the first to admit that I have banned people that were the result of a bunch of shitheads coming in over the course of the day that I tolerated. And then one person said something and I was like, you know what? Fuck it. And it was gone. And I am sure that as a front-facing person in Discord, many of us have hit that same point. I don't want to speak for anyone, but over the course of dealing with a whole lot of people, I'm sure at least one person has been banned that was the fallout of many other people saying something. So who knows? Maybe you were like the 17th person that day to say Narc was right, or be like, I wonder how Narc's feeling right now, which is fucking hilarious, by the way, in the first place. But I'm surprised I was memeing when his company was falling from under him. Very reasonable take. Very reasonable take, honestly. Human take. W for the realization. But, like, I think the memes... Roman, thank you for the follow, dude. I appreciate you. I think the memes, like, are memes, right? I just think at a certain point when it's a very stressful IRL situation, you guys have seen me be snappy on stream before, and people have come in and they've been like, damn, Dusty, you having a bad day? And I'm like, yeah, I'm having a bad fucking day. I hate it here. And I'm sure everybody has done that on like the front side facing role. And I think realistically, it would be fair to say that some people have caught the fallout here in the Ashes Court from community people, probably from Steven himself. That's just how shit falls down a hill, you know? Finally figured out how to get on Twitch from Safari. Safari in 2026? Been there and done that, being the front face. Oh, dude, it's awful. It's so bad. My favorite ban ever was getting banned from the Rats guy for calling him a random. Wait, for a streamer? I think my favorite ban from the Ashes Discord that I heard about was... God, was it... Wait, Roxy's, was it you? Was it Roxy's that got banned for this? There was an update that went out that got fucking cooked. And somebody in the Ashes Discord was like, looks like they let the parking lot attendants develop the game today or something, and they got banned for it. And they came in and they're like, Dusty, you're never gonna believe what I just got banned from Discord for. I lost my shit. I didn't get banned? Okay. Who else was it? I want to say it was a Bard player. I just can't remember who the fuck it was. God damn, I wish I remembered. Somebody was like, they said something along the lines of, I guess they let the parking lot attendants develop the game today or something like that, because an update came in and got absolutely fucked. I think it's hilarious on the outside, but also I don't have to deal with 1,000 people saying it on a daily. So realistically, you guys also probably laugh at me when I get angry. That's okay. Sib maybe? No, Sib didn't get banned. I don't think. We had somebody get a temp ban in Cats because they were impersonating a GM, though, to another member of Cats, and then another member of Cats reported them. That was the largest Cats controversy from a disciplinary standpoint, so that's cool. I never got yelled at to represent my guild better. I'm here doing God's work, representing it as well as I can. Anyone banned from there before was usually doing or had said more than what they usually said the reason was for. That is fair. That is fair. I will say, I crack a lot of jokes at everyone's expense, and I haven't found myself banned yet because I typically try to keep my jokes rather respectful. And also nobody takes me seriously because I'm a fucking idiot. I feel like there's a certain tact where it's like, you can crack jokes about the humor of a situation going absolutely to shit, and everybody can just be like, yeah, you're kind of right, and everybody can laugh along. But so many people take their jokes to a point where it's no longer laughing at the situation, and it's trying to laugh at the people involved in the situation. And I feel like when the jokes go from, haha, this situation is so silly and ridiculous, to, oh my god, you're so stupid, haha, look at you, dumb person, then people start feeling bad, just to put it in plain English. And I know people are like, oh, fucking snowflake. But like, bro, people just start feeling shitty, and then it's no longer a joke, and it becomes a personal attack, and then it's a whole different route. And I feel like so many people will think that they're making a haha joke, but they don't look at the expense of the joke. And if somebody has to be the butt of the joke, then it's probably not that great of a joke unless it's making fun of Sergeant Stomps for being 5'6" and bald, because at that point you are deserving of it. But that's slightly out of his control, so I give him a little bit of slack here and there. He plays stupid games? Yeah, exactly. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes, and also don't make any jokes that you wouldn't be able to take tossed back at yourself. I recognize that I too, am the butt of some jokes. It is what it is. One man before I read a serious sentence. What's wrong with 5'6"? I don't think you should legally be considered a man at 5'6". I feel like there should be basically, you know how there's like small, medium, and large? I feel like it should essentially be like man, manlet, woman. And then like you got the manlet size right in the middle, where you got like the mediums, and you've got the larges, and you've got the smalls, and you've got your distributions in between on the scales, where it's like all along the scale you've got your midpoints, and you've got your furries, and then all amongst the distribution of everything we've established, 5'6" specifically being manlet. Only 5'6". But if you're 5'6", you're manlet now. Thank you. If you're a 5'6" furry, nope, manlet. 5'6" is now manlet. What about dwarves? I feel like that's reserved for the cool short ones, though. I don't know. I've met like 3 5'6" people in my life that are actually cool. I'm not gonna lie. How about at 6'7"? Fubo, no. No. That is a bad cat. Somebody spray him with a water bottle. I don't know who has him in the vicinity, but manlet, how do you even spell that? Just like that. Just like that. You did it. But nowadays, people are too sensitive. New generation, accepting everything to heart. Sometimes don't understand what you heard. No, I mean, I totally get that as well. I do think a lot of people, very simply put, didn't grow up watching stand-up comedy make fun of everybody and grew up watching Chappelle's show and shit. Like, I do think that everybody takes way too much personal offense to everything nowadays.
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
So, realistically speaking, I think jokes are a little bit good, but the most charitable interpretation of every action from Steven is glazing. Not giving the most charitable interpretation at all. Me personally, I am explaining both sides that I have access to. And if you take glaze from any of this discussion, then brother, I have terrible news. You probably shouldn't make more accounts to come back. I'm gonna be real. You've made a second account just to try to come back to the stream. You bring nothing contributive to this conversation at all. I don't understand why you keep coming back. Brother responds like 6 minutes after a conversation to try to add nothing of value to the conversation. and keeps taking time out of his fucking day to just get banned. He loves us so much. Brother, I don't understand the commitment of some. Bro desperately needs your attention. It is what it is. Just trolling? Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. I just don't understand the commitment. Like, me personally, I have many times along this route very, very, very openly said that I believe things could have been handled differently on both sides. And I am someone who, again, tries to take my personal feelings out of my coverage of this situation and tries to explain with as level of a head as I can what I take from both sides. Everyone has their form of entertainment. Yeah, I guess. Some people like watching me all day. Can't blame them. Some people just want to be bad. I don't think anyone can say or do no amount of reason or logical help. No, I totally get it. I totally get it. Some people just live to be angry and try to elicit anger from other people. And that's something that I've streamed for a long time. And I've streamed, well over 10,000 hours. And it took me well over 10,000 hours to come to terms that some people really just want to try to elicit anger. And not everybody is here to have genuine conversation. And I always try to get the genuine conversation side of things to come through. And then at a certain point, it's clear that people aren't looking for actual conversation and they're just looking to shitpost. I'm like, all right, man, well, what am I investing my effort in right now if you don't even want to, like, engage on this realistic level? So that's just where people lose me. But 100 jokes. If it's not funny, no one remember. You said one good one will be repeated. Wait, you learned English from video games in stream? What's your first language? Wait, that's cool as fuck, actually. So, and Family Guy. Fire. I like that. And Family Guy. My man has one-liners ready. Lithuanian. Okay. Okay, very cool. Very cool. My girlfriend in the next room over, she grew up in Mexico and came to America when she was 16 and didn't know English until she was 16. And now she's pretty fluent. She says some dumb shit sometimes, but I think she's just kind of stupid. So that just comes naturally. But overall, she does pretty good. So comparably, you're doing great. And depending on how long you've been practicing for, I think it's quite good, my friend. I have seen far worse. Take Sergeant Stomps, for example. That motherfucker sounds dumb and he only speaks one language. Shit. Jason Karamanis has hundreds of millions, or I don't know if he has hundreds of millions of dollars, but he has millions of dollars. And that motherfucker be texting like this. Honestly, you're doing pretty well for yourself when you think of an enterprising future in America. Or Lithuania, wherever you're at. You're off to a good start. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Jason had millions before Steven stole it. Don't invest money that you're not okay with losing, is what my dad told me. Also, allegedly. Allegedly. Throw allegedly in there so you don't get pulled into a court case. That would probably be very, very unfortunate. I just like to protect the people out there so they can yap their yap freely. Allegedly. Just one allegedly in the chat. Allegedly stole it. We're free to have opinions here, but just make sure you say allegedly. That's one thing that I have learned when covering a legal case. As long as you say allegedly, nothing can hurt you. And then as soon as you stop saying allegedly, there's a legal mindset video about you. And you're cooked. Let him get thrown into the case gives us more context. No, because then I get a reference, motherfucker. I'm trying to stay out of shit. In the mortgage process, they said, did you have any active litigation against you? And I'm like, well, no, I don't, actually. Motherfucker, what are they gonna think if I get sued? Goodness gracious me, oh my. I don't know what the docs are talking about or in Discord. If you join the cats one and go into public, Throw Lesh a ping, and then I can have Lesh post some links for you if you're talking about like today's filings. Yeah, I'm trying to not get brought into this. A, I like being able to stream every day. Like, B, I'm trying to buy a house. C, I don't really think I'm made for court, bro. Because they would be like, do you recall this beyond any bit of doubt? And I'm like, bro, I'm high as shit right now. I don't recall shit. I don't think I'd be a very good witness. They'd be like, Dusty, do you recall this interaction with Mr. Sharif? And I'm like, what? Bro, I'm a terrible witness. Terrible witness. I don't remember what I did this morning. I got fucking amnesia. I'm awful. Show the increased follow count from the free publicity. Wait, me? Oh God, dude. High key, if I showed you my follow count from the last like few months since Ashes died, you would probably gasp outwardly. Hold on, you want to see something funny? You want to see something really funny? If I look at my last 3 months since Ashes died. Oh, I guess 3 months I'm still carried.
Absolutely S tier.
You know, Recipio, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. In the last 30 days, because people are still filtering in, right? From the Ashes com. Oh, sorry, I have heartburn. Especially with people like, with me going back and people seeing that. In the last 30 days, I am down 122 follows. And that's with more people coming in as well. But that's the death of a game, man. That is why you try to build a community that goes beyond the immediate being good at a game or anything like that, and why you try to very much build a community that will be there for you consistently. Because as soon as a game dies, you will have fluctuation. Let me tell you what happened when I went New World to Ashes, happened after Ashes. It'd happen again if I went to Scars and it was popping, and then I went somewhere else. Oh my God, Lil Death. Lil Death with 10 reasons to smile. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious, Lil Death. Thank you. Also, Roman, exclamation guild for the Cats with Abs Discord, my friend. If you're trying to hop in there. Your Honor, I don't know what I had for breakfast is so accurate. Like, Your Honor, I have no idea what I was doing 2 weeks ago, dog. It has been a stressful time, let me tell you what. Let me tell you what. But if we're talking character vouchers, I'd like you to make one to the underwriter, please. Your Honor, mortgages suck. They'd be like, Mr. Dusty, were you aware of Pathways Bank allegedly trying to raise Mr. Sharif's and Mr. Moore's mortgage from 6 to 10%? And I'd go off on some tangent about my fucking mortgage rate and how it's a goddamn scam, and I wish I had a 6% flat mortgage rate in today's economy. Mine's not too far above that, and I probably could have got a flat 6 myself, but I didn't have the self-income for it. So I had to bring Carla on the loan for more income, and she didn't have the credit for it, so it brought the rate up by like 0.1. So, it's a whole process. This whole process. Mortgages suck. Mortgages really suck, and banks suck. See, that's why I also don't understand, like, I understand assets make money. But, like, if I had $100 million, I'd keep, like, 10 mil liquid just, like, underneath my mattress or something, or maybe I'd sleep on it. I feel like I would definitely want to have liquidity. I don't know how much liquidity is a lot when you have a lot of money. Because, like, proportionally, I neither have a lot of money nor a lot of liquidity. I'm just kind of broke. But I feel like you would want to have some ability to pay things off instantly through liquidity and also bribe people. I bet $1,000 to drop my interest rate 1% for a year. Only for a year? Calm down there, Karamanis. Listen, the R word coming out from a man that can't even afford a tier 3 sub that spends his entire day here. Having 10 mil in the bank is what poor people think being rich is like. Said from somebody that can't afford a tier 3 sub. Prater, post your bank statements right now. You should be 10 mil in debt. Post your bank statements. I guarantee I have more than you in investment and retirement accounts. And assets. And I'm broke. Post everything. Band for band. I ain't even paying for one sub. Shit, then you here for free? Ah, even worse. Your time ain't worth shit. Hoofsay! Thank you for the 10, Brody. I appreciate you. Prater, post assets, post bank statements. You want to talk like you're rich? Flex it, brother. Drop it out. Let me see the investment accounts. Let me see the retirement funds. Now you've got to back it up. It's proof or ban time, baby. It's proof or ban time. You want to talk like you're Pokimane? Back it up like you're Pokimane. I'm not rich? Ah, but you talking like you rich. I just know what poor people sound like. Like you. Like you, motherfucker. What time you wake up for work? Ah! Just kidding. I have to be here at 2 every day or I can't pay my rent. Ah! I hate it here. We all wake up for work. We're all in the rat race. People think I'm exempt, but I'm not. I have great anxiety about streaming every day. I simply exist. Having enough money that I don't have to work is what I consider rich. Someday, my streak will end and I will retire on a beach in Bermuda, so if anybody tries to fly out to me, you have to go through the triangle and you die on the way. Leave me the fuck alone once I leave the internet. I don't want to hear from y'all. I don't want to see y'all. I don't want to hear from anybody. I want to retire on an island by myself. I want to bring out a sushi chef with me so I can catch a fish, I can butcher the fish, and I can have amazing sushi. That is what I want my life to be. That is the goal. I'm gonna find you. You have to go through the Bermuda Triangle and you will die. I will have Amelia Earhart's ghost literally patrolling corners. I will cook your shit so hard. I made the mistake of working for a living instead of having rich parents. Bro, I had such bad RNG off spawn too. Dude, I started washing dishes for $7.25 an hour when I was 15 years old. Holy shit, I grew up in a mobile home. My parents were like, Dusty, if you want food tonight, then we have to go over to the food cupboard so we can get something. Brother, oh, it was terrible. It was terrible. The only reason I could go to the doctors was because the fucking government knew I would die without routine checkups, so they just paid for it. They gave us like dry pasta. Unironically, one of my favorite snacks as a kid was dry ramen with the seasoning packet sprinkled in, because I'd get yelled at if I was using the electricity from the microwave. Fucking hell. My parents would turn off the heat when we went to bed in the middle of winter because they were like, you got blankets on? It kind of makes sense, by the way. It makes sense. We were broke as shit. We all broke. I think that was every kid's favorite snack. Still is. I was in Iceland last year for my birthday, and I still, to this day, we had ramen as part of our travel snacks, which I really opposed the ramen in general because it's so salty that you're going to need to drink a lot of water, then you're going to have to piss. Really bad combo. But still, if there's ramen, I'm chowing ramen. If there's ramen, I'm chowing fucking ramen. I'm going to do it. Iceland is an awesome place. Oh, my God. Oh, dude, I might be broke, but I was like fortunate enough to tag along to an Iceland trip with Carla and her friend group last year for my birthday. Oh my God, I felt like the richest man in the world. Dude, there is shit out in Iceland that money cannot buy. Like, jokes aside, memes aside. Holy shit. Iceland, I think, genuinely changed me as a person. It just like humbled me in the grand scheme of how much I haven't seen in the world, how large the world truly is, and how just like breathtakingly beautiful some of the natural occurrences are. I kayaked in a lake that had floating chunks of glacier and icebergs, where you had a glacial shelf that was literally moving and retreating second by second by the tiny micrometer of movement, right? The nanometer of movement by the second, expanding this already like very, very, very deep lake. The lake was over 1,000 feet deep, massive lake. And it's just this retreating ice shelf of a glacier now, where it was previously pushing in. And while I was out there, we were walking to where we were kayaking. We saw this massive iceberg in the water just flip over to this beautiful blue ice that I'd never seen before. Oh, dude, genuinely breathtaking. Waterfalls larger than you could imagine that are just carved into this giant fjord. Oh my fucking god. Don't fall in the lake or die of hypothermia. No, we were in wetsuits and everything. It was tourism stuff. It was a guided tour. So they had people fall in previously. They had protocols for it and everything. The water was cold as shit. I wouldn't recommend falling in, but the water was dead still. It was fucking gorgeous. We actually had some dude out there that was like a fucking businessman, some dumbass. And I'm assuming he had way more money than me because he was out there solo, but like he was on his phone the entire time while we were getting prepped. And our tour guide was cool as shit. He was from New Zealand, and he loved that I was from Maine because I'd actually fucking kayaked and done outdoor stuff before. And he was just glad that somebody knew what the fuck to do with a kayak, and we had a few people that were experienced. So this dude's on his phone the entire time, and multiple times our kayak guide had to be like, hey, brother, are you paying attention? And he was not. So we get out there and dude doesn't even know how to like actually paddle his kayak. He's falling way behind. And our tour guide had to go over and like clip him on to his kayak and literally idiot rope him around. I would assume they have protocols for everything. Jesus Christ. Downside though, it smells like farts half the time because of all the sulfur. Showering in Iceland was terrible. Yes. Showering in Iceland was fucking awful. I will vouch to that. Why was bro even there? I have no idea. I would assume he was rich as fuck and just wanted to say he did it or something. But like, Carla and I were fishing ice out of the lake and like putting it in our kayak and shit. It was funny as hell. Allegedly. Allegedly. All I need is a little pool, dry ice, and a canoe. Sounds about the same. Yeah, kind of the same. Kind of the same. What kind of bait do you use for the ice? Bro, I was in there hand fishing it. I was in there going crazy. We were circling that shit. Dusty top of the AOC Twitch charts. Woo! We're back on top like we never fucking left, baby! I'm putting it back on the map, baby. I'm putting it back on the map. I swear to God. I figure if I'm here long enough, then it'll be kind of like that stray dog that gets adopted. Someone from another MMO will come along and they'll be like, come on, buddy. I'll show you the way home. And they'll like give me a sponsored segment because they'll feel bad for me. I'll be on like a fucking Jake Lucky tweet. This small streamer has been streaming a game that's not even up right now for 500 days consecutively without stopping. Jesus fucking Christ. We're here. Fortunately, we have a lot to cover. Fortunately. But yeah, if you ever go to Iceland, prepare to smell like sulfur when you shower because they're very geothermal. So AOC servers are finally down. Yeah, the servers have been down for a little bit. As far as I know, there are still a few assholes that are able to play. One of them got kicked. One of them got kicked. Maybe the secret to not have followers, just subs in chat. That might be the play. 7 peak? Yes. We're there. We're there. We are finally back on top like we never left. Honestly, I'm kind of wondering what'll hit 0 first. Because Quinfall's kind of going down that way pretty fast. I don't necessarily know. I don't know how long Quinfall has left either. Anyways. Back to our testimonials. Let's see. That was the 14th. That was UST 14th. This one. All right. So we just established that Tom Alcazin has left Karamanis on red for the last 2+ months. Me personally, I would too. New World or Ashes? If I had to pick one, I would say Ashes. I think Ashes still had more potential and more life in front of it than New World did, and I think Ashes was still a cleaner slate to develop. I think New World was trying to untangle a bunch of jumbled wire and effectively like would have had so much unwork to do before it could have progressed more. Nighthaven was a step in the right direction, but they still had so much bad to undo, right? I think Ashes was still at its core building blocks. And I think the extrapolation of accessory systems in Ashes still would have opened the door for a lot more to be added on in a smooth, integrated way instead of forced in like some things in New World felt. For example, something as small as the addition of swimming in New World, because for whatever reason the developers thought that swimming was going to be a big thing. The simple addition of swimming in New World. They spent how many dev hours on it? We won't even know how much time they spent to actually add that to their engine. Only to add it to the tutorial, right? With the little swimming intro. But nowhere on the map was made with swimming in mind at the time of them adding swimming. Their map was designed with walkable, non-swimmable bodies of water because swimming wasn't in the actual engine. So outside of the tutorial for the game, you just didn't swim in the first place. There was no need for it ever. They didn't change any war maps. They didn't change the actual land map to include any more swimming necessity. They didn't make swimming mobs or anything like that. It was just, why the fuck did you add it? Things like that for New World had added up far past just the swimming route, where I personally think Ashes could have, over the course of it, changed combat still. Ashes, over the course of it, could have improved everything from their netcode to their systems to adding guild castles with replicatability there, guild wars being adjusted down the road, just so much. So much. And there were so many small things in the open world that Ashes still had over New World as well, which I really valued. New World was on its way to becoming a lobby game very quickly, similar to like a Call of Duty. So when Ashes being re-released, I don't know, when they give me the fucking keys to the Porsche, dog. I don't really know what I'm doing, but point me to the server and tell me where the switch is and I'll flip the bitch and run it. I don't, fucking how hard can it be? I'll ask Planendorf for help. I'm sure he's got some hours. Like, realistically, what would I have to do to keep the servers up myself? How much could it be to host a server for a little bit? Like $1-2 million? Just put up a fucking dono goal up. I'm just saying. If I raised $1 million, do you think they'd let me run Ashes for a week while they sorted all this out? Like, if I was just like, yo, Rob, I got $1 million towards the debt if you give this shit to me for a week. Let me take it for a spin. That's Turtle Wow. They have some free time coming up. Ooh, Turtles of Creation. Worst case scenario is that we put up a private server and then both Steven and Rob's side double cease and desist it. And then we get the Swanton Bomb of Doom. We get the fucking Hardy Boys coming out of the tunnel. Go outside and they're the black and the white SUVs. God fucking damn it. Meta, thank you for the hydrate, my friend. I appreciate you. Okay. So, onward and upward. We gotta get these done. I actually gotta read proceedings. I did not respond to Mr. Karaman's message and have not responded to any messages sent to me by Mr. Karamanis since February 2026. I stopped responding to his messages because I had previously received some messages from Mr. Karamanis that threatened to destroy me through legal proceedings. These threats from Mr. Karamanis have caused me severe stress and sleep loss. In response to his comments on April 14th, 2026, I have since stopped to consider the potential mental and emotional consequences of further participation in this lawsuit. I even discussed the issue with my wife as to whether I should withdraw my statement submitted on April 14th, 2026. I'm aware that Mr. Karamanis has also contacted the family of another intrepid investor, Karen Barreco, who also submitted a declaration in support of plaintiff's motion to appoint a receiver. I am aware that Mr. Karamanis contacted Karen Barreco's brother, Benson K. Barreco. I wonder if the K also stands for Karen. And ranted to him for approximately 15 minutes about Miss Barreco's submission to this court. During that phone conversation, I'm aware that Mr. Karamanis expressed to Mr. Barreco his disbelief that Miss Barreco sided with plaintiff Stephen Sharif. I understand that Mr. Karamanis' comments to Mr. Barreco on this phone call were animated and vulgar. I understand that this phone call has caused Miss Barreco a great deal of stress. I am fearful that this declaration will again animate Mr. Karamanis to undertake threats and harassment against me because of my participation in this litigation. I submit this declaration with the hope of stopping any further threats. Now, my honest advice, as somebody that lives in Maine, there are many ways to stop threats. The legal system is one. Another way to ensure that threats are never carried out is always keep a fucking blicky on you, so that way if anybody actually tries anything, you have the upper hand. Welcome to the great woods of Maine. There is a fuck around and there is a find out element. And I would recommend that nobody in this court case moves without proper protection at this point in time if threats truly are being carried out. A what? I don't speak America. A very well-fitted and well-trained handgun is what ensures you against any form of violent threats against your life. Proper protection can save a lot of situations. To be completely upfront, when people are fucking around with threats against your life, and this may be because my entire family was military and they were always like, well, people can find out if they want to. But I've always been brought up with the mentality of when threats start being alleged on people's lives and livelihoods, that's when it's time to hit the range, familiarize yourself with a proper grip, and ensure that you have very proper aim. Alzito, cheers. And Leon, thank you for the hydrate. I find living in a country without gun violence is a better deterrent. Personally, I don't think there is a single developed country in the world that is completely exempt from gun violence. Unfortunately. And if you don't have guns, you have knives. If you don't have knives, you have spears. If you don't have spears, then you have rocks. Bows were made before guns. Knives were made before shit. Lightsabers, I guess, would be the evolution of knives because they're more compact. Because you keep a lightsaber pretty much wherever. Honestly, maybe keep a lightsaber on you. Lethal injection darts. Everybody starts walking around with a dart gun. Funk. Funk. Literally, the third human was killed by another human biblically. Yeah, fair. Fair. Arrow, what up, my boy? Dusty back on ashes? I am solving the court case. One step at a time. Yes. We are truly up tremendous on this fine day. Now, I've thought about some proper fundraising. And I feel like we have a solid chance with a couple $1 million to go in with a lowball offer for temporary ownership. The rights to get the servers back up, and then we just ball out while everybody yells at each other in a court of law. Thank you. I know, Dusty for president. We as a species didn't make it 4 people without murder. Yeah. Mordor is unfortunately the way of life. For humans, for animals. I mean, at least most humans don't murder another human and then eat them after. I see birds murder other birds and then just eat each other. Like, just straight up. That shit's violent. Everything wants to kill everything in the world. Some do. Yeah. Most don't, though. Most don't. Capybaras don't. Capybaras might actually be the peak of evolution. You haven't heard of cannibals? Yeah, but cannibals are such a low percentage of the population at this point in time. That would be like worrying about the furries eating people because furries technically aren't people. They're anthropomorphic animals with people-like characteristics, so technically it wouldn't be cannibalism. You guys remember when Steven gave a furry a mount on stream? Furries wouldn't technically be cannibalism. See, that's what I thought. Like, say you get killed by, like, a wolf furry, wouldn't that just be you getting attacked by a wild wolf and not being able to defend yourself? I feel like that's just wolf versus man. Wait, Steven, what? Steven gave a furry a mount on one of his streams one time. So basically, like, you know how you can immediately tell if a gamer is a furry just by, like, the outfit they're wearing and how they're acting? So, like, Steven was streaming from his personal one night long ago, and he was just flying around shooting the shit, and he was stopping to give people some mounts. And along the way, he was in a lower level area, and he swoops down on somebody, and they're just farming mobs. They're just smacking shit. They were like level 12. And it was just a solo player, but he had on like a full furry looking kit. His character was meant to look like an animal. Like, you could tell that this was a furry on site. And Steven swoops down and hits him with the you know, greetings, glorious adventure and all that bullshit, right? And Steven's like, oh, I think I'm gonna give this guy a mount. And Steven types to the guy and goes, would you say that you like animals? And I was watching Steven stream on my POV, and at this point I'm like, chat, there's no fucking way he doesn't know. There's no fucking way he doesn't know, right? And the guy responds and he's like, oh, I'd say I like animals. Yeah. And Steven's like, what about foxes? Would you say you like foxes? And the guy responds and goes, I really, in all caps, like foxes. And at this point, I'm like, Steven, do not. He can't hear me, but I'm like a WWE commentator, like begging to not throw the person off the top of the cage. I'm like, Steven, do not give this fucking man a fox right now. Do not give this man that fox. Steven gave him a fox. I do not want to know what happened to that mount after the fact. But yes, I witnessed a fox given to a furry, and then Steven just flew off. He was too pure-minded to know. He was too pure-minded. He just thought he was doing somebody a huge favor. But bro, as soon as he swooped down on the person, we're just chilling watching his stream, right? And he swooped down on the person, and I instantly went, chat, that's a furry. Just straight up. I knew, bro. I knew. You know what? One thing I will say. At least there wasn't any weird shit on the Intrepid dockets, like in the Excel spreadsheet. Can you imagine how much crazier the clickbait like headlines would have been if it was like Steven Sharif spent $250,000 of Intrepid money on fursuits, and then he had to be like, yeah, I used to wear them for like employee morale. That would have been a headline. Unfortunately, all we have are Magic the Gathering cards. No fursuits, at least on company spending. Fursuits for Tolnar design. They were for character modeling and mob interaction for mocaps. It's Fursuit Friday! Everybody that showed up to the Magic the Gathering drafts had to be in a fursuit. It was DoorDash, Magic the Gathering, and fursuits on Friday. I'm so sorry. I am just desecrating all over Ashes of Creation's name right now. God fucking damn it. Dexerto is gonna run with this for so long. God fucking damn it, man. In what world are we at this point? Ay, 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 ay. At what point is this, like, just absolutely ridiculous? Holy fuck. Steven's hiding all the fursuits from Dusty now. I've already Apple tagged them. It's fine. The air tag shows all. The air tag literally shows all. I'm the only one that thinks the MTG cards are a nothing burger. Oh, no. We love making fun of it because the DoorDash and the Magic the Gathering cards are literally a nothing burger. We just like making fun of it because it's, like, blown so far out of proportion. It's more of an internal meme. I'm more pissed that we were paying developers an average of $150,000 a year, and nowhere in there was a little bit of money to pay DustyWhy. Just fucking saying. I'm sure when we look at, like, my hours versus the bottom performers' hours, I'm somewhere in, like, the 25K a year thing. Everyone thinks the MTG cards are a nothing burger. Yeah. I think people on both sides, even the people that are in the camp that's like Steven's bad right now, which I still think it's too early for camps of Steven's bad, Board's bad, blah, blah, blah. It's all allegations. Keep that in mind. I think everybody looks at the MTG cards and it's more just like a funny joke for people that are actually not like getting caught up in the clickbait. Is like, I'm just mad the 6K purchase was for what I think is Lost Caverns mix. You could probably confirm it. Could probably ask. They doesn't pay. They didn't pay me. No, I streamed the game because I loved it. God damn. The version control is the issue. Yeah, I don't know about that spending. That shit's dev stuff. I stand on the fact that they could have bought an entire town in New Hampshire, flown all the devs out to New Hampshire, and then had them live in a business town in New Hampshire, like a company town, develop from the company town, and then give them, obviously, yes, lower pay because it's New Hampshire, but the cost of living is essentially zero as well, and then he can just take all of the extra money that they would save, and then they could invest the shit out of that. And also, you're not developing in San Diego, which California is statistically the most likely place to have North American game development shut down. Also because most game development is in California. I digress. Someone's got to break the mold. Someone's got to develop from the fucking snowy Northeast, brother. Let me tell you what. The winters seem bad until you get your house all ready for winter, and then you're vibing. Then it's not that bad. We need to donate Dusty what we can. All money bet on red. And if we win, we're going to buy ashes. We used to have a joke that Steven was going to take all of the ashes money to Vegas and just gamble it on Baccarat tables, was what we would joke about. And then we got really scared because in the QuickBooks, or not the QuickBooks, but in like the Excel from the QuickBooks, there were like Vegas charges, and we were like, no, the Baccarat tables, they're true. The Baccarat tables. Save money on cooling, open a window. Oh, dude, when I'm sleeping, I am an open window at night in the winter type person. Yup, 1000%. Tool basically that lets several developers work on the same project and handles merging of code assets and things like that. Interesting. So people can effectively work on different portions of something, and then that can bring it together and manage how it's all compiled. I haven't seen any purchases so far that are like terrible. Won't say the company, but I've seen worse from my company. Oh yeah. Yeah, anybody that has seen a business P&L report before that understands not to look at the raw dollar value, but understands to look at the percentage of spending, understands that all of the spending that's being blown up is a big nothing burger. Like, realistically, the labor cost is expensive, but that's also to normal people. If you look at the labor cost of other AAA developers, which, yes, Intrepid was independent, but I think Intrepid was the AAA independent equivalent. I think they were well on their way to surpassing the expectations and ceiling of an indie game dev. So, realistically, when you look at their burn versus any even, God, mid-sized game developer in terms of labor, especially a North American game developer, it's really not that bad. But everybody just likes to freak out, and everybody just likes to see a headline and not do any actual research. And I think it's also important to remember, like Prater and I were joking about earlier, poor people can be spotted from a mile away. And the shock value of CEO of gaming company that's, you know, struggling, spends $40,000 on Magic the Gathering cards. I'm like, wow, I made $40,000 last year. Actually, I didn't even make $40,000 last year. Holy shit. But it's not talked about that that's for routine Friday game nights over the course of 10 years with a studio that had 200 employees 200 plus at one point in time towards the end. Well, at many points in time towards the end. And was frequently growing throughout its lifespan. Granted, not everybody was on site, but still really kind of puts perspective into it. 220K on DoorDash over the course of 10 years. 22K over, you know, a year is less than $500 a week, which is less than $100 per working day on a 5-day work week, which for, again, in the middle of San Diego, a studio full of developers means realistically you're buying 5 or 6 plates a day for people, making sure that your employees can eat, which when you break it down that way at roughly $20 a plate average for DoorDash fees, is that bad to buy 5 or 6 employees a day food? Does that make him a terrible businessman? Might make him less optimal than my strategy of chaining the developers to their desks, but they could have saved money with the chef. Unironically, the private chef might have been a better purchase. Everybody clowns the one private chef charge, but what if we kept the private chef? Realistically, we could have dual-wielded private chefs at this point. Golly. Should have bought McDoubles? Oh, God. But then you would have been up in the health insurance claims. So your employee health insurance would have been way more expensive. I will say, I would have ran and picked up food for just $10 an hour. Granted, I would have had to be relocated to San Diego, so you're paying my housing fees at that point too, which is approximately $1.2 million a year rent from what I gathered. But regardless, $10 an hour, I would have ran around San Diego and grabbed food for everybody and only stole a couple fries from the bottom of the bag. I feel like I have use to whoever might win this case here because I'm willing to put in the groundwork that's necessary to make companies succeed. I'm willing to bring the passion, the morale, the comedic one-liners for relief in tough scenarios, and also the high value as long as you pay my rent. Certainly the moral thing to do, all things considered though, a lot of people are more willing to buy in when you take good care of them. Yeah, exactly. There was a charge that was like, or there were some charges that were like $10,000 for house plants, or not house plants, but office plants. And people were like, well, why would we spend $10,000 on fucking plants when we could spend $10,000 on paying the fucking devs? And I'm like, brother, that is like 2 developers' weekly paychecks over the course of an entire 10-year period. And that plant probably got more positive comments than many people think. Something as simple as having an inviting office space can be a large difference. If that, yeah, they're in San Diego, realistically. Like, what kind of plants we talking about? Hold on here. Maybe everything would have been just a little bit smoother if we had invested in the proper plants. We getting the wrong kind of trees in the office. Everything gets settled, dev stream starts up, and it's just a fucking hot box in the stew. Planador walks by with like a gas mask on. God fucking damn it. God fucking damn it. Listen, man, I'm just saying I could definitely consult for a game development studio. HVAC guy would be kind of pissed. I could be the muscle of the cat's consulting firm. No, you speak too nicely. You speak too nicely. We need somebody that doesn't have like the capability for proper English, crab bongs at every water cooler. Oh, that's crazy. The the big barrels of water with the tops cut off, and everybody's standing at the water cooler just taking crab rips. Yo, that is so good. That is so fucking good. Oh my god. The grab at every water cooler is fucking revolutionary tech for startups. I hope some stoner with a lot of money out there is taking notes right now. I don't want to tell you how to run your business, but let me tell you, morale will never be higher. Holy shit. Golly, I love it here. Zombie and I can play good cop, bad cop. Yeah, the only problem is Zombie's 5'8". Craig's been staring at the wall a long time. You've been moving that rock in a circle for 4 hours. Just rotating it around, slowly looking at the asset. God damn it. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna say this. Steven, if you're in here, plug your ears. But it's game development. I'm willing to bet that most people that were working remote were absolutely ripping a bolski or a doink throughout the day, smoking a little THC, and I'm gonna be honest, a good amount of the people that were at the stew were probably also fried throughout the day. Benjamin Franklin, one of our founding fathers, exists at all points in time. Penny Hardaway is always there with the assist. It's just too convenient nowadays. It's impossible to think in a world of game development nobody was showing up to the stew fried. Might as well have just made the stew a consumption lounge in the first place and had, I don't know, some nice product availability, some deli weed on the shelf. You need a little 15-minute de-stress. Smoke a doink, brother. We got a roll bar where you can walk up and it's like those restaurants that have omelets and they make fresh omelets, right? Except you have some guy and you're like, oh, can I get a little bit of the GMO with just a smidge of the East Coast sour diesel. And then they roll that shit up fresh for you for your 15-minute break. They go out, doink break, come back in, phenomenal work ethic. I'm just saying, I don't want to revolutionize the American workforce, but most people are probably fried anyways. As long as the other shit done on time and a pass QA and functional testing. 07, our possible stoner king. You don't have to legally comment, but I respect that take. When I worked at Applebee's, we saw a mix of many things. One time, a waitress that I was working with came in on something that was definitely not weed. And a couple of her tables complained that all of their food was coming out super incorrect, right? Just completely wrong orders. And the managers watched her and she was at the tables like swaying back and forth. And she put in another incorrect order. So the managers asked to see what she was writing down. And it was just like scribbles. She got fired. She was not getting her shit done. But I can say I showed up to Applebee's definitely fried more than once. Got my shit done, never a single problem. Thank you, Applebee's. Also, nothing hit more than extra boneless wings from the fry cooks after a hard day of work. She was on a different planet. Bro, nah, she was straight up. She was standing there with her notepad at her table going like an NPC animation. Like an NPC animation just with the idol, like the sway. I swear to God, bro, it was so bad. I felt bad, honestly. I'm too empathetic. I felt bad. Usually want your QA and production environment as close as possible Let's start to emulate hundreds of players connected. Do developers frequently use like bots for that? To try to emulate more players? I've always wondered because internal testing on dynamic gridding always fascinated me. Because how do you even simulate the player base for dynamic gridding to determine the heat maps that would have hypothetically been needed for dynamic gridding without just spawning in a fuckload of bots and saying dynamic gridding respond? You know, you kind of got to force a hand somehow. Now again, $10 an hour, I would have done it. All I'm saying, 10 bucks an hour. Fucking test dynamic gridding myself. I'll run around. My best friend has two sides to him, silver and high. When he plays silver, he's average. When he plays high, he's legit top 100. When most of the competitive games out there don't include. Listen, some people are just built for it. Some people are built for it. And then some people are not built for it. You just have to know how you function the best. And personally, I think for a lot of people, it's just a stress reduction. Everybody manages their stress differently. And you have people that, you know, when they're on their work break, want to go get a quick lift in. And that lift helps them center themselves. For some people, they want to just go sit in their car with the windows down and put on some music and de-stress. For some people, they want to go for a quick walk around the perimeter and smoke a doink with a couple of their friends. And, you know, that's how they de-stress. I have always felt that people do their best work when they feel in their best state. And it's like that, you look good, you feel good, you play good. I, from a management perspective, when I worked in management for a short time, always wanted my people to feel at their best. And I felt like that got the most productivity out of people. Now, obviously there's a limit to it, but I also feel like so many managers are still entirely stuck on being strictly a task-based manager, where you have this like sliding scale in management. And there were some good books that I read around this. I still have some good books to this day about like management stuff, but there's a scale of like task manager all the way through people manager. And I typically fall on that scale more towards the people side than the task side, where I try to make sure that all of my people are set first. And then I present the goal to the people as a, now that we are good, let's go about this. Where task managers will present the task first, and they will say, once you complete this, you will then be happier because you won't have to do this anymore. And there's a definitive difference to the creative process there. And I feel like when you're working with creatives, the people management and encouraging that proper frame of mind is a big thing. Speaking of which, I'm out of water. Actually out of water. So I'll be right back. You can get a task manager by hitting Control-Shift-Escape. Is it Control-Shift-Escape? I thought it was Control-Delete. Is Control-Shift-Escape a shortcut? Wait. Is that true? I've always done Control-Delete. Control-Delete gets you to a different screen now. Wait. Really? Control-Shift. Oh, wait. Escape. Escape. Huh! Well, I guess it does. Today I learned. That's why I'm not a game dev. Be right back. That's fucking wild.
Welcome to Scars of Honor, a free-to-play MMORPG on PC. No pay to win, only skill decides who survives. This is the world of Aragon, a land shaped by war, ambition, and very bad decisions. Most of them will be yours. Choose from 8 races and 10 classes at launch. Build your hero through hundreds of talents, skills, and spells. That's thousands of possible builds. You won't pick the perfect one on your first try, or even your second. And then, your victory will bring you with scars, a new way to improve your hero thanks to specific, unique in-game events. You'll start with simple quests with your friends. You'll feel stronger, confident, and then someone will say, "Let's rush this dungeon." That was a mistake. Why do you think it's called Crypt of the Fallen? Dungeons in Scars of Honor are procedural. You can run the same dungeon 100 times. It will never play the same way twice, and it will get harder and harder. That's why crafting, gathering, and cooking matter, not for decoration, but for better gear and better preparation, because surviving is not optional. For those who prefer a more competitive experience, PvP awaits. Arenas, battlegrounds, team fights, no overpowered gear, no excuses. If you lose, it wasn't the lag. Scars are earned. Honor is forever.
Scars of Honor started as a passion project. I was one-man army, but I was on a challenge. I wanted to create something that I want to play. And back then, I knew that there is a specific
Good day.
MMORPG genre that I wanted
Oi.
to fulfill. I
Anyways.
never truly believed that it will scale to the point where today
Spoilers.
I'm sitting here with
Oh.
amazing developers, and we're
Sorry.
all building.
Sorry. I was on the Scars Twitch after, or not Twitch, but I was on the Scars Steam page after doing my, whatchamacallit, my task manager. And apparently it made things autoplay. Did you guys enjoy what you heard out there? At least it wasn't a Lucari moment. What do you mean? Brother, I just had this. What was it? Oh, wait, was it this video?
Welcome to Scars of Honor.
Was it this
a
one?
free-to-play MMORPG on PC.
Did you guys get advertisements while I was
Who
gone?
survives. This
That's fucking awesome. It was. Nice. Yeah, no, you're safe. I'm just fucking chilling, man. I'm just a man. Thank you for the hydrate, Jefferson. All right. So, let us finish this because we just finished this one. So effectively here, we determined, well, no, we determined. We read allegedly, that Tom considered taking his filing out of the lawsuit and reconsidered further participation in the lawsuit itself and in the court process. So, effectively, Tom claims that he received these text messages from Jason subsequent to the submission of his claim. So, on top of that, Tom claims that he is familiar with Mr. Karamanis contacting the family of Karen Barreco, specifically her brother, and effectively talking shit about, like, I can't believe Karen decided with Steven, blah, 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 blah. So, effectively, we are in more of the, how do we say this? Like the Karamanis circus right now, where it's effectively Karamanis going around and allegedly reaching out to a lot of people and just more or less barking at them for their participation on Steven's side, is what we have heard so far. More like a bullfighting event? I don't know. I don't really think it's a bullfighting event. I think it's a dog that is, you know, inside of a fenced-in area that can't actually bite anybody and knows that it can't bite anybody, but knows that it can bark at every passerby and will bark at every single passerby. But the people who have lived in the neighborhood for a while are probably just like, oh, you cute little guy. You little cutie. You probably want somebody to play with, don't you? And I'm getting that vibe of somebody that just likes to bark at people very, very, very much. And who knows? Maybe there's bite within it. But I'm getting a whole lot of bark at any passerby that is in the vicinity that'll listen to the barking right now. At some point, maybe the owner of the dog comes along and says, hey, shut the fuck up, stop barking at people, you're making us look bad. Who knows? That's on the owner of the dog to do, right? That's on them. Owners are responsible for training their dogs. Some dogs yap instinctively. Some dogs are quiet for their entire lives. Carla's family dog is very quiet. Extremely quiet. He's a nice boy. Big, thick boy, too. He looks like he'd be a bully, but he's just a nice lad. Picked him up like a baby and carried him around. Maybe that's what some people involved in this need. They just need to be picked up like a baby and carried around a little bit. Maybe the 5'6" energy truly just needs to be cradled like this and like a little baby and just, you want to get over all your anger, don't you? Maybe. Maybe there just weren't enough hugs in people's childhood. I don't really understand why everybody speaks so high volatility, but longer the Caramanus keeps yapping on stream and calling to bully the other board members, the weaker his case gets. Allegedly. Allegedly. But yes, I have been wondering from the start what the ramifications of Caramanus being so public with very volatile communications would lead to. Realistically, oh, my left ear got a pop. Hold on. Oh, there we go. Oh, it's beautiful. I blew my nose when I went out because the pollen got me stuffy as shit. And then I couldn't hear out of my left ear for a second. I got stuffy. Anyways. Back to normal. All is well. The first time that I heard there was a board member going on a stream, I remember it very vividly because I was thinking to myself and I was talking to chat. Chat told me that there was a board member going on a stream. And I was like, surely they wouldn't be able to say much. And chat was like, oh, they're saying a lot. Oh, they're saying some shit. So, effectively, I'm immediately thinking to myself, how much of this is going to devalue any legal proceedings they have if it is deemed that this person is party to the big people up at the top? If this person's actions are representative of the board in general, and if it is linked up as a whole. He's mentioned the case, but not as a party. So Caramanus' alleged role in this is that he is an acting agent of Rob Dawson, and that he is effectively Rob Dawson's proxy communicator and his muscle. So he is basically in allegations through Dawson. But what would be more likely, again, this is from my humble, I'm not an expert POV. I simply studied adjacencies to this in school. To my knowledge, what would be in the realm of possibility to happen if these allegations were deemed true would be a potential secondary case coming off of this, investigating the allegations coming out party to party of the potential intimidation, of the potential, threats, of the potential and alleged forcing people to sign things under duress. On the board side, they still have the potential off of these allegations, if it's deemed true on TFE side, with the 25% additional money from investors, or your investment doesn't work. Just have potential 7 times? Yeah, because it's all potential. You genuinely do not understand how careful you have to be as a content creator. And I think that if you do not make content and you have not understood how many people reporting on these things do get sued, you would understand. But me simply covering this, it's not like, oh my god, Dusty, you hero, levels of dangerous. But if I slip up or I let my emotions get out of check, I could get sued by either party. Either one. If I slipped up, if I went on this just heinous rant, if I, you know, granted, I'm not necessarily, at least I don't think I'm the person to do that, but I'm being very cautious with everything. So even in the event that there's an accusation that comes out, I'm going to cover both sides of this. When the board files, I'm going to be covering the board side, and I'm going to be reading the board's filings the same way that I'm reading Steven's filings, and I'm going to give it the exact same coverage, and everything is going to be potential, and everything is going to be alleged, because being completely upfront, I don't want to get sued. I don't know the potential or the willingness to do so of anybody involved at this time. And for me, as much as I'd like to think, ooh, I'm just a boy, don't sue me, I could still get sued just for covering this. Realistically, somebody that comes into chat and says something very inflammatory could just find themselves cited in a case or something. I don't want to do that. Granted, I'm not the type of inflammatory person anyways, but can you speculate on why Jason wasn't named as a party in the original filing? I have no idea. Realistically, I have gathered that Jason is Yaya Legacy, I believe, was the company that Jason was linked up to. Now, I don't know what his implications are in the entire thing. As to my knowledge, he is an earlier creditor than Karamanis. And I believe he also had a much smaller stake. So, in terms of this filing, from what I've gathered, this specific filing and this specific argument right now is how is the IP going to be protected specifically? And maybe it's that Karamanis doesn't have enough of a say to even matter in that to be worth filing over, if that makes sense. If he's just like a smaller percentage of ownership that wouldn't have a say on what would happen with the IP. Because to my knowledge, Jason wasn't directly a board member. Jason was an agent of the alleged board. But I believe Jason was still a creditor. He was just a longtime creditor. So there's a lot of weird shit. But also, I don't really speculate much because, again, I don't know all of what's going on behind closed doors. So it's very much hard saying. But to my knowledge, this is all just about how the IP is protected. And this is going to be trying to appoint a receiver to oversee how the IP is handled in terms of potential sales, in terms of who's in control of it, in terms of what happens to it. What's an IP? Intellectual property. Jason, I thought owned more of Intrepid after the settlement than Steven did. I would have to see the financial docs again, because I know after, and again, I believe the financial docs, I can't remember what the source of it was that claimed to show the percent ownership, but I believe towards the end, those documents had listed Steven at like a 5% ownership of Intrepid. Now, again, I don't know what the validity of those documents were, and part of this case is that the equity of Intrepid was exchanged through unethical means. So that's also part of what will be examined as a result of this. So this is kind of from what I've gathered. I've been doing a little research and poking and prodding through smart people that I can talk to about it. And from what I've gathered, realistically speaking, after this is like round 1 of a boxing match. And everybody comes out, and this is where it's going to be the high energy punches. It's going to be the discovery where everything is discoverable, right? You've got years of interactions to cherry pick from. If you've exchanged 7,000 text messages You only need 12 to submit for exhibits, realistically, right? So, in terms of this is round 1. This is just going to be the start of the fight. After this, I believe the next logical step, once the receiver is settled, is then battling over the actual Intrepid Studios ownership to see who owns Intrepid, to see if it is indeed Rob Dawson through legitimate means, or if it is supposed to be Steven through, you know, non-dilution of his shares or, you know, execution of options. However that may have been put through, the next step from what I've gathered would very likely be examining, okay, how did Intrepid Studios get to this % ownership per person? Let's examine these prior steps and the exchanges of equity, where all the money came from, where all the money is, and let's track it down. So then, after that is ruled, whether Steven or the board wins, then it would be a matter of, okay, Intrepid Studios now exists. Let us find the funding for Intrepid Studios to legitimize this point of existence, and then it would be any foreclosure sales, you know, dev payouts for employees, shit like that. So effectively, I've gathered 3 main steps that are pivotal before any other adjacent suits can happen. But again, this is just my research as an idiot. We could very well see a million small things, delays pop up, and those could also be 3 different years entirely because of how long shit takes. So step 3 would likely be, again, the funding. So did Steven spend a lot of money? Did the investors effectively inflate the debt of Intrepid? Were damages caused by one side or the other, where debts are to be paid from one side to the other? You know, what is the actual story of monetization, so to say? And that is likely going to be the longest step, because that is going to be examining every transaction over the course of the entire existence of Intrepid Studios. That is likely going to examine other people's financial history step by step, nearly everybody that was involved. And it will very likely go deep into the, why are you financing this project in the first place, tracking every movement of the financiers since they started. And that's when you're looking at like forensic accountants being a commonality instead of a bombshell. That is when things will be truly ramped up. That's like 4th quarter LeBron trying to clutch up the game. There are several separate issues here, and not all of them seem to directly involve Karamenis. Yeah. I think we're going to have many, many layers of this case that come out, where it is by no means just like a one and done. It's not like the IP gets appointed to the receiver, and then the receiver's in the end zone, and then he fucking Gronk spikes it, and whoever wins goes over and chest bumps the receiver. Like, this is just basically saying, hey, I need somebody in this crowd to hold my wallet and my phone. I'm gonna kick this motherfucker's ass. And they're trying to find somebody to hold their phone, and they're trying to allow the court to give the phone to the person that they want to. So Steven's basically saying, I want this dude to hold the phone and the wallets for us while we fight. I trust him not to run off with it and let anything happen and go through our wallets, blah, 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 blah. And the other side's like, well, I don't want that guy because he has the right to go through my wallet. I want this guy because he said he doesn't even have the power to go through our wallets. Let him hold it. And so they're trying to figure out who's holding the wallets. And then after this, they're going to take their shirts off and start scrapping. Figuratively, of course. I hope nobody actually fights. To my understanding, everybody here is pretty old. So I wouldn't really want to see a lot of fighting. I don't think it would be a good fight. I think it'd be pretty boring to watch. So hopefully everybody can solve their issues with words. But figuratively, of course, we're in like the pre-scrap. So next is going to be like the, what, bro? The fuck you say to me, bro? And then it's going to be like the chest bumping phase. And then somebody will throw the first punch. So, plot twist, they fight and Steven breaks Jason's jaw. Allegedly. Allegedly. No, I hope this is resolved with peace. This has been something that from what I have gathered, right, has been very detrimental to multiple people's like real health as a result of this. And that's something where like, shit, I hope this is resolved as peacefully as possible and with as little stress as possible and extra flair as possible, because it is in the legal system. And I fear that at least one person has a desire to be a little bit extra in this whole thing. So I really hope that everything is resolved from just like a peaceful, standard manner. Here comes Steven off the top rope with a chair. GM John just came out from under the ring and he's got a sledgehammer. By God, he broke him in half. God fucking damn it. God fucking damn it. Here comes Brian Langford with the ladder. Fucking hell. Okay, hold on. I've just got another idea for how we solve this court case. Okay, hear me out. A ring, a referee. God damn it. God damn it, man. You know, in the days of gladiators, they would be sword fighting right now. In the days of the old Western, they would have done a 3-2-1 draw, and whoever had the fastest reaction time would have owned the IP. Like, I understand we've civilized over time and this is a legal process, but we were a lot more badass in old times. They would hire some dudes to fight for them. They have that money. Yo, they would have hired the lawyers to fight for them at this point. The lawyers would be the ones doing the 3-2-1 draw. Their job would be way harder. Nominate your champion. That's so true, actually. They would have had the armies moving. God, can you imagine if this was back in the year like 14 with people this impactful in the world? Like, they probably would have had small armies mobilized to try to kill the other army. Like, this would have been an actual, like, territory conflict. This would have been the Ashes of Creation world building, but IRL in the year, like, 17. This would have been crazy. Crazy. Trebuchets and shit. Doesn't Texas still have single combat laws? Wait, can you still legally 3-2-1 duel in Texas? Hold the fuck up. Hold the fuck up, partner. Yeehaw, yippee-ki-yay. We meet at high noon. This court case is done in one bullet. I think it applies to fistfights. Oh, that's lame. That's lame. Fistfights are just so violent. Ow. How can we do this where nobody gets long-term hurt? We line everybody up, and whoever can tank pepper spray for the longest wins the IP. Oh, we get Mr. Beast to do Beast games. Fuck. Why didn't we think of it? We get Mr. Beast to come in, and he solves the litigation through a bunch of Beast-style challenges. Oh my God, that would have been cheaper than the court case. Fuck. Why didn't Mr. Beast just buy the IP and then give it away to the winner of fucking Beast Game Season 3? Oh, it would have been a banger. Oh, I swear to God, bro, if I worked at Intrepid, I could have made us so much money. I could have made us enough money to bring us out the hood. I swear to God, I would have had us in the mansion in the hills. Would have paid everybody off 10x. Fuck, man. The Mr. Beast collabs would have gone crazy. Holy shit. I'm still, in fact, in the hood. Arcane Adam sighted. What up, my brother? I hope you have been well, dog. Leon, thank you for the hydrate, dude. That would have been the craziest shit in gaming history. I took 10 very inspired game developers and put them up against 10 pissed off 100 millionaires, and we battled to see who controlled the IP Ashes of
creation. Winner gets a brand new Tesla and Intrepid Studios debt-free. Bro, I swear to God, that's your whole pitch, Mr. Beast. Get me Jimmy Donaldson on the phone, boys. Arcane Adam. Pleasure to see you, man. Hoofsy, thank you for the 3 months of ad-free Adam. Goodness gracious me, oh my. Happy to see you, dude. I hope you have been well. I hope, despite being in the hood, it's one of those wholesome hoods. I can win an Intrepid and a Tesla for free? Brother, that's what I'm saying. Somebody at Mr. Beast right now. Mr. Beast, can you save my game? Yeah. It's just crazy enough that it might work. Genuinely, like, it's just crazy enough. Been enjoying time with the baby and family. Still looking for work, but doing the best we can. Brother, I hope something comes along. I hope something comes along. You trying to stay in gaming or just like open to literally whatever at this point in time? I saw stats today just in passing about the gaming industry, specifically NA gaming. And man, I really hope that we retain good people in gaming. The statistic was somewhere along like 40% of current game developers are looking to make their way out of gaming. It's fucking rough, dude. It's rough. It is something where I really hope that this bubble kind of bursts soon and the hot new trend passes. Because I do believe that it is inevitable that AI is going to be implemented in a lot of areas, right? But I just feel like it's the craze right now. I mean, fucking Allbirds just turned into an AI company because their shoe company died. Like, it's crazy. I already did. Got fed up with the layoff and go next culture. Oh, you worked in game dev? I feel like you tell me this like every time. I feel like you tell me this like 3 times a week. And I'm like, oh wait, yeah, you did, didn't you? Yeah, it's unfortunate, man. And I don't know the statistics directly about turnover in game development. But man, a lot of the fields that even I've worked in, you're looking at turnover on average 2 to 3 years. When I worked in the college system, collegiate turnover was typically 3 years on average. When I worked in the esports scene, esports turnover was faster than that. It's fucking rough in a lot of fields right now to try to not see the turnovers going crazy. So I'm hoping a lot of people are able to get back on their feet, man. Shit's tough right now. Plus, with the tie-up of all this and the ramifications of the potential severance and everything, it's just fucking crazy, man. It's genuinely fucking insane. So, I'm hoping for you guys, man. I'm pulling. I wish there were more options in gaming, selfishly for me and for everybody that got impacted by this, so shit. I also hope you find some time to game and do some relaxing stuff soon, brother. That's the biggest thing. When I went through, like, my last time that I was let go from a job, I got very sick. Black Friday weekend, God, like now 3 years ago, I believe. Yeah, 3 years ago, something like that. Black Friday weekend must have been like 2023, I think. Yeah, it was 2023. I was still working a job, and I was working in sales. And I got real sick that weekend, right? And I missed work because I was sick through the weekend. They ain't really like that shit. So I got let go. They found other reasons to end up letting me go despite all of my numbers and shit being very good. Tried to fuck me over on, you know, my PTO payouts and stuff like that despite letting me go. So I ended up, you know, basically scrambling for a very, very, very long time. And I woke up every day genuinely extremely depressed, feeling that what the fuck do I do? Where the fuck do I go? I'm not getting excitement out of anything. Nothing's bringing me that joy. I applied for 10 jobs a day, and I just said, fuck it, I'm gonna hop on stream every single day. And that led to this. That led to my dream coming true. So sometimes in situations where you think everything has lined up against you, I remember I just got back to work. And the first day that I showed up to work, I saw my district manager, the store manager who was never there, and the other employee all in my store. And I was like, oh, are they like welcoming me back? And it was not that. I took the news and I was like, all right, you know, that's my bad, guys. Wish it could have gone different. I went outside, I sat on the curb, I called my parents, and I cried on the phone to them. And it ended up being the best thing that ever happened to me because it presented so many opportunities down the road past anything I could have ever achieved. And now it's got me here passing along my woes to you as hopes of encouragement. So I firmly believe everything happens for a reason. I think that, you know, all of this said and done, life, hopefully for everybody, can continue in a, you know, a way that brings meaning, a way that gives them something to look forward to. And at the end of the day, one cool thing that we're able to have in the gaming world when everything else goes to turmoil is community. When I got fired from Mattress Firm, I didn't have the mattress community at my back. I didn't turn to the bed boys to say what's up because there weren't the bed boys. And here we have the community that's been built up over the course of so long and so many people's efforts collectively, you know, to bring these worlds to life and everything. It's something that I've been appreciative of. The fact that we can sit here and, you know, we've been cracking jokes about the court proceedings and stuff, just trying to process all of the true weight of it, right? And shit's heavy, and this is all truly movie-like, but it's also one of those where at the end of the day, we've all realized there's nothing we can do except throw our hands up and laugh and make fun of it all. And that's how we're getting by, man. They say the beds comfort and support you. Okay, hear me out. I was a lot comfier crying in a Tempur-Pedic than I would have been in anything else. I will say, you need bed recommendations. I still got you to this day, brother. Skeptics, what up, brother? Are you feeling like Steven's a good guy or a bad guy after this news? I mean, this is just a partial part of the news, and I try to retain all of my judgments until the entirety of the picture is painted, right? Right now, we're looking at, you know, for art terms, we're looking at the Mona Lisa when it's being sketched on the canvas with a pencil before actually being, you know, shaded and painted in and everything. So in terms of that, it's still too early to determine who in this entire thing is good, who in this entire thing is truly at their core bad. We don't know the full picture. We only have a snapshot. And I think it's very important to not get caught up in that side of it. Rather try to attain facts and understand that my perspective right now is that everybody could have done something differently to contribute to me having a game to play. So at this point, I'm like, why couldn't y'all have worked your shit out so I could be making, you know, more money streaming and having more people coming in streaming and playing a game that I wanted to play on stream? Kind of pissed at all of them at this point in time. But I also understand that there were many things far over my head and that stretch far beyond anything that's related to DustyWhy that was going on that led to all this. So for me, I just want this shit to get sorted out and I want it to be followed through, right? I want the truth to come out and I want the legal system to bestow the honor of Ashes of Creation on who deserves it, is how I'm thinking about it, you know? Reddit post was to go along with his filing for people who weren't going to dig through the filings. Oh, yeah. He was, to my knowledge, the Reddit post that you're talking about was just his personal statement, right? That's usually just, like, posted there to cross-post and keep everybody involved with things. So people had been asking, like, in Discord and stuff for a personal statement for a while. And this was also the first time that Steven was basically public in terms of addressing some of the commonly asked questions. So this was more of a, you know, more of an update. A lot of people were wondering why Steven was so quiet, and he kept saying, wait for discovery, wait for discovery, wait for discovery. A lot of these exhibits came out during discovery. So I didn't really read into the personal statement as a bad thing at all. I actually thought it to be kind of a transparent gesture. But again, it's a personal statement that's not countered by the other side.
So it's not like it's a rap battle where they're going back and forth. We are going to see from both sides very curated statements that have likely gone through legal counsel. Like, we make the running joke that whenever Steven's in Discord answering messages, he doesn't even get to hold the phone. It's the lawyers holding the phone. And who knows? Maybe the lawyer's on the keyboard right now. And Steven's got to dictate whenever he types. That's our ongoing joke. Like, with the legal proceedings, everything is going to be so curated in a legal sense. And everything is going to be meant to absolve all fault from one side and establish fault on the other side, because that's how the legal system works. And you can't blame either side for trying to tell their side of the story. But I think one thing life has taught me is it's important to remember that there are two sides to every story, and the truth somewhere lies in a very retrospective middle ground within those things. Now, idealistic scenarios also do not really come about often, and the perfect scenario is that, you know, Ash's everything clicked into place and there was never a difficulty, and the game was launched far before now, and it's pulling in millions upon millions of dollars, and everybody's living in like fucking yachts with helicopters and shit, and I'm streaming from a 17-story mansion and shit. That's the ideal scenario, right? But that's not the timeline we're in. I'm still broke and I'm pissed about it. So, do you think I could sue for lost wages? The developers of Ashes of Creation and that one streamer who was doing really well versus everybody that's arguing about killing the fucking game. Sort your shit out. Sue the loser. I got loser. God damn it. Whoever wins Intrepid has to play me one-on-one basketball for 20% equity in the company. Listen. If we got 10% for $10, I'll do a game to 21 for 20%. That's an extra 1 along the way. It's only fair. I need to be afforded my opportunities. Skeptics, thank you for the biddies. I appreciate you. You're the one who ruined the game. That's why you lost, so you owe me money. That's fair. What if I ruined the game? What if I just gave a bunch of shitty feedback and they listened because I had viewership on Twitch? They took my advice on something and it just made it all fall apart. What if my dumbass ranted about making mules so stupid OP one day? Man, I hate the mules. They should have given us an option to go into the new hunting minigame and just shoot people's mules without going corrupt. Man, fucking crates. Everything was going so well until we decided to go from commodities to crates, huh? That wasn't a crate decision. Sorry. That's my bad. Crates weren't even that bad until mules came about, and then you had the storage in towns that was gonna get fixed. Dad jokes? No! Oh no. I can say one? Okay, you get one. You get one. You get one. Everything went down with you up. Okay. In hindsight, with the full conversation, the you up is a lot less bad than the clipped screenshot made it seem like, because it was actually a reprimand telling him to basically stop fucking exploiting and be a good example. But starting a conversation in 2026 meme culture with you up is never a good thing. Like, if the message simply said, hey, are you available to discuss something, instead of you up, it would have been so much different. But the simple you up made it come off so much differently, and then the clipping of the screenshot was so fucking wild, man. Such wild times. Fucking hell. The MMO scene provides so much drama, and I almost wonder, like, what am I doing wrong to not provide that much drama to this entire thing? I feel like I'm too unproblematic, man. I just show up, play game, tell people to not exploit, and then go home. We didn't have a single person banned. We didn't have a single time where Dusty got in the ear of a dev to get somebody off a list. Cads with Abs was literally unproblematic, except for that one time that John G got banned for impersonating a GM. That was slightly bad. That was really fucking bad. If I'm being completely honest. Did I just rune into the most gullible accomplice ever? I don't know, Scooby-Doo. What did you rune into? What'd you rune into, Scooby-Doo? And why did you do one quote in one asterisk? Brother, are you having a stroke? And what do you mean accomplice? Are you assuming that I was involved in the scam? Because I was, and I made $1.6 million, you broke fuck. Get fucked. I'm rich now, pussy. No, just kidding. I didn't get paid. Nah, I didn't make any money. I wish I did. That would have been sick. No, I just got by on the generosity of other people. Realistically, my hard work and dedication. I wish I was on payroll. Hear me out. If Intrepid offered me payroll to release a few videos on YouTube covering updates and stuff, keep in mind, that's also not uncommon. RuneScape also does that for their creators to release videos on updates and mechanics that they want shown off and big things. I would have 1,000% worked with Intrepid or any developer. Yo, Venny, where you at, my goat? I would work with any developer on a sponsored cadence to put out very high quality narrative videos discussing new updates, developments, systems coming in, mechanics coming in, any class guides that they wanted covered. That's something that's actually really common with some of the more well-known content creators in directories. I would have 1,000% down, but unfortunately, that was not offered to me. I would have, though. I was doing that shit for free. You become a political streamer, it seems like they make money. I don't like when people yell at each other over politics, so I wouldn't do that. I'm too understanding to be a political streamer where I try to put myself in other people's shoes. And it's not good. It's not good. I couldn't be abrasive. Because honestly, I don't really like confrontation that much. As much as I yap to people on Twitch and stuff, I like yapping about the situation, and I like when I can have like fun, yappy jest with people over situations that don't actually matter, like video game shit. Like, you think crates are stupid, well, I think you're fucking stupid. And then, you know, we go back and forth about the system and stuff, and then at the end, we're just like, okay, slap hands. I don't like stuff that makes people actually mad at each other. So, you know, you may have noticed that over my coverage of this. I'm very quick to defuse any immediate, like, attacks on one side or the other. Even when people come in and they're just trying to go, you know, very hard at one side, the other, whatever it may be, I'm just trying to take that shit out, bro. I don't really fuck with that very heavy. Yo, Odoroshi, what up, my friend? We're the IRL 504 cape for TwitchCon. Ooh. Wait, a cape would go fucking hard. Do you think they would let me bring in my actual sword? Because, like, I have a real sword. I feel like the larger problem would be flying with it. But, like, I could bring this bad boy to TwitchCon, too. Although, I don't think it would go well. It's a long boy. Like, this is a long boy that's Plank's sword. Well, Plank has the axe as well. He doesn't need it. This shit kind of thick. Hiya. Hiya. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Hold on, let me put away this shing. Grah. Okay, hold on. I'm back. Almost. Oh, shit. Hold on. Just ripped my goddamn headphones out, the Go XLR. Ay, caramba. Hope that doesn't break stuff. Didn't break my headphones. Okay, we're good. That was scary. Oh! Okay, let me catch up. Financials come out in sworn statements and exhibits. I should Steven really was inconsistent about that. Or there with everyone else. Right now, though, the 10 years he spent on the game that we know about has bought him some latitude in the absence of verification on that. Which is on the other side is saying was true. Wouldn't be motioning for a receiver with court authority to inspect the books and records. And wouldn't be opposing it. Something I haven't seen anyone really talk about. But food for thought. The receiver motion is really the emphasis of this as well right now. The big change in receiver, because Admiral Kunkel is the receiver that was currently appointed, and Admiral Kunkel, if you played Dota, you're gonna fucking love that reference. If you've never played Dota, you're not gonna know what I'm saying at all. But effectively right now, the big battle, right? I'll make this easy. We'll go here, here, and then bop. The world is my oyster. So effectively, right now, we're looking at ashes in this box. So effectively, on this side, you have the board. On this side, you have Steven. So, Steven. And then board. So right now, the board has Kunkel representing on their side as the proposed neutral IP person that they want to oversee this. And then, oh fuck, it was in my other document. What is the name of the one that they're trying? Lash, do you remember the last name of the new receiver that they're trying to bring in? Let's see, hold on. Hold on, it's in here somewhere. Hold on. Was it Robstein? Okay, cool. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You guys are fucking legends. I love you. Okay. So here, these are your receivers. So effectively, Steven's side is moving to have Robstein come in. The board is moving to have Kunkel retain the effective control or oversight of Ashes. Kunkel over here, the reason why the board seems to want him is already appointed, less scope, less control over sales, books, etc. So he has less authority to dig into a lot of the information, and also has slightly less just general oversight and control. A less powerful receiver, so to say. Robstein, this motherfucker's like the prime Randy Moss of receivers. So Robstein can effectively look into books, spending, oversee potential sales, verify integrity of movement of IP. So this is the side that Steven's side is trying to bring in. And this entire current little spat that we are in, this subplot, is over the battle of trying to bring in the IP entity. So this is just over who gets control, who holds Ashes during the fight. So that's what we're looking at here. Next, after this is settled, we're going to move down. So then it becomes another box. Intrepid Studios. And the battle begins for Intrepid Studios. So over here, same thing. We're going to have Steven's side. We're going to have the board side. So, Steven's side. Board side. Steven alleges. Board bad. Scary plus threats. Made sign papers under duress plus transfer equity, also bank fraud. And then we'll make our little connection here. So Steven's side is effectively bored bad, scary, made threats, made him sign papers under duress and transfer equity. Also, the board may or may not have allegedly committed bank fraud. The board side is saying Steven stupid, spent too much money, bought houses on Intrepid dollar. John stole money too. So then the battle all allegations not to scale. All right, we're good. We're good. We're fine. Everything's alleged. Except one of these things. Is it bank fraud? Is it Steven stupid? 50-50. I'll never tell. Who knows where I truly lie? Who knows, my boys? Is Kunkel? Kunkel is basically, so these guys, here, I'll give them a little red box. Or I'll give them a little highlight. So these lads, Kunka! You gotta hit your torrent combos. Admiral Kunkel. He's hitting the torrent cleaves. Who's John? John is Steven's husband. So the allegations are basically like that John and Steven spent a lot of money that they didn't need to. A lot of extra spending, bought real estate, allegedly, stuff like that as an investment. It says it's Tidehunter main. Ay. The backstroke. The watermelon backstroke. Goodness gracious me, oh my, I was a POS 4 main back in my day. It's good times. It's good times. I learned a lot about other people being pretty fucking unreliably bad at video games. So, Twist Riot planted all this to buy ashes on the cheap. Yo, I had that conspiracy theory. What if Riot did all of this just so they didn't have to pay $500 million for ashes? Every stream, Mark Merrill's just been in here like, yes, Dusty, yes, more paint graphics, yes. Brother, I swear to God, that shit would be so fucking funny. So fucking funny. Okay. So, how much can be done during the fight with the PI? So effectively, hold on, I'll throw the highlights. So, Kunkel is neutral IP holder. And then Robstein is neutral IP holder. Okay, there. So, effectively, you have Robstein and Kunkel. These are going to be the ones that oversee the IP in this first round. So after this is going to go into the battle over Intrepid. So the big thing here is who gets equity? That is the big question with that box. Who gets the equity? Who owns Intrepid Studios? Right? That's the big thing. Yo, Wildstar, what up, my friend? Remember when SB2R came out as a $300 million to bring him to launch? Oh, gaming is expensive as hell. Gaming is incredibly expensive. Not to mention that Intrepid Studios was in San Diego. It's expensive. Real pricey. The set that dropped this morning, not the docs or exhibits. There were transcripts here. See what's doing it on the cheap. See, all things considered, when we compare Intrepid spending to any comparable project in terms of the goals, right? In terms of where it's looking to line up. Really, Intrepid is shooting to match up against AAA studios in terms of the quality of product and the girth of the product that they were dropping or planning to drop. That, in terms of labor burn alone, for a AAA studio, especially high-tier AAA studios, if we use Riot, for example, their burn on labor alone in a year is more than the negative equity that Intrepid had established with alleged fraud to stack up more debt just over the course of its entire existence. Really, the spending was not that crazy. I think the largest thing for an investment standpoint, when you are looking at, and I say this, I say this as someone that's extremely broke, but when you are developing a product that is not yet ready to bring in a profit, right? If I am making bicycles, but I haven't developed the frame of the bike yet, and I've just got the wheel material figured out, that's not going to bring me in enough money to sustain myself and to sustain my business, and I'm gonna have to go into the red. When I am making a restaurant from scratch, if I have to bring in the grills and the fryers and the coolers and the freezers, and I haven't started cooking food yet, I'm gonna be negative. I'm gonna be in the red. I have to cook a lot of food to pay that off. So I feel like a lot of people just, they just seem to forget that business in general is very expensive. You, in game development especially, are much better off taking on something incredibly small or just having $1 billion. Realistically, that's what we're looking at. The safety net of having $1 billion fucking dollars for most companies is the safe entry to AAA. If you're looking at live service, if you're looking at a massive, massive, massive team working on a project, if you're looking at a high cost of living country as well, like NA, like America, then you are going to be looking at a lot of money invested in that project. An unfathomable amount comparatively to what any normal human being can process. Constant upgrading of Unreal Engine made for delays in the product. From what we've gathered, the Unreal Engine 4 to Unreal Engine 5 transition itself was a very large setback, and it was almost like a lose now to win later mentality with it. And I almost wonder if that setback was like, this will probably only be a couple of weeks, and then they're in it and they're like, oh shit. I almost wonder. I'm not too familiar with anything. I'm not a developer, nor do I pretend to be able to elaborate on what actually could have happened with that. But I've always wondered if they're like, they're a week or two into the Unreal Engine upgrade to UE5, and they're just like, yo, this shit is a lot harder than we thought it was going to be. I haven't done it, so I don't know. But man, I've got to wonder. Because from what I've gathered, that was effectively a near reset on a lot of progress and a lot of things with the game in general. So, I don't know. It's a curiosity. It's a curiosity. LTS equals long-term support. You do not need to update UE because they're releasing a new version. So what does long-term support bring in? Oh, is that just saying like a version of Unreal Engine is valid for longer than just its current version lifespan? So if you're on like 5.3, you might not immediately need to upgrade to 5.4 type shit. Like I said earlier, Steven was in a race against time. He was taking loans and setting up promissory notes to help secure them with the goal that when he started making money, pay them off and stabilize it. Less racing, the only question on mind is if the goalposts were moved by Dawson Co. Yeah, that's fair. The game development journey itself is a very, 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 very fickle one Now, I also think there is the question of when the investors were brought in, was there even a set goalpost? Was there a clock that was established where they would see a return on their investment? Because a lot of investments, that time frame can be very variable, man. Like very variable. Now, of course, I am not multi-millionaire investor. I'm not Tony Stark Playboy type shit. But the public one with a Kickstarter, and that was before any of these developers or these investors even got in, allegedly. Like the first Kickstarter launch goal was before 2020, yeah? So in terms of that, like if we're going off of time frames, then nobody should have invested in the first place. Most of them anyways. Yeah, I think most of them were after the initial goal was already missed. But that's another thing. And I think part of this and the cascade of how this all went to shit so much is partly because the investors that were brought in were unfamiliar with gaming, allegedly. Especially in terms of MMOs. Not many of them, if any, from what we've gathered, were familiar with the process of developing a game and the possible setbacks there. And it's not necessarily like investing in a startup that's going to immediately have a product out and churn 6 more products out within a year. That's a long, slow burn. Because with gaming, if you release a product, it's very hard to bring it back as, you know, as a fully released product, re-prototype it, re-release it to the public again. None of us money you don't want to lose. Yeah, I wish court was that simple. Because that'd be very, very easy to rule on. Well, Dusty's dad told him to not invest money that he didn't want to lose. So you guys just got to stop being bitches and work together. Allegedly. They couldn't see the payout at the time. I think part of the problem, and again, this is just from me personally, right? When people learn about this, right? If I got an email that was from Kick and they were like, hey, Dusty, we want to give you $500 million to stream on Kick. And then, you know, the fucking, I don't know, Hoofsy messages me and he's like, hey, Dusty, I really don't like the numbers on this Kick deal when I think about it. Like, do you really want your funding to come from Kick instead of moi? And I'm like, oh man, just like the opportunities, the, you know, the higher end of funding bringing us to the business standpoint. And he's like, I don't know, man, you thinking I would want to have any control over the business is kind of crazy. I don't know, man. I feel like here there was very much the money signs that we're seeing over the IP. And once this hit, and the realization was actually like, oh, my investment could be worth something. People want to capitalize. I have always said in my existence, I have only seen private equity and very rich investors to want one thing, and that is a return on their investment. I don't know Mark Cuban, but I've watched a lot of Shark Tank, and I can damn sure tell you, they don't give a fuck about your story. They might think it's cute. They don't really care, though. They don't care about the tears that you shed to get the company off the ground. They care about padding their pockets because that is their entire goal. Day traders aren't looking at the stories of stocks in the inspirational startup that's backed by 2 people that were rags to riches. Day traders look at the validity of the stock to make them money, and they day trade off of the stock. Investors just day trade entire businesses. So, where's my padding? Bro, I miss being able to pad. I miss it very much. Sounds like it's a pink sheet in low volume stock. So what would you do with this stock right now, Lesh? What would your approach be? Mirror time is the corporate world. It's still weird to me. Bro, I hate the corporal world. It doesn't make sense to me. Burn it with fire. Jesus. Okay, I'm gonna pee real quick. I gotta take a quick piddle, and then we gotta finish out the rest of these declarations. Because we got a lot to yap about. And then tomorrow, scars, unless more filings pop up. I'll be right back. Because I've had to pee for like 30 minutes. Good day to you all. I have returned. In late 2022, it was optimistic. Stocks rise in February 2026. Everybody's pulling back everything. Just weird. Anyone know what the other parties' other investments are other than MLMs? So, part of the allegation, Euphorics, is that the other party being the defendant, part of the allegations include allegations that this is not their first time pulling off this exact thing. And that cites other court cases that are active out of Florida where there is a RICO involving some of the people involved in the defendant side. So there is some allegation that the other investments from some of these people include this exact same scheme as it's described in the allegations of a loan to own scheme, which is kind of heinous to think about because that is an allegation of like organized crime. That is at that point allegedly mob level behavior, mafia level behavior, almost like an MLM mafia level behavior. It's crazy to think about that this is something that I'm just sitting here narrating. I feel like I'm gonna get whacked. Like, these guys even talk like fucking mobsters. In Exhibit 35, the email that Aaron Bartle sent out, he literally said, if they want to make noise in the market, they will anyways as they're fired. Who listens to a poor performer who gets whacked? Motherfucker literally said whacked, like he's an Italian mobster writing this email with like the fucking like just the fucking the Italian music in behind him and shit. It's just I'm not sure who we're dealing with here in terms of this coverage, but I feel like it's an extension of the fucking Sopranos or something, brother. We're literally discussing people getting whacked. Instead of using a term, someone gets fired, someone gets let go. Motherfuckers had whacked. So, that's been interesting to me. That's been something where I'm like, as I'm streaming, I'm looking out the window for like black SUVs and shit. Trying to keep myself aware. Jesus Christ. MO purely on a moral basis. Still seen as scam because of that email. I think it is very reasonable to be, regardless of who you want to be in control of the IP and in control of Intrepid, I think it is a very human thing to be on the side of the developers. And I think anybody that is not in the camp of employees getting paid is a very fucked up human in the first place, and is very likely not factoring in, if they were unexpectedly let go from their place of work, that there would be massive complications in their life if their last paychecks were not paid out, if their PTO was not paid out, if there was no severance, especially in an industry that is currently so hard to find jobs in, like gaming. If you are not in the protect the employees, compensate the employees camp, then I would highly recommend having a good old look at yourself in the mirror, and then a good old look at your bank account and your expenses, and realizing that you could very easily be in the same place as the employees are. So we can see at least some desire in those exhibits, at least that Steven wanted to. That is something that is very heavy in these declarations as well, are character testimonials towards Steven and character vouches, where they are saying Steven very heavily wanted to protect the employees and the company and ensure everybody got paid. Now, the board is very likely going to come back and say, yeah, he wanted to protect them, but with what money? Why didn't he, I don't know, sell an asset to pay them or something? They're likely gonna come back with a, if he wanted them paid, why didn't he pay them? And then there'll be a refiling with a counter of like, hey, well, because this situation. If that doesn't even happen. But, I don't know if we ever did, but still, better scenario than with the board. Yeah. I think one of the things that stands out the most to me has been the lack of humanity when referring to the many employees that were about to be displaced by this. But I also think it's important to remember that it's a very normal practice in business for the lowest level people to very simply be a number. And it's very rare in the corporate world that you are seen as a person and as like an individual entity. You are just seen as a number and as a statistic. And in 99.9% of businesses, if you die and cannot attend work anymore, there will be an HR person that doesn't know you personally that has a job listing up by the end of the day that you died. Trying to fire them on Christmas break was crazy. Yeah. I don't know if we stopped celebrating the goddamn holidays or not. But man, like, at least recognize that people are on vacation time. At least throw them that little bit of humanity. Cause golly. Oh my god, grenade. Holy. My go been going crazy. Wow, wow, grenade. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Huzzah! The purple banana. Goodness gracious. Wait, what month is that? Wait, 34 months. 2 more months and then you get your 3-year. How the timing works out. I can tell Dennis even didn't want the same. And didn't pressure with funds. Then, amateur hour? You don't have a sub badge? Oh, but he does. Oh, but he does, Carla. Do you see that first badge beside his name? So, hold on. This is a founder badge. So a founder badge is for the first 10 people to subscribe to a channel. So he was one of the first 10 people to ever be subbed to my channel. So that's what the first badge is. He has like the first in chat all the time from when I was first an affiliate. He is at a 65-month sub. 5 years, 5 months. Right around there. God damn. Yeah, that's a girthy one. That's a girthy one. Granted, kind of cheating because it's my literal brother. So he may or may not have had the advantage. Relatively sure the night you got affiliate I subbed? Yeah, because I was still streaming Dota at the time, so you watch my stream. God damn it. 65. Almost kid gender number. 2 months left? Oh no. Not the 6-7. They became a dirty React streamer, the very thing I swore to destroy. You were the chosen one. Yeah, that's my bad, dog. Listen, better this than Fortnite? Meet you in the middle? I'm not gonna lie. My own brother refused to watch my stream, even when I had 10 viewers, to support my stream because I was playing Fortnite. He would literally say, I just can't do it. And I didn't blame him. I was like, all right, I respect it. I respect it. He also wouldn't watch Pooh World that much. But I popped off in Pooh World, so that was okay. It was a different time. Valid. Incredibly valid. He knew what was best. He watched Ashes from time to time, though. He supported the PoE streams like crazy. But PoE, I don't know, man. I don't know how people can play ARPGs. I recommended Ashes. Carla also very much was the one that put me onto Ashes. Carla was like pivotal in that shit. Pivotal. But yeah, you saw Ashes going well. And then you were like, you should probably lean into that a little bit more than New World type shit. Worked out well. Worked out well, all things considered. Well, for a little bit. It was when Poor World is dying, but you were still thriving? Yeah. Trying to take the momentum somewhere else. Lo and behold, then I tried to move to WoW. It's not the play. That was not the play. That was effectively like when people are running out for the start of a football game and they got all the momentum to run through the banner and then they don't go through the banner. That's how I felt trying to break into WoW, dog. I went over with like 150 average viewers and it was nothing over there. I like walked in and I was like, yeah, people are about to notice me. And like 4 weeks in, I was looking around. I was like, yo, guys, DustyWhy here, streamed over 1,000 days in a row. Anybody think that's cool? Yep, for 8-10 hours a day. Incredibly handsome, great hair. 99 parses. Nope. Nothing. It just wasn't meant to be. So now we wait for Scars. Scars is actually possibly going to be fun as shit. But in the meantime, I'm working on my paralegal degree. It's been fun. Unironically, this is the most that I've used my college education as an adult. My degree is finally worth something along the way. I have some understanding of this. Legal seagull over here. Ah! I gotta yell at the seagulls sometimes. They swoop down and they fucking steal the corn that I throw out for the birds. Granted, I guess if it's for the birds in general, then that's fine. But yeah, I gotta go out and yell at the seagulls sometimes. I don't even know why we have seagulls. We live inland, but regardless. I need backup in the Scars Discord. What is happening? Motherfuckers talking about they want instance dungeons in non-consequential PvP. Ay. It's fine. Let him yap in the Discord. I'll stream and then everything will be fine. As soon as I go back, we're good to go. We talked about Scars. We'll be back in Scars tomorrow. Unless there are more filings. The filings control all. but also we need to finish our Scars deep dive so I can actually know. Hurry up and close this shit out. And then... No, and then. All right, so we have on our hands here. Wait a minute. Off topic, ever play PoE? Too much. Yes. Found a headhunter in PoE 2, actually. Found one of the first headhunters in the world in PoE 2. Was very early on that shit. Headhunter sucked at the time. I went from blasting T16 pluses on my homebrew summoner to re-rolling a lightning arrow Deadeye, only to realize that summoner was headhunter was dog shit. It's very tragic. Very tragic. Played PoE 2 for like 2 weeks and then quit the next day. I hit a wall. Found a headhunter and quit the next day. Okay, no, I found a headhunter and then I leveled for like 3 days and played for like 3 days after the headhunter, and then I quit because the headhunter sucked. I made a lightning arrow Deadeye and it was worse than my summoner, even with headhunter on, and it was not okay. It was not kosher, and I don't think I could have worn the headhunter on my summoner. So it was all bad. Regardless, Karen Barreco, declare as follows. I am an investor in Intrepid Studios Incorporated. PoE 2 is same as Diablo, just repetitive movements. I grew up playing Diablo, so not really anything new to me. AMC like got me into gaming as the primary catalyst. Him and my older brother, like our oldest brother, when I was very young. I started playing Diablo when I was like 4 years old, and we my entire life would do ladder resets together. AMC and I. He'd play a Blizzork, I'd play a Summon Necro. And like the repetitive movements were kind of like ingrained in me as a gamer, and it's part of the reason why I don't mind grinding stuff like Ashes, why I don't really mind doing the same dungeons over and over again, or just doing those very arbitrary grinds that a lot of people burn out on for days and days on end, because he told me, oh, cool, we're leveled, cool, you go do Hell Cows. Find high runes and then come back. And I'd go find high runes and then go back. And then I'd beg him to make me an enigma. And then once I got my enigma, I shut the fuck up. I stopped asking for shit. Sometimes. It was fun though. Diablo was a core part of my childhood. And then we transitioned to WoW, bounced back to Diablo throughout. Like it was a whole thing. So, I am Karen Barreco. Me. I am an investor in Intrepid Studios Incorporated. I make this declaration voluntarily based on my personal knowledge, and if called as a witness, she could and would testify competently to the facts stated herein. Do not call me as a witness. I am fried. On April 14th, 2026, I submitted a signed declaration in support of plaintiff's motion to appoint a receiver. That evening, I was on a phone call with my brother, Benson Karen Barreco, the K stands for Karen, when he received another call from Jason Karamanis. Mr. Barreco ended our call to speak with Mr. Karamanis and promptly called me back afterwards. He told me that Mr. Karamanis had ranted to him and was very angry that I had submitted a declaration in support of plaintiff Stephen Sharif. Mr. Barreco said that Mr. Karamanis had used very vulgar language, including calling me a lying cunt. This language from Mr. Karamanis has caused me severe stress and intimidation. In response to his comments on April 14th, 2026, I have since stopped to consider whether I should have submitted my declaration. I understand that Tom Alkazin has received threats from Mr. Karamanis in response to his signed declaration filed in this case. I am fearful that this declaration will again animate Mr. Karamanis to undertake harassment against me, or that he will retaliate against me in a separate lawsuit because of my participation in this litigation. I submit this declaration with the hope of stopping any further harassment. I declare under penalty of perjury that the foregoing is true and correct. It almost seems like they're trying to set up a move where they're trying to get a restraining order put on Karamanis to not contact people or talk about the case publicly. I almost feel like this is trying to... Is that section 1 for 1 from Tom's? Yes. Yes. I am fearful that this declaration will again animate Mr. Karamanis to undertake harassment against me. He said threats and harassment against me. Threats and harassment against me. And then hers, instead of threats, said, or that he will retaliate against me in a separate lawsuit. And then Tom didn't say that. So Tom's worried about threats and harassment. Karen's worried about lawsuits and harassment. But he doesn't threaten women. Don't worry. Don't worry. Allegedly, doesn't threaten women. We don't know that much. But sounds like stuff is still happening even in the middle of the court proceedings. Oh, yeah. Yeah, there are going to be so many subplots. There are going to be subplots on subplots within this. Like, if it was a timeline, you would have so many little divergent, like, subplots of Karamanis allegedly calls this person cunt. This person files suit against Karamanis to try to stop them from calling them a cunt. If it was happening, there's zero chance it didn't get far worse. It's very, very possible that it did. It's very possible that if stuff had already happened, and if this was already in motion, that these things could very well continue. Now, keep in mind, in good old Tom's filing, he also attached an exhibit. Because Tom said on April 14th, 2026, I submitted a signed declaration in support of plaintiff's motion to appoint a receiver. That evening, I received 4 text messages from Jason Karamanis. In these text messages, Mr. Karamanis referred to my declaration as piece of shit lies. He also called me a piece of shit, liar, and cockroach. He threatened to prove that I was lying through discovery and depositions of me and my wife. He said, threatening that I will depose you and sue you is not a threat. It's the truth. Coach Roach. So fun fact, I think this was a Tom typo because Karamanis spelled it correctly. I thought this was quoting a Karamanis typo, but it's a typo in the filing itself. Yeah, it says Coach Roach instead of cockroach. So anyways, a true and correct screenshot of these messages attached here to is Exhibit A. Exhibit A, we have here. Exhibit A. Just trash. Disgusting human being, just trash. Read your piece of shit lies. Oh, read your piece of shit lies in your declaration, you piece of shit. Can't wait to get you and your wife in depositions, liar and cockroach as you are. What a piece of work you are. I begged you for help so many times and you lied. Can't wait to prove all of this in your discovery and depositions. What a liar you are. Threatening that I will depose you and sue you is not a threat. It's the truth. It's all good. I see. Hiya. It's all good. I see what scum I'm dealing with. So, this is the exhibit that was provided from Jason allegedly sending a few texts over to Tom. Now we have the declaration of Jessica Nall. I, Jessica Nall, declare as follows. I am a partner with the firm Withers Bergman LLP. Counsel for plaintiff Stephen Sharif as an individual and derivatively on behalf of Intrepid Studios. All facts set forth in this declaration are of my own personal knowledge or believed by me to be true. If called as a witness, I could and would testify competently as to all facts set forth herein. I submit this declaration in further support of plaintiff Stephen Sharif's motion to appoint a receiver. On February 16th, 2026, Jason Karamanis made threatening statements towards witness Tom Alkazin and his wife publicly on a YouTube stream hosted by Nephis QS. Nephis! Getting the shout out. Holy shit, that's crazy. Oh my god. Massive shout out for Nephis. That is huge, man. What if the Honorable Linda Lopez starts lurking in his streams? The February 16th, 2026 live stream. Holy shit. Yo, I really hope if I get a shout out in the court case, they label it as DustyWhy, the untiltable mountain of positivity. I really feel like that would bring it through. All right, let's see. On this live stream, which is recorded and available for viewing online, Mr. Karamenis recalled texting. Man, I am so shocked they didn't use contemporaneously there. Contemporaneously is the word of the live stream. On stream day 712 in a row. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh yeah, the citations by the days would be crazy. Fucking hell. Okay, on this live stream, which is recorded and available for viewing online, Mr. Karamenis recalled texting Mr. Alkazin and his wife directly, telling them, good luck to your fucking life. You sound a baseline, backstabbing human being. I'm coming after you and Bethany and everyone else. Go fuck yourself for lying to me. You're a cockroach. Can't wait to see you in court. You're a fucking liar, a complete con job. A true and correct recording of this live stream is available on YouTube at the following link. Wait. Jason said those on stream? I'm gonna get an ad.
Yeah, I did. I should screenshot this and said to you, I wrote this to Tom and Bethany Outcast, and good luck to your fucking life, you son of a bitch, lying, backstabbing human being. I'm coming after you and Bethany and everyone else. Go fuck yourself for lying to me. You're a cockroach. Can't wait to see you in court. You're a fucking liar, a complete con job, just like Sharon and Steven, and you will pay for this fraud. And then I sent him screenshots.
Why would...
Strictly the books and records of this fucker getting paid, okay? Like, literally,
Why would you admit to that?
Paid to him on March 12th of 2020, on June 5th of 2020, 30,000 subcontracted services.
Why would you admit to that? Like, why would you say that publicly in the middle of a court proceeding when you're trying to... Okay, that's interesting. That's interesting. Good luck to your fucking life. You sound like a baseline, backstabbing human being. I'm coming after you and Bethany and everyone else. Go fuck yourself for lying to me. You're a cockroach. Can't wait to see you in court. You're a fucking liar, a complete con job. Doesn't matter, I suppose, since they were willing to provide a screenshot of the sex. This is, again, stuff like this as a standalone, right? Isn't necessarily, like, freaking out at somebody and being abrasive isn't necessarily a crime in any way, shape, and form. However, things that are not crimes in court can also be used to establish behavioral patterns. And behavioral patterns can be used to corroborate other claims and can be used in effect to bring invalidity to claims made by people and give them more weight. So if it is demonstrated by many people that somebody was consistently interacting in a very abrasive way, that could very much have an impact. Threatening one's life verbally is a crime. He didn't threaten their life. He said, good luck to your fucking life, which in a court of law, he could argue, I was cutting ties with them and said good luck, wishing them the best. I was angry. I'm coming after you and Bethany. Litigation. Technically, there's no crime there. It's a mean message, but like, if I ban somebody and I say, good luck to your fucking life, you pussy piece of shit, that's not me threatening their life. That's me saying, you know, good luck to your life. So, I think it's been that way, but I think I've been in court. But I get where you're coming from. Yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'm pretty sure it means in court. From a, like, we're about to get litigious up in this bitch. I wouldn't necessarily look at this and see this quote and be like, oh, that's threats on someone's life. Nor do I think that a court would look at that. I think this is more just being a dick. I'll say it in plain English, is probably regarded as being pretty mean to people. But again, if you're a dick to a lot of people and the court sees that you're a dick to a lot of people and you're communicating in a certain way, and then people say this person communicated with me in this way, then that adds a little bit of weight to people's claims. And right now, Steven's side seems to be trying to establish the behavioral history of Karamanis allegedly being the muscle doing the dirty work and the bidding of Dawson allegedly to intimidate, to be that loud personality, while Dawson allegedly sat behind and just puppet mastered with his bank and all of his money. Allegedly. So, on April 15th, 2026, a few days after plaintiff filed his motion for appointment of receiver, along with supporting declarations from Tom Alkazin and Karen Barreco, Jason Karamanis made statements about Mr. Alkazin and Miss Barreco publicly on a YouTube live stream hosted by Nephis QS. Oh my god, this is the Nephis files. Holy shit. The April 15th stream. On this live stream, which is recorded and available for viewing online, and in direct response to the signed declaration submitted by Mr. Alkazin on April 14th, 2026, Mr. Karamanis called Mr. Alkazin a lying piece of shit to say all the shit he said about Mr. Karamanis. Mr. Karamanis also recalled contacting Miss Barreco's brother in response to the declaration filed on her behalf. On that phone call, Mr. Karamanis recalled telling Miss Barreco's brother, I thought Karen was a smart woman. Is she just stupid? No, Karen Barreco has no clue. A true and correct recording of this live stream is available here. So effectively, a couple citations of Karamanis publicly dragging Alkazin and then publicly dragging Barreco and Alkazin. So trying to establish all of that. Verbal intimidation can be a crime in the USA if it crosses the line from offensive speech and criminal threats, harassment, and stalking. Well, the First Amendment protects most speech. Credible threats of imminent physical harm, extortion, and stalking behavior are illegal. Oh, yeah. So, I mean, that's the thing. They're still trying to establish on Steven's side that there has been some form of strong arming, some form of potential extortion, more or less. They are attempting to establish that there was wrongdoing where the board forced their way into the spot that they were at. So, if you read the bottom of the documents, you can see this is for witness intimidation. Supplemental declaration of Jessica Nall regarding witness intimidation. So, let's see. This is in California, right? Because that's witness tampering. So let's see. Legal standing under federal law, 18 USC 1512. It's a crime to knowingly use intimidation, threats, or corrupt persuasion to influence testimony or destroy evidence. Similar state statutes exist, such as California Penal Code 136.1. So, California Penal Code 136.1. So, Chapter 6, falsifying evidence and bribing, influencing, intimidating, or threatening witnesses. 136.1. Except as provided in subdivision C, a person who does any of the following is guilty of a public offense and shall be punished by imprisonment in a county jail for not more than 1 year or in the state prison, knowingly and maliciously prevents or dissuades a witness or victim from attending or giving testimony at a trial, proceeding, or inquiry authorized by law. 136.1 subsection 1 is literally going right for the throat. So notice the structuring in both of these right off rip. So not Jessica's, but in these. This language from Mr. Karamanis has caused me severe stress and intimidation. In response to his comments on April 14th, 2026, I have since stopped to consider whether I should have submitted my declaration. These threats from Mr. Karamanis have caused me severe stress and sleep loss. In response to his comments on April 14th, 2026, I have since stopped to consider the potential mental and emotional consequences of further participation in this lawsuit. I even discussed the issue with my wife as to whether I should withdraw my statements submitted on April 14th, 2026. So they are trying to establish that Karamanis knowingly and maliciously prevented or dissuaded a witness or victim from attending or giving testimony at a trial, proceeding, or inquiry authorized by law. Right off rip. That's what they're going for. This is an actual offense that can carry jail time if it is proven. Knowingly and maliciously attempts to prevent or dissuade a witness or victim from attending or giving testimony at a trial, proceeding, or inquiry authorized by law. For purposes of this section, evidence that the defendant was a family member who interceded in an effort to protect the witness or victim shall create a presumption that the act was without malice. B. Except as provided in subdivision C, a person who attempts to prevent or dissuade another person who has been the victim of a crime or who has witnessed to a crime from doing any of the following is guilty to a public offense and shall be punished by imprisonment in a county jail for not more than 1 year or in the state prison, making a report of that victimization to a peace officer, causing a complaint, indictment, information, or probation or parole violation to be sought and prosecuted, arresting or causing or seeking the arrest of a person in connection with that victimization. A person doing any of the acts described in subdivision A or B knowingly and maliciously under any one or more of the following circumstances is guilty of a felony, punishable by imprisonment in the state prison for 2, 3, or 4 years under any of the following circumstances. 1. If the act is accompanied by force or by an express or implied threat of force or violence upon a witness, victim, or any third person or the property of a victim, witness, or any third person. Steven's side has also been trying to establish that this was accompanied by threats of force or violence as well as property of the victim, who Steven is claiming to be him. If the act is in furtherance of a conspiracy, if the act is committed by a person who has been convicted of a violation in this section, a predecessor law, a federal statute, or a statute of any other state, if the act prosecuted was committed in this state, would be a violation of this section. If the act was committed by a person for pecuniary gain or for any other consideration acting upon the request of any other person, all parties to the transaction are guilty of a felony. A person attempting the commission of an act described in subdivision A, B, or C is guilty of the offense attempted without regard to success or failure of the attempt. So, a person attempting the commission of an act described in subdivision A, B, or C is guilty of the offense attempted without regard to success or failure of the attempt. So even if the attempts are not successful, pecuniary is a formal adjective relating to or consisting of money. Okay, so if the act is committed by a person for monetary gain or for any other consideration acting upon the request of any other person, all parties to the transaction are guilty of a felony. So, according to California Penal Code 136.1, Subdivision C, Section 4, Stevens' allegations are trying to also target Rob Dawson, implying that Jason Karamanis is allegedly working as an agent of Rob Dawson. So Stevens' team is effectively using these declarations to try to establish cause of witness tampering for more than one person based on the gain, which would be a felony that could lead to multiple years of imprisonment. So, this also, keep in mind, according to subsection D, a person attempting the commission of an act described in subdivision A, B, or C is guilty of the offense attempted without regard to success or failure of the attempt. The fact that no person was injured physically or in fact... Wait. Okay. The fact that no person was injured physically or in fact intimidated is not a defense against prosecution under this section. This big sentence here. The fact that no person was injured physically or in fact intimidated is not a defense against prosecution. So even if the attempt was made, deemed by the court to intimidate people and cause them to withdraw their statements, that could be prosecuted upon. Subsection E. This section does not preclude the imposition of an enhancement for great bodily injury if the injury inflicted is significant or substantial. Stephen trying to establish that he suffered bodily injury as a result of this through his medical difficulties could potentially be applied here in subsection E if the court deems that his health complications were due to this process. Now, this is a little bit less concrete because it's not like they punched him in the liver or whatever went wrong. This was more this caused me a great deal of stress. The stress accelerated these things and caused this myriad of issues. So subsection E would require the court to sync up Stephen's health problems to this as a primary function. F. The use of force during the commission of an offense described in subdivision C shall be considered a circumstance in aggravation of the crime and imposing a term of imprisonment under subdivision B of section 1170. That would mean there wouldn't have to have been a health issue, wouldn't it? So this section does not preclude the imposition of an enhancement for great bodily injury if the injury inflicted is significant or substantial. So I believe this says that if there is an enhancement because there is substantial bodily injury, that it can be moved up. To my knowledge. Not a lawyer, not from California, have my criminal justice degree in Maine with a focus in criminalistics. So, take that with a grain of salt. Preclude, prevent from happening, make impossible. The secret nature of his work precluded official recognition. This section does not make impossible the imposition of an enhancement for great bodily injury. Yeah, so effectively, like I said, they can throw in an enhancement for great bodily injury if it's significant or substantial. And that would come in with higher weight, a heavier sentence as a result of that. To my understanding. Don't believe this would be applied since those happened pre-filing. This law only applies to witnesses. Correct. So this wouldn't be with witness tampering or anything like that. This wouldn't cover Stephen's health difficulties unless somebody got roughed up because of the witness stuff. So say like somebody fell down the stairs and it turns out those stairs were Jason Karamanis all along or something like that. That would be the bodily injury, but unless there is any bodily injury, there won't be any imposition of enhancement for bodily injury because there is none. What would be more likely to be applied here, in my opinion, as an idiot is... Let's see. Subdivision D. A person attempting the commission of an act described in subdivision A, B, or C is guilty of the offense attempted with no regard to success or failure of the attempt. So, say hypothetically, Karamanis used intimidate. Intimidate failed, but the court still deemed that there was an act of intimidation there. Say I walk up to you and I'm like, you want to fuck with me, bitch? And you laugh at me. You could still rule that I have tried to intimidate you despite it not working. The fact that no person was injured physically or in fact intimidated is not a defense against prosecution. So you can still be prosecuted. That's not a defense against prosecution, even though I didn't actually intimidate them. So, feels like the more info comes out, signed under threat of perjury, the better it looks for Steven. I feel like we definitely are seeing a lot of very heavy allegations coming out from Steven's side. There are a lot of receipts, and it seems like for whatever reason, the receipts keep printing themselves where you would think those would have stopped popping up. Now, for whatever reason, you have more and more and more discussions coming out about people continuing to contact each other, people continuing to do the same stuff that they're being, like, they're being alleged to be doing. It's interesting. It's interesting. Beyond putting Karamanis in jail for the sake of safety, I don't see how this necessarily helps their case as far as getting Ashes back in Steven's control. So the big allegation is that Karamanis is acting as an agent of Rob Dawson, and that Rob Dawson is effectively like puppeteering Karamanis. So what Steven's side seems to be trying to establish is that Karamanis is threatening, yes, but Rob Dawson is truly just as threatening through subdivision C, subsection 4. If the act is committed by a person for pecuniary, this means monetary gain, or for any other consideration upon acting upon request of any other person. So effectively, these allegations are trying to bring to light from Steven's allegation side that Dawson is this shot caller. He's this mob boss. Karamanis is the muscle acting on his behalf. Karamanis is the one that's being dispatched to allegedly run a smear campaign against Steven. Is there another law that would similarly apply to the settlement contract from 2024? I'd have to read the contract and then maybe look. I can't recall because my brain is so mush from all the reading exactly what was on the settlement contract from 2024. But I mean, I could always read and look. Wouldn't kill me. Let me grab some Wawa real quick. Take a sip of my dirty Dr. Peppy. The vanilla cream Dr. Pepper is really good. I'm not gonna lie. As far as I know, if you have a solid airtight case in court, you don't go on angry rants to YouTubers to disparage the other party. Or you're so confident in your court case that you do yap. Who knows? Now, I will say, I am 100% following the proceedings, and my biggest point of emphasis is trying to remain, just for discussion purposes, in a very neutral standpoint of like, we don't know everything until the court rules that we've seen everything. and then we will be able to know, right? But until then, everything's gonna be he said, she said. GP, what up, Michael? I hope you've been very well, brother. I think this is going to be an ultimate he said, she said for a very long time. And then things will be hopefully resolved by the court. But this is my flowchart of what I would expect. So we'll add on the other side of this. The final part of this is going to come down, very simply put, to actually, wait. That should technically be a fight over the debt. And then this is the question. So theoretically, this is my projected flowchart of where we're looking with this entire case. Now, after this, you're also going to see many sub cases kind of break out. And during this, you'll see a bunch of sub cases break out. And this is likely going to be many years, if I had to guess. Regardless, I'll be right back. I'm going to bring my Dr. Peppy out real quick, and then we got. Boys. Boys. Good day. So, as of right now, we're caught up on all of our proceedings. All of our declarations, everything that has been established so far. It's only a matter of time until more proceedings come out. But this shit is a different level of wacky, man. As of right now, we are still here, by the way. Just for perspective. Like, I'm gonna put a big star here. And then we are here. Boom. All right, so now everybody knows exactly where the fuck we are. We are still up here. They are still trying to figure out this step of it. And as of right now, this is just one of the many subplots that's trying to establish this side bad or this side bad. All in an attempt, keep in mind, even during the subplots of this side bad, and this side extorting, this side spending money and buying real estate, like, this is all to get a neutral IP holder in. That is their goal right now. Suppose you might need a third category of appointed retainer not belonging to either side for that. That is fair too, because there's the neutral, like neutral receiver too as well that can be appointed, right? Because Robstein is a side that Steven's side wants because he's got more discoverability. And then Kunkel is, in my opinion, has a cooler name because it sounds like Kunko from Dota 2. But Kunkel seems to have a more limited scope from what I've gathered. So he doesn't have as much ability to pry into books and like investigate all of the back end as much as Robstein would. I don't deal with neutral IP holders as like as a daily. It's actually my first time, believe it or not. So I'm trying to learn what I can about it, but I'm definitely down to take any knowledge someone might know. Because there's a lot to learn. What's the legal terms and outcomes for both sides bad? I believe we call that most business, realistically. But this is the likely scenario. So, I mean, I don't think it's going to be a 100 to 0 like scale, right? If this is the scale and it's like Steven wins if it goes all the way over here, board wins if it goes all the way over here, it's either going to be by the end of it like here or here. It's not going to be completely in one way, shape, or form all the way over. It's just, it's like a knife fight right now, is the way that I'm describing it. Where it's like, you know, there's no sniper on the roof. There's no like, there's no clean kill, so to say, for this case. It is all just close range, stab slash, trying to be the one that comes out. Like it's a dogfight, reputationally. Everybody takes damage. Everybody gets bloodied. Hopefully not literally. Please, for the love of God, nobody gets bloodied literally. But everybody's reputation gets bloodied. And that's the big thing. Already right now. I mean, you can see it just on a daily in chat. You have people that come by and they're like, the board is awful, the board's terrible. And then there are people that come by and they're like, oh, Steven should be in jail, Steven's terrible, Steven's awful. And then there are people that are like, oh, the board's extorting, the board should be in jail, the board's terrible. And then it goes back to, oh, Steven's bad. Like, it's just back and forth and people don't know where to be at this point. So, I don't really think you need to be on either side because there's still so much that's coming out that we are just trying to... We're just trying to follow along at this point because it's fucking chaos. It's fucking chaos. Am I missing anything on this that we should add? Because I feel like this tells a pretty good story of the big priorities, right? I feel like this is a very, you know, Dusty classic, effective but shitty graphic. Once again. Add the true neutral holder. Do we know who the neutral holder would be? Like the court appointed retainer if they went there? Because there could also, yes, be the potential of a third holder that comes in from a court appointed standpoint. But do we know if they have a person for that yet? because Steven's side is recommending Robstein. Kunkel is recommended by the board side. Probably some people in Who Gets Equity that aren't Steven on the board, like Commerce Bank and other individuals. That's fair. The debt/equity situation and all that. Yeah, that's also fair. So just in terms of like all of this payback, this is obviously oversimplified, but wasn't there someone the court put in place already? The person that is currently in place, to my knowledge, is Kunkel. So Kunkel is currently the receiver, to my knowledge. And the board, pretty sure Kunkel was court appointed. Let me see if I can find it real quick. Hold on. We have motion for, let's see, right here. Plaintiff's OST motion fails at the threshold. Let's see, Control F. Nope. What's this one? Declaration of Jessica Null. Oh, wait. My colleagues and I met and conferred with Defense Counsel on April 6, 2026 and April 10th, 2026 via Zoom concerning this motion. On the April 6th call, Defense Counsel confirmed that their position that the IP neutral Mr. Kunkel had been discharged due to the dissolution of the TRO and asked for plaintiff's assistance with handing over the IP assets to the Intrepid board, represented by Mr. Schwartz as the only party in control of Intrepid. Defense Counsel represented that they were seeking access to Intrepid's IP in order to pursue a properly noticed Article 9 foreclosure sale. On behalf of plaintiff, we expressed doubt as to whether Mr. Dawson actually maintained the right to foreclose under California law, and that we would be seeking appointment of a receiver with broad powers to oversee any subsequent sale of Intrepid's assets, including, if necessary, bringing litigation to determine the extent of Mr. Dawson's rights and interest in those assets. Based on Defense Counsel's representations that they saw access to Intrepid's IP assets for a contemplated legal disposition and would not seek to otherwise dissipate or privately sell them, Plaintiff's Counsel took immediate steps in good faith to withdraw any objection to the turnover of IP assets to the Intrepid board, subject to a stipulated protective order providing certain emails and other materials within G Suite that are privileged to Mr. Sharif personally, to which Defense Counsel agreed in concept. Plaintiff's Counsel began work on a draft stipulation to that effect. Defense Counsel requested a follow-up call regarding the IP assets, which took place on April 10th, 2026 by Zoom. On the April 10th, 2026 Zoom call, Defense Counsel indicated defendants actually would be amenable to a receiver with the limited power to hold, collect, and organize the IP. Someone with similar powers as the IP neutral had under the TRO, but with added authority to pay the range of technology platforms that were dormant and or unresponsive to the TRO due to non-payment. Defense Counsel suggested that defendants would be amenable to paying fees associated with a receiver with this limited scope, and suggested that perhaps the IP neutral Mr. Kunkel could serve in this role. Their proposal, as we understood it, specifically contemplated Mr. Dawson and the board otherwise retaining complete control over Intrepid's affairs and the eventual disposition of the assets. I indicated during the April 10th Zoom call that the plaintiff would likely not be amenable to a receiver with such limited powers for several reasons. We noted that a receiver with broader powers would be able to not only safeguard the assets, but also assure the legitimacy of the sale in light of our allegations of serious breaches of fiduciary duty on the part of the Intrepid board, as well as to our serious doubts as to Mr. Dawson's legal right to foreclose. We noted our understanding that due to non-payment of key technology vendors, it would be an insurmountable task to restore Intrepid's IP to a functional state without the help of a sophisticated developer, which the receiver would have the power to hire and oversee, in addition to reviving the technology platforms through payment in arrears. We noted the receiver would also be the only one in a position to legitimately address a variety of other threats to the value of Intrepid's assets, including the negative publicity campaign by Mr. Karamanis and his false statements to Valve Corporation in demanding payment of the Steam funds to him rather than those funds being available to satisfy Commerce West Bank's senior secured position, as the Intrepid board had previously committed to that institution.
I also again raise the issue that the plaintiff has significant reason to doubt the validity and impact of the corporate transactional documents underlying Mr. Dawson's claims to a secured position in Intrepid and the amount thereof which a receiver could address, including through litigation, assuming he or she were granted oversight over any subsequent Article 9 transaction, assuming any were permissible based on Mr. Dawson's legally cognizable position. Defense counsel questioned how a receiver with broad powers would be paid. We suggested that this might be possible through advancement of funds via a receiver certificate, which would be repaid upon disposition of the assets. We promised to confer with our client and send a follow-up correspondence on Monday. Holy. Okay, Quinn, hello. I hope you're having a beautiful day. So, effectively, that was a lot. Kunkel, neutral IP holder, appointed by court, then dismissed with TRO dismissal. So he gets another tag, and that'll be green. Whew. The research. So effectively, Kunkel was appointed by the court and then dismissed. So now the board is in favor of Kunkel coming back because he has less control and less scope. Now, another thing with Robstein to note, Robstein, for his next tag, has power to pay providers to get email servers, etc. So that's a big step for the Robstein. And hire people. Yes. And, whoops. And hire people to, what was the exact wording on it? Control F. Hire. So, restore Intrepid's IP to a functional state, which the receiver would have the power to hire and oversee. So, restore Intrepid's IP. So, what would that consist of? Because Robstein at that point, the servers and such. For emails. Correct. That's what it seems like. Okay. We're going to want to like zoom this out. Not 25. Can I go like 45? Nar. Okay. So effectively, Robstein's biggest thing is that he can look into the books more. He also has the power to pay providers to get email servers. He can also hire people to, quote, restore Intrepid's IP. I can see why they wouldn't want emails being dug up. One of the allegations regarding emails as well. So keep in mind, there was a temporary restraining order that was filed by the board side to try to get login information and credentials for the Intrepid, logins, so they could take control of the IP. One of the testimonials that was put out said along the lines of, I had sent the login information over to the person that was appointed interim CEO, but they did not accept the invitations or complete the onboarding to actually take over as interim CEO. So the testimonials, the statements, the declarations, that one, so many synonyms. The declarations basically say the TRO itself was moot, more or less. So, who owns the equity? My understanding is Steve is a minority holder. Anyone who wins, he still doesn't have control. So that's where it comes down to here.
part of this, keep in mind, this is a multi-step case. So we're here in terms of who gets to basically hold Ashes of Creation during the court case. This is just the ramp up. This is the walkout to the ring. This is where the robe comes off. So who gets the equity is going to likely be after this. And what I think will happen is who holds Ashes during the fight, who gets the equity, and then who owes who money after the equity is established. Part of what Steven's side alleges is that the equity was acquired by the board side through more or less unethical means. And they are challenging the legitimacy of the current equity split that the board has, established. So Steven's side is saying the equity itself isn't legit, and they want the equity looked into. The board is going to try to play defense there and say, Steven's crazy. He sold himself out of all of his equity. He absolutely dissolved and diluted his own positions because he needed more money. And that's likely going to be their play there. So evidence will come out, discovery will come out for that phase. And then once that's settled, then we go on to who owes who money. Look at damages. Look at the employees that didn't get paid. Look at all of those stipulations. And then we're into the monetary compensation standpoint. So based on who won the equity battle, that could also be an indicator of who is likely to win the monetary battle and who is likely to lose the monetary battle and have to pay a lot of money. Now, it is also very likely that there is not one clear winner along the way, and there could be many small, back and forth throughout. Keep in mind, the equity question is still likely going to be a long way down the road, and I would have to guess that we're not getting equity battle until 2027. I think that's going to be next season. But I think this is very likely going to be multiple months all on this side. Do we know how much each side put in? Should give a good indication of the equity. Equity in business isn't just based on how much raw cash each side put into the business, unfortunately. There are very complex contractual obligations and conversions and executions and delusions that go into equity, where if you have put in $6 million at the right time, you could have the same effective equity as somebody that put in $60 million. It's much less how much each side put in. But to answer that, we don't have full verified figures of how much liquid currency each side put into it. We don't know how much collateral each side put into it, how many assets were put into it. There's so much. Because keep in mind, the business isn't necessarily just liquid capital. A business is typically opening lines of credit based on the validity of the business or of the guarantors of those lines of credit. It's like most people, when buying a house, don't pay in cash, they get a mortgage. And they have to be able to qualify for that mortgage in the first place, right? So when you are trying to secure funding, you're very frequently not just dumping a bunch of liquid into that. Even when you're looking at these investors, it's not necessarily that Steven's going and getting massive, giant checks from these guys. It could very likely be that they are opening another line of credit and making that line of credit accessible. What we don't know is any of the depth of the financial interactions of the creditors. There have been a couple text message exchanges where money is mentioned in terms of wires, but the largest figure that I've seen is, I believe, 1.327 million. I want to say it was for a wire, like 1.326. I want to say it was 1.32 something. So that's still a lot of money. I'd take a $1 million wire if anybody's interested in chat. X up. I will, I'll link up for that. But other than that, that's the largest figure that I've seen. Now, there could have been a lot of those, and there could have been a lot of smaller transfers along the way. So many small things. We won't really know until more financials come out. And financial discovery would probably be more, if I had to guess, here in the equity side. Now, there is also the possibility of an early financial play, because we have heard the potential of the presence of forensic accountants coming in to examine books on a very deep level. And when forensic accountants come in, there is typically much information that comes out. Let me get a nice little, hold on. So, forensic accounting combines accounting, auditing, and investigative skills to examine financial records for legal proceedings, fraud detection, and dispute resolution. Now, one thing that Steven's side has been alleging is potential wire fraud from diverting the Steam funds allegedly away from Commerce West Bank and into their own accounts, allegedly, at Pathways Bank for TFE Games Holdings. These financial detectives investigate embezzlement, securities fraud, and hidden assets. So you're looking at securities fraud and embezzlement investigations coming out with the forensic accountant side. And I do not know where the forensic accountant is at with their processes, but the forensic accountant could be a bombshell. We, like I said, are far away from any form of alt, so to say. I think we're still ramping up to it. Because I'm looking at it this way, if Steven had voting control, would replace the board, because he didn't replace the board and instead resigned, and you shareholder derivative lawsuit, which tells me he doesn't have and isn't arguing equity control of the company. No, he's literally cited equity control of the company multiple times. Have you read the proceedings? Because I've read every one of the proceedings where he literally cites that he was forced under duress to sign papers. And shortly after signing those papers, it was a 2-inch thick stack of papers, he alleges. And he was forced allegedly by Dawson under duress to sign that after a meeting. I'm trying to catch up. No, you're good. Sorry, I'm a little like standoffish with it. There have been some people that have been very, I'm trying to avoid the whole like team this, team that side. And some people have come in and they're very like confrontational. And so sometimes I get defensive. I'm sorry. I got you. Not a dumb question at all. I've just dealt with a lot of angry people today, and I thought you were going to be angry. My apologies. So, in one of the... And this is actually corroborated in some of the statements that came out yesterday. So he's arguing he lost control due to corrosion. Yeah, effectively, one of Steven's large arguments is that over the course of it, he lost control because of being forced to sign papers under duress, under threat of physical violence, under threat of withholding of payment from the company. A lot of coercion, effectively, on Steven's side is being alleged. So he effectively cites, you know, this is an early exhibit from the 14th filings from Jason Karamanis, allegedly. At that point, John is out of the company and he can be your spouse. If that's not the case, then you need to understand nuclear war is a button pushed by Rob, and this is where we are at. I have to start suing you and acting and aggressively attacking you, and the company, and simultaneously putting you into involuntary bankruptcy, and then also file a TRO removing you and John from the company. And during this process, Rob ceases all funding, you don't have a job, and payroll is obliterated. Following up with Okay, I am not threatening, but I'm withdrawing from the redacted. Not issuing the stock and not conjugating for 2 weeks. Not going to work with me. I gave both you and John notice to exercise and issue stock for the warrants. If that is not completed, I'm going to file a complaint with the California AG for an investigation into securities fraud. Crazy typo, though. They will decide if there's fraud with the projections, money raised, and failure to convert my warrants. Since you're not communicating with me, I'm forced to protect my 60 mil. If you don't call me to talk this out now, I'm going the other direction. I won't sit back any longer. You've had ample time and opportunity to do what you agreed to, and you don't. You can push your issues off to Joe and Tom, but those are your issues. I'm done with the stall tactics. There's a chance that if you call me now, we can resolve it, and if not, then we at least know the direction we have to go. Call me. Do you understand what this does to you with dilution? Dilution referencing Steven's equity. This one isn't really related to equity, but I like this series of texts. I think it's funny because these are 5 seconds apart. You're a motherfucker. I'm talking to you like you need to understand who you're fucking with. Push me more, asshole. You have no idea. Keep it up, bitch. I think I'm going to save this one as a meme. And then anytime somebody says something like out of pocket, I'm going to message them this particular screenshot. So let's cheat. Let's cheat. So this one goes bottom to top. Did you look at your emails? I don't want to talk anymore today. Sign and return with proof, and I will send 1.395, mil, and I don't want to hear from anyone again until docs are signed. And know that I will come after John with a vengeance if he doesn't sign. He fucked my life, and I have severe animosity towards him. And I would evict him with pleasure today, because another allegation from Steven is that due to their loan with Commerce West, which was their senior secured lender, Dawson allegedly convinced Steven to transfer their mortgage from Commerce West to Pathways, the bank owned by Dawson, and alleged that Dawson then inflated their mortgage, from 6 to 10%, and threatened to evict them multiple times and use that as weight to then have them sign stuff to transfer more shit over. Leon, thank you for the hydrate. So yeah, this is why I really lean into the equity battle after this. There are a lot of allegations of fuckery. Very much so. So here we have another set of texts from Jason Karamanis. Look, Steven, your fucking attorney Diana send me a message. You act like she is the boss. Get this shit fucking done tomorrow or your life is over on Tuesday. When business opens, I am not fucking around with you, asshole, anymore. This is fucking R word. You're lucky I have Rob's back. Otherwise, I would fuck your whole world up. Hope I'm clear. You're a piece of shit. We did everything you asked for me to do and include the blankety blankety blank. What else are you going to want to change again? It's all done now, and Rob and I both signed off on it. Get it done and sent out for DocuSign ASAP so we can all have peace of mind. I am beyond boiling with you and don't value that this 2 lines of edits, that's what you wanted, is now done, and I am waiting for this to be completed. So it seems like this was in relation to some agreement. That Steven wanted 2 lines of the agreement edited. Almost seems like a little stall. Oh, shit. I closed out of that one. No. I don't know what that one was supposed to be. To me, that's a threat. Yeah, I mean, it all depends on how the court interprets a lot of things. Now, there is also an element of know that I will come after John with a vengeance if he doesn't sign. He fucked my life, and I have severe animosity towards him. That line is very, 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 very scary to hear. The make sure he signs or I will fuck his life up is by definition
extortion.
I didn't say it. It's a criminal offense involving the acquisition of money, property, or services through coercion, intimidation, or the misuse of authority. It's like quid pro quo, where it's like, I'll give you a promotion if you suck my dick. Instead, it's I'll let you work your job if you do everything that I say and won't fuck up your entire life. It's the worst version of quid pro quo that doesn't result in sexy videos. Anyways, it involves a threat of future harm such as physical violence, property damage, reputational damage, which is also subsequently blackmail, which is also illegal, or official misconduct. Unlike robbery, victims of extortion consent, albeit unwillingly, to surrender their property. John's literally the kindest soul I've ever met. He hated John because John refused to sign. So, in that instance, did John still, I don't know if you can answer this or not, but did John still end up not signing in that instance and then it was effectively war? Jesus Christ, man. Jesus fucking Christ.
Extortion.
This shit sucks. This shit actually sucks, man. When I said, where's GM John, I just wanted to see him in dev streams again. I missed him. I didn't know he was actually, like, caught up in this shit, bro. I said that, like, 4 times a week. I like your soundboard.
Extortion.
I'd like it more if it was related to Ashes. Actually, it is.
Extortion.
Of creation. We could have some cool branding, all things considered. Get some merch going and stuff. I just wish the community could raise more money. I know, we should have put spaceships in EOC. So I'm still trying to retrain myself. I'm actually wearing a shock collar, but I have it wrapped around my balls. Oh no! So I'm really trying to retrain very quickly. Oh no! As I can to get out of the hole saying no. Oh no! Ashes of Rico. Fuck, man. Ay 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 ay. We thought the only extortion was in caravans, man. Little did we know the Halcyon Pass would have been the most peaceful place in Steven's life at that point in time. Fucking hell, brother. Fucking hell. What a crazy thing for just like a bunch of gamers to be covering. We went from trying to tell people to not exploit to trying to tell people to not extort. Why is Cats with Abs the voice of reason everywhere we go? Why? Star Citizen getting 1 billion and Ashes only pulling in 3 mil? Oh, you watched the Moist Critical video, didn't you? I'll have you know, according to financial documents that were made available, Ashes of Creation was, in terms of equity, roughly 173 million down. So when somebody says 3 mil, just know Ashes was going hard as well. I'm just saying, they needed a lot more than 3 million. Game development's expensive. 3 mil was like less than a week of labor, I'm pretty sure. I think towards the end, they were at 227 employees based on what we can gather. And 227 employees. Not doing this by hand, hold on. Calculator. 150,000 divided by 52 is a weekly pay of $2,884.62. So if we look at $2,885 times 227, we're looking at... That's not that bad, actually. That's only $654,895 dues a week. 227 employees, making an average of $2,885 a week. The community could have funded that. I feel like some titty skins. Clash of Clans just dropped a feet pack. So realistically, the depravity knows no bounds. If Clash of Clans is out here dropping toes, I feel like we have a lot to learn in the evolution of cosmetic transactions. And also, I might need some new emotes. I yearn for simpler time with my elixirs. Brother, I went from teaching people how to gamba rocks to teaching people about California Penal Code 136.1. Why? My auction items were ramping up to high level 29s. We had it all. We literally had it all. We were so close. We were so close. We were about to go take on the Harbingers, man. They just got the Harbingers up. What do you mean 4 new court filings? What do you mean you come in as soon as I finish the 4 new court filings? There were 4 new court filings. There were 3 new declarations. And then there was an exhibit. Can we get a restart? I can summarize. Unironically, I can go through it. Guess we go through all of them again. I got a summary for y'all. I don't mind. So basically, first filing is a follow-up from Tom Alcazin. So on April 14th, 2026, I submitted a signed declaration in support of plaintiff's motion to appoint a receiver. That evening, I received 4 text messages from Jason Karametis. In these text messages, why do I keep saying Maester Karametis? Mr. Karametis referred to my declaration as piece of shit lies. He also called me a piece of shit liar and cockroach. He threatened to prove that I was lying through discovery and depositions of me and my wife. He said threatening that I will depose you and sue you is not a threat, it's the truth. So there was an exhibit. Did not respond to Mr. Karametis' message and have not responded to any messages sent to me by Mr. Karametis since February 2026. I stopped responding to his messages because I previously had received some messages from Mr. Karametis that threatened to destroy me through legal proceedings. These threats from Karametis have caused me severe stress and sleep loss. In response to his comments, I have since stopped to consider the potential mental and emotional consequences of further participation in this lawsuit. I even discussed the issue with my wife as to whether I should withdraw my statement submitted on April 14th, 2026. Witness intimidation is the bottom of it, like you said. And according to California Penal Code 136.1, witness intimidation is very serious. Subdivision C, any person doing any of the acts described in subdivision A or B knowingly and maliciously under any one or more of the following circumstances is guilty of a felony punishable by imprisonment in the state prison for 2, 3, or 4 years under any of the following circumstances. If the act is accompanied by force or by an express or implied threat of force or violence upon a witness, victim, or any third person or property of a victim, witness, or any third person, the act is in furtherance of a conspiracy. The act is committed by a person who has been convicted of a violation of this section, a predecessor law, a federal statute, or a statute of any other state. If the act prosecuted was committed in the state, would be a violation of this section. If the act... Are we in Fed court? Fuck! God damn it. Oh, we're in Fed court already. Hold on, so is it just a RICO then? Go game. We run it back. Hold on. Hold on. Federal witness The NSA is going to be really concerned with my Googling lately. I'm going to call and they're going to be like, Dusty, are you thinking about intimidating any witnesses? No, sir. No, sir. Federal witness intimidation statute. US 18C 1512. Section 1512 of Title 18. All right. Here we go. Protection of government processes tampering with victims, witnesses, or informants. Section 1512 of Title 18 constitutes a broad prohibition don't mind that first one, against tampering with a witness. I had a fucking stroke there. I'm speaking Peppa Pig. Prohibition against tampering with a witness, victim, or informant. It prescribes conduct. Jesus Christ. It prescribes conduct intended to illegitimately affect the presentation of evidence in federal proceedings or the communication of information to federal law enforcement officers. It applies to proceedings before Congress, executive departments, and administrative agencies, and to civil and criminal judicial proceedings, including grand jury proceedings. In addition, the section provides extraterritorial federal jurisdiction over the offenses created therein. The express prohibitions against tampering with witnesses and parties contained in former 18 U.S.C. 1503 and 1505 are now in paragraphs B1 and 2 of 18 U.S.C. 1512. All forms of tampering with informants covered in former 18 U.S.C. 1510, with the exception of tampering by means of bribery, are now prescribed by 1512, subdivision B, subsection 3. Tampering with informants by means of bribery remains an 18 U.S.C. 1510 offense. Section 1512 augments the prohibitions. I understand why lawyers get paid so much. This shit sucks, bro. Imagine having to do all of this all day. I feel like I'm still in the glossary of where everything is. Okay. We should be into the meat and potatoes soon. We should be good. All right, hold on. All right. Section 1512 also includes attempts in its list of prohibited conduct. There is no requirement that the defendant's actions have the intended obstructive effect, citing United States versus Murray. So the big thing, welcome to my last 60 days. Oh no, dude. Fucking hell. And the worst part is you also have to pay somebody a lot of money for this. So it's not enough to just pay them and be like, hey, can you figure it out? You got to be involved. Goddamn. Yeah, legal battles suck. I just like being able to commentate on it. I'm just trying my best to not be completely wrong. I'm like a self-taught lawyer. I'm that carpenter that you will invite over to build a deck, but not to build your house. I might be able to defend somebody in like this asshole backed into my car in a Walmart parking lot, but I don't think I'm ready for like
extortion
cases yet. Not quite at that point. Maybe soon. Maybe soon. I'll chill at the local Walmart. I'm sure AI can summarize this. Feed the artist, Sib. Or explain it. We're getting into the meat and potatoes. The biggest thing is that Section 1512, this effectively says that you don't have to be successful. So if you're trying to intimidate me, you do not have to be successful in your attempt to intimidate me. As amended by the Criminal Law and Procedure Technical Amendments of Act 1916, it's clear that the killing of a witness or attempts to kill a witness in an order to prevent his or her testimony constitutes an act of force intended to influence the witness testimony. Do we need to clarify this in federal statutes? Hold on. Do we need to clarify that if you kill a witness to prevent their testimony, it's influencing the testimony? Because I thought the murder kind of represented that. Fuck, I hate the legal system so much. Holy shit. Oh my god. It's clear that murdering witnesses is not okay, guys. Just keep in mind, attempts to intimidate or murder witnesses are all bad. Please do not do any of these. Fuck. Holy shit. Killing's bad. Holy shit. Okay. So, yes, please do not intimidate witnesses. Also, intimidation or literal fucking murder, both are considered influencing the witness testimony. No testimony to give now. This change was necessitated by one court interpreting by former 1512 as not reaching an act of attempted murder that was intended to prevent a witness from testifying. Ain't no fucking way. Somebody was just like, you didn't tell me I couldn't kill the witness. 1986, I know. So you're telling me there was a case in 1986 and somebody tried to kill a witness and it was like, you didn't tell me I couldn't do that. What the fuck, man? This is why there are warning labels on everything. Fucking hell. All right, so the federal statutes cover a little bit more in depth. I bet they also said whacked in that 1986 case. They went to fight originally and it was one of these. They hadn't quite evolved in the fisticuffs. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. All right, so that one guy, whoever doll it is, they say most of the warning labels were paid in blood. Yo, honestly, I'm kind of curious. Can someone Google United States vs. Dawlit and then follow up and see if this witness actually testified after getting attempted murdered? Because that's some 50 Cent level shit. That's like coming into the courtroom and Many Men is playing. Getting wheelchaired in, Many Men's bumping in the courtroom. Fuck, I'm getting tired. I'm getting too tired. Everything's getting too funny to me. Ay, 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 ay. Holy shit. Anyways, the section specifically abolishes a pending proceeding requirement of 18 USC 1503 and 1505. The provision also eliminates ambiguity about the class of individuals protected. Although the former law protected witnesses, parties, and informants, it was unclear whether that law reached the intimidation of third parties, for example, the spouse of a witness, or perhaps family of a witness, for the purpose of intimidating the principal party. So this is covered by Karen Bareko's claim that Karen Manis allegedly reached out to her brother and called her, quote, a lying cunt, unquote. So, moving on. That's covered here. Section 1512 of Title 18 plainly covers such conduct, for it speaks of conduct directed toward another person. 1512 protects potential as well as actual witnesses. With the addition of the words any person, it is clear that a witness is one who knew or was expected to know material facts and was expected to testify to them before pending judicial proceedings. Under 1512, an individual retains his or her status as a witness even after testifying. So once somebody testifies, they're still a witness. And then this is all following up on that. Section 1512 of Title 18 contains two significant additions to the types of tampering barred by federal law. First, it forbids misleading conduct. Such conduct was not covered in those circuits that had narrowly construed the omnibus clauses of 18 USC 1503 and 1505 under the rule of adjustum generis. I didn't learn that one in school. And if I did, I didn't go to that class. Second, 18 USC 1512 makes intentional harassment a misdemeanor. So if it's deemed to be intentional harassment, you're good. Well, not good. This offense is intended to reach conduct less egregious than the corrupt, threatening, or forceful conduct required for a violation of former 18C 1503 and 1505. Harassing conduct has been defined as that intended to badger, disturb, or pester. Despite its coverage, Section 1512 was not intended to reach all forms of witness tampering. Its coverage is limited to tampering accomplished by the specific means enumerated in the provision. The more imaginative types of witness tampering, as well as forms of tampering defying enumeration, were still prohibited by the omnibus provision of 1503. It's unclear whether 18 U.S.C. 1512 was intended to widen the prohibition against obstructing investigations contained in former 18 U.S.C. 1510 to include investigations that are not per se criminal in nature, such as an FAA investigation of an aircraft accident or a Senate committee investigation of the trucking industry. A comparison of the difference in phraseology between 1510 and 1512, however, indicates that those differences are differences of style, not substance, and that no such expansion was intended. Section 1510 prescribes interference with the communication of information relating to a violation of any criminal statute of the United States to a federal criminal investigator. 18C 1512B prescribes interference with a communication to a federal law enforcement officer of information relating to the commission or possible commission of a federal offense. There's nothing to indicate that Congress intended apart from the generally accepted meaning of law enforcement. Blah, blah, blah. Okay. So effectively, Jesus Christ. This is the manual. This is a lot of hoopla. So effectively, what this is saying is that there is misdemeanor intimidation and then there is much more serious intimidation based on the levels of harassment established. Jesus Christ. This is what you hire lawyers for? Listen, I'll do it for $10 an hour. Holy shit. Might learn about counterfeiting just for fun. Fuck me. So anyways, what this is establishing on the federal side. The frequency and consistency of the language is what strikes me. The defendant argues, we believe persuasively. Did you guys AI this? The one who attempts to kill a witness does not intend to influence that a person's testimony, but rather to eliminate it entirely. Thus, since the only evidence introduced by the government at trial was Dahlett's attempt to have Watson killed, the government introduced no evidence to support a violation. There's absolutely no evidence in the record that Dahlett considered doing anything to Watson besides killing him. Wait, so the defendant argues that one who attempts to kill a witness does not intend to influence that person's testimony, but rather to eliminate it entirely. Yo, wait. Okay. I should not be laughing, but effectively, okay, this is the actual code itself. So we were in a different area. So basically, what we're looking at, that's fucking hilarious though. So previously, in that original ruling, they said, I'm not looking to change it. I'm looking to delete it. I'm not looking to intimidate him. I'm looking to fucking kill him. There's a difference. I'm not witness tampering. I'm committing murder. There are differences. That's my understanding. God fucking damn it. So was he just playing the cards that the murder went right? Because if the murder went right, then I guess it wouldn't have been brought up because the witness just wouldn't have been able to testify, and then it would have been like not getting caught for murder. So now he's just like, well, I didn't kill him, and I also wasn't trying to influence the testimony. I don't give a fuck if bro testifies. I give a fuck if he lives. That is crazy. The lawyer that cooked that up is fucking wild. We're talking about the thing right now. How does this relate to the case? It turns out if you do attempt to murder a witness, it is still witness tampering. So that case that we were just talking about, effectively a dude tried to murder a witness and said, I'm not witness tampering because I wasn't trying to influence their testimony. I was attempting to kill them. Did he attempt to murder? No one in the Stephen case. No one in the Stephen case. That was in 1986. Wait, what? It's kind of valid, right? So, like, I wasn't trying to influence his speech. I was trying to stop it. I wasn't assaulting him with a baseball bat. I was killing him. Okay. So we have 18 U.S. Code 1512, tampering with a witness, victim, or an informant. A, whoever kills or attempts to kill another person with intent to prevent the attendance of a testimony of any person in an official proceeding, prevent the production of a record, document, or any other object. Okay, yes. Let's not worry about killings. Let's not worry about killings. Whoever uses physical force or the intent, whoever uses physical force or the threat of physical force against any person or attempts to do so with intent to influence, delay, or prevent the testimony of any person in an official proceeding, cause or induce any person to withhold testimony or withhold a record, document, or other object from an official proceeding, alter, destroy, mutilate, or conceal an object with intent to impair the integrity or availability of the object for use in an official proceeding, evade legal process, summoning that person to appear as a witness, or to produce a record, document, or other object in an official proceeding, or be absent. Why am I getting recommended a DUI lawyer? Brother, I don't drink. Although I guess I could get, like, DUI for smoking, but that'd have to be really stupid of me. Anyways, evade legal process, summoning that person to appear as a witness, or to produce a record, document, or other object in an official legal proceeding, or be absent from an official proceeding to which that person has been summoned by legal process, or C, hinder, delay, or prevent the communication to a law enforcement officer or judge of the United States of information relating to the commission or possible commission of a federal offense or a violation of conditions of probation, supervised release, parole, or release pending judicial proceedings, shall be punished as provided in paragraph 3. Paragraph 3. The punishment for an offense under the subsection is, in the case of a killing, the punishment provided in subsections 1111 and 1112. In the case of an attempt to murder or the use or attempted use of physical force against any person, imprisonment for not more than 30 years. In terms of attempted use or physical use. In the case of the threat of physical use against any person, imprisonment for not more than 20 years. So a physical threat is established, like threat of physical use or threat of physical force, that is a maximum sentence of up to 20 years. Whoever knowingly uses intimidation, threatens, or corruptly persuades another person, or attempts to do so, big wording here, or engages in misleading conduct towards another person with intent to influence, delay, or prevent the testimony of any person in an official proceeding, cause or induce any person to withhold testimony or withhold a record, document, or other object from an official proceeding, alter, destroy, mutilate, or conceal an object with intent to impair the object's integrity or availability for use in an official proceeding, evade legal process, summoning that person to appear as a witness or to produce a record, document, or other object in an official proceeding, or be absent from an official proceeding to which such person has been summoned by legal process, or hinder, delay, or prevent the communication to a law enforcement officer or judge of the United States of information relating to the commission or possible commission of a federal offense or a violation of conditions of probation, supervised release, parole, or release pending judicial proceedings, shall be fined under this title or imprisoned not more than 20 years or both. Intimidation, threatens, or corruptly persuades a person. maximum of 20 years and a fine. This would not apply to the threats against Steven's jaw by Jason, though, right? Because Steven was not at the time a witness. Correct. So Steven's jaw is exempt from these 20 years. Correct. Steven's jaw has other years attached to it, but this would be a different statute. So that would basically just be under a, like, more of a personal, not witness tampering level. That would be probably on the level of like individual harassment, more threats to an individual over witness tampering. Because just, yeah, that's just general violence. That's just average everyday stuff. So that's just the normal threat. It would be your soundboard.
Extortion.
Well, so that would be if the jaw had something on the line. So yes, if it was allegedly like, I don't know, say hypothetically it was like, you give me 2 sieges or I'm gonna pinch your nips until they fall off, then yes, that would be
extortion
or threats of it. However, if I was just like, ooh, Stevie Sharif, you wait till I get those nippies, then that's just a threat of personal violence. Don't sue me. Just an example. Your nips are safe here, Steven. It's okay. Just an example for the crowd. Nothing else. Perfectly okay. John, if you're out there, I have Carla. She hits very hard, so I have to be nice. Everything's fine. It's safe. No worries here. No worries here. So saying you sign the documents for Dawson or I break your jaw would be extortion. Hypothetically, if there was an exchange of words that led to someone threatening to violate someone else's jaw unless something happened, yes, that could theoretically constitute
extortion.
Yes. Now, in the event that I was just like, man, you got a punchable face right now, and it wasn't over anything, like, we were just sitting there, I didn't hear it, hold on.
Extortion.
Yes. So in the event, we're just like, I don't know, say we're getting Portillo's one day, and he's chewing with his mouth open or something, and I'm like, man, I could smack the shit out of you right now. That is just a personal threat. That's not the E word. That's nothing. That's, honestly, if you're chewing with your mouth open at Portillo's, that's what we call deserved. But that is also not okay to say. I personally think many disagreements can be solved with words, not hands. We have evolved from many animals. Animals have hands and solve their problems with violence. We are humans with language. What the fuck is Portillo's? Portillo's is what potentially sunk Intrepid Studios. Over the course of 10 years, there were 19 different trips to Portillo's. I know, 1.9 trips to Portillo's a year, effectively one every like month and 2 weeks, roughly. And I was invited to none of them. None of them. Supposedly, allegedly, just wow. You weren't invited? I know, this is why I'm salty. This is why I'm salty. Sunk Intrepid because they didn't invite me for my feedback. We went there all the time? What the fuck, man? It was you, Team Muggsy, DA. Golly. So, Portillo's is a fine eatery. 2 times per year, it must not be very good. Okay, so a lot of the spending was DoorDash. Keep in mind, Portillo's trips mean they went directly to Portillo's. They didn't have the Portillo's DoorDash because DoorDash spending was labeled under DoorDash. Portillo's was the #1 single eatery that was mentioned within the actual files. So in terms of financial files, we're looking at Tillo's as a standalone. Wasn't it game night? I do believe Portillo's was a game night favorite, yes. It was Magic the Gathering, Italian beef with lots of gravy. Oh god, those cards. Oh, maybe nobody kept those cards after. Maybe they just threw them away. Surely y'all sleeved them, right? God damn, that might be the true crime, is eating Italian beef sandwiches, dunking them in gravy, and playing Magic the Gathering at the same time. I think we should investigate that. Do we have cameras from the draft nights by chance? The real fucking clickbait headline is that nobody washed their hands. Please tell me it wasn't all caverns. That makes sense. I spent like 5K on DoorDash for just myself last year. I don't know why people are giving a shit about a company DoorDashing stuff. Oh yeah, nobody's actually like uptight about the DoorDash. We always just poke fun at the DoorDashing and the Magic stuff because percentage spending, we broke it down really early. And over the course of 10 years, it was $22,000 a year for DoorDash, and it was $4,000 a year for Magic the Gathering. And they did Friday night MTG nights, and on average, they DoorDash roughly, it was under $100 worth of food per day for a 5-day work week, which means over the course of a work week, if you factor in $20 a plate, they're factoring in 25 plates for an entire studio over the course of a week of door dashing. And that's at $20 a plate with DoorDash fees in the middle of San Diego, which depending on where you're door dashing from, you might be looking at more than $20 a plate. So the spending that they dropped on DoorDash, when you average it out, was it DoorDash? Yeah, that one. Yeah, DoorDash. The spending that they dropped on it, when you average it out, it's really not that bad. Like, it's not that bad. That's not gravy. Au jus is a sauce. Does it come with au jus or does it come with gravy? I've never had it. I'm just trying to become educated on the ways. I'm trying to learn. Just a good thing to do, not really irresponsible. Yeah, I mean, feeding employees, who would have thought? Would cost more to send someone to pick it up considering cost of devs. See, that's why I was saying, you give me a stream setup, let me sleep on the floor in one of the offices, and then before stream every day, $10 an hour, I will run and pick up all the food. Hello, Main Quest. How are you, my friend? So, like, I'd do it for a tenner an hour, bro. You cover my room and board. Give me a little caught in the stew. I'm fucking vibing with it. But yes, the cost of devs, $150K a year. It's a lot more than 10 an hour. Honestly, I would need one of those little e-scooters as well with the basket on the back so I could get the stuff. But I would happily do that, all things considered. I'm just saying. So what we're looking at, as we go down the list, keep in mind there's still more. This is not the end. Ready? Hobson basket. You'd have to wear a helmet, Fupo. So we can't have any dangerous cat moments. As this keeps going down, keep in mind, subsection D. Whoever intentionally harasses another person and thereby hinders, delays, prevents, or dissuades any person from attending or testifying in an official proceeding, reporting to a law enforcement officer or judge of the United States, the commission or possible commission of a federal offense or a violation of conditions of probation, supervised release, parole, or releasing pending judicial proceedings, arresting or seeking the arrest of another person in connection with a federal offense, or causing a criminal prosecution or a parole or probation revocation proceeding to be sought or instituted, or assisting in such prosecution or proceeding, or attempts to do so shall be fined under this title or imprisoned for not more than 3 years or both. So, intentional harassment, even outside of intimidation, threatening, or corrupt persuasion, is still up to 3 years. So at the very least, hitting up witnesses is very bad. Commenting about Ashes already makes me a bang in my heart, and it makes me miss it so much. I miss it too, brother. I miss it too. We had something very good over there, and a lot of people didn't even realize how good we truly had it in our little corner. It was very unfortunate that it was so short-lived, but some people have hope that after this is all said and done, there's, you know, a resurrection, potentially. If anything is meant to have symbolic resurrection, it'd be a game about a goddamn phoenix, right? So all things considered, they got the storyline for it. Steven wanted a movie, so this would be a good movie. I think regardless, we might get a movie at this point. So we'll see. I wanted my interview to be cited years from now. I didn't think it'd be in potential legal proceedings, but unless Steven gets like a shitload of money, I don't know, man. So the thing that I've been considering, right, in terms of your divergent past, just in hypotheticals, yes, just for a second, entertain. If it comes out that
extortion
is at play here, and that
extortion
led to the, you know, transfer of equity and effectively Steven losing the company. This is all hypothetical. Don't sue me. And the court ruled that
extortion
was present. That would potentially open the floodgates for the winning side to receive more funding and positive attention than they ever have, in a sense of, oh fuck, look how dastardly you were done. Let us help you accomplish your goal in a much more philanthropic way. People would be looking to potentially, on the massive side of it, take on a game that was taken away from its shot at life and be the catalyst to that developer and that game making it to fruition. That would be a marketing dream if the court case went a certain way. However, that requires a very specific state of circumstances to occur. That requires a near untouched reputation throughout this. The potential is there for so much. However, it could very well go a different route. Just being realistic. So, I think there does exist a route that Intrepid Studios, Steven led, if everything hypothetically panned out there, could receive funding, and that funding and Steven at the helm could bring back some of the leads who were on Steven's side if it is true that Steven is the one supporting the developers getting paid and the board is fighting against it. That could basically bring a lot of the core employment back. And it sucks to say, but filling out junior spots and filling out intro level spots is a lot easier than senior retention. And if Steven retains the seniors, excuse me, we above that 9-hour mark. I can feel it in my voice. If Steven retains the seniors and Steven is able to retain the core hypothetically off of everything, then the rebuild is possible, but still a very long route. There's 4 ways this goes. Steven wins, but no money / people left to buy or work on game. 2, Steven wins and gets a shitload of money and Intrepid continues. 3, Dawson wins, game becomes money grab, garbage. 4, Dawson wins and just sells anything left over. Yeah, realistically, there are obviously many smaller breakdowns on the way, but this is effectively the flowchart of the court case, as my prediction lies. Personally, I think we're in step 1 at who holds ashes during the fight. They're still trying to fight over all of this. 5, Steven wins but no money, and Steven sells the IP to a studio to finish while he remains as creative director. See, I think Steven in a creative director role and not having to worry about the funding side would be the ideal for Ashes if Ashes were to continue as Ashes. If the court case were to show that
extortion
were present and it were rightfully Steven's. The board winning is the complete other end of the spectrum. That's a completely different route. But personally, I think the role where I would most like to see Steven, if Ashes were continued under Intrepid, is effectively the Greg Popovich with the Spurs role. I want him in a protected, low-stress role where he is a visionary, where he does not have to worry about what the funds look like, where he doesn't have to worry about looking at a balance sheet, where he doesn't have to worry about ops, where he can be a people person, a morale builder, and a creative mind like he is. I don't want to speak for Steven, nor do I, but my personal interactions have led me to believe that he enjoys the people side way more than the business side from all of my in-passing interactions and the way that we spoke during the interview. It seems like business is a byproduct of what has to be done, and the people side is what he loves doing. Me, if I had unlimited money in the world and everything ruled in Steven's favor, I would hypothetically, if I were the investor that hypothetically came in and swooped in and was like, hey, I'd like to acquire this, I would basically have Steven just attend meetings, work with the teams, check in with the leads on the vision, and fully dedicate himself to executing the vision. I would tell the financial department, say it's Riot. Riot Financials handles that. That'd be great. Because then the linearity of roles, wearing fewer hats, and being able to dedicate yourself to something in a more uniform manner is very important. Realistically, I think the consensus of the community is Steven isn't in control. At minimum, creativity, the game loses a lot of credibility and viability. Yeah, Ashes is Steven, for better or worse. Ashes is Steven, Steven is Ashes. If the board wins, it's not Ashes of Creation, because the vision would be exceedingly different. It would be a completely different game at that point. If Steven wins, it is still Ashes of Creation, live or die by it. If the board wins, I think it's substantially different. I think it is a completely different thing entirely. So, that is what it is. I think in the prospect of Ashes of Creation coming back, that is realistically dependent on Steven himself winning the case, being in a spot where his reputation is salvaged enough through the case, through the scarring of the case, to be marketable enough for somebody else to take on. That's my personal thoughts, just as you know, as a hobbyist out here. That's where I lean. Could go a million different routes. But we shall see. Definitely won't be the game I originally paid for. Agreed. And who knows? Maybe the board could hypothetically get it, outsource it to the right people, and then it could be put together in a good way. No way of telling. But if it wins the case, he doesn't get Ashes with the amount of debt and fraud, probably. I don't think he would win the case if fraud on his end were provable. And I don't think anything in the court case so far has established any proof of fraud in the financials. And Steven's side has been the one pushing for more, like, in-depth digging to the financials. So it'll be interesting to see how that plays out. Now, I do agree, though, even if he wins a case and there is substantial proof of fraud on the books, then that would be very bad, because then that would still be crime. But if there's no proof of fraud established, then that's a different route. Now, keep in mind, the case isn't settled right now. There's still going to be a step of who owes who money, because one of the claims from Steven's side is that the board inflated Intrepid's debt to make the viability much more... the viability much higher for the foreclosure. This court case is not about the books. The fraud's going to be with the finances. What do you mean his court case isn't about the books? Have you read the court case and followed the court case at all? This court case is about everything, brother. This court case touches on the finances. This court case touches on years of documents being signed and spending. This court case covers everything about Intrepid They're bringing in forensic accountants to look at the books and the spending. I don't know if you've been following the court case or not, brother, but everything's going to come to light here. So this is a little this is a little flowchart, but part of what they're trying to look at right now is the finance side. So we're in the step of who holds ashes in terms of appointing a neutral IP holder from the court. The board is fighting for Kunkel, who was originally appointed, then dissolved, and he has less scope. Robstein is who Steven's side is pushing for, and he can look into all of the books, verify the integrity of any sales or movement of the IP, and has way more control over everything. Over everything. That's not the Steven versus Dawson, that's the Dawson versus Steven. You're just making shit up now? All of Steven's declarations on Steven versus Dawson have been about getting the receiver appointed and about the intimidation. Brother, you're just making stuff up. Dawson versus Steven is not active. Steven versus Dawson is this one. Dawson versus Steven was out of Nevada. Steven versus Dawson was in California. This is a this is a federal case. This is Steven versus Dawson, which is everything that's been coming out since the 14th. This is covering everything. Like, this is the testimonials over everything. This is the federal case. The Nevada case has no holding right now. That shit's not even active. So what we're looking at, again, is Steven versus Dawson, ex parte motions, and we're looking at the memorandum of points and authorities in support of defendant's opposition to plaintiff Stephen Sharif's ex parte motion for order shortening time on plaintiff's motion for receiver. The motion for receiver is looking into Robstein versus Kunkel. But yeah, man, be definitely confidently wrong more over somebody that's been covering this nonstop since the filings have come out for entire work days instead of asking questions. I applaud you for being so confident in being so wrong. Actually takes talent to triple down on that while you have facts on your screen. But hey, everybody's a little different. Some people just have a harder time understanding. 6 days now. The filings were on the 14th. So we have been here every day since the 14th, covering every single document that has come out in depth, reading every single word of every single doc and discussing it. I, at this point, probably know more about this case than I want to know, and also understand legal proceedings more than I did my entire degree through college. My head hurts. And I understand bringing in discussion, but the worst kind of wrong to be is confidently wrong. And I encourage people to ask questions when unsure. Nevada case is going after Steven for not turning over the books to TFE, which since TFE no longer has a claim to Ashes since the reversal of the sale, it technically wouldn't have a case anymore anyways. And also to build on that, anything that is related to Steven not turning the books over to TFE is potentially null and void because of the claims that codes were sent to Ogden to log in, and allegedly Ogden didn't accept the invitations or do the onboarding to take over as interim CEO. Or was that Bartles? Sorry, that might have been Bartles. Ogden or Bartles? Bartles, that might have been Bartles. Yeah, Bartles, my bad. That was Doug Bartles. Yeah, the other one. Ogden was CFO guy. Golly. Yeah, my bad. Bartles. Doug Bartles. Not Aaron Bartles. But he was denied? They didn't give him? No, they sent him the codes. So that was part of a testimonial. That was one of the statements, the declarations that we went through yesterday. So in yesterday's declarations, one of them literally stated from Zimmerman. Was it the Zimmerman one? I believe it might have been the Jason Zimmerman one. Yeah, one of them literally stated, I sent over all of the credentials that they needed to take over as interim CEO, but they did not respond to the invitations or complete the onboarding. So that immediately cooked their TRO, where they were trying to get control of shit, and effectively makes them look like goobers in a sense in the legal world because they were filing motions that were null and void. I thought it was the opposite. No, so they said that... Hold on, I'll pull it up. I'll pull it up real quick. Let's see. Hold on. Where do we have... Where do we have the statements? According to some, motions are meant to be short. Does it matter if this motion is 400 pages? Not really. What are we looking for? The statement from Zimmerman where he says that he sent the login information over and it just wasn't responded to. Statements would be in one of the Google Drives from Steven. At the bottom of his personal, right? Yes. Got it. Oh, yeah, I had it pulled up the entire time. That makes sense. All right. Control F. Is it in here? Whoops. I guess Bartles is going to be a bad one. Let's see. Where is it? On January 28th, 2026, I attended a meeting with Jason Zimmerman and Doug Bartles. Mr. Bartles had been trying for some time to get access to Perforce and all of Intrepid's codebase. He was not an Intrepid employee and was not even an investor. I believe he was acting as a representative for Mr. Dawson, claiming he needed access to all these systems to do his finance-related work. Mr. Zimmerman and I refused to give him access as he was not a part of our company. In response, I understood the board appointed Mr. Bartles as interim CEO through emails sent to Mr. Zimmerman and I saying that the access to Intrepid's codebase was CEO approved. Mr. Zimmerman began onboarding Mr. Bartles, but the process was never completed. So then when we go back and look at this, I attempted to transfer the equipment and infrastructure relied upon by the studio to TFE. But they ignored my plan. Specifically, I provided the relevant access information to Doug Bartles after the board unanimously appointed him as interim CEO. He did not accept the required invitations or complete the onboarding steps necessary to assume administrative control. As a result, access was not transitioned before I was terminated. After I was terminated, I provided all relevant access information to the court-appointed neutral IP custodian, Mike Kunkel of SETEC Investigations. So the allegation is that it was sent along and they just didn't do what they needed to do with it. Which is fucking crazy, by the way. Absolutely fucking crazy. So, who has the credentials right now? Still the custodian. The custodian was dissolved, but he's still there, I believe. I think Kunkel is still the holder of it as of right now. And Steven's side is trying to get Goldstein, and the board side is trying to keep Kunkel. Boys, that is where we pause it for the night. If more comes out tomorrow, we shall cover it then. If nothing comes out tomorrow, we are on to a Scars of Honor day before more comes out. If you guys are new here, I appreciate you being here. My name's Dusty. I stream every single day starting right around 2 p.m. EST, somewhere in there. It has been a long, hard process of covering all of this hoopla and hullabaloo. And I am so mentally fried, but I am so grateful to be here, boys. Thank you for the love. Thank you for the support. Thank you for showing up and hanging out while I learn the law. I think the biggest thing that we have learned today is that no matter what,
extortion
is never the answer. Boys, I will be back tomorrow. We'll be covering any happenings. And if no happenings, we'll be yapping about scars, gathering, and crafting systems. I'm gonna go get some food. And I'm a vibe for the night. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Peace.